If American pop culture has taught us anything, it's that unprepared teenagers always end up holding the fate of the world in their hands. Just look at classic teams like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or the Power Rangers. This kind of storyline works so well because we absolutely love watching immature kids get knocked down by life until they forge themselves into true legends. And speaking of which, there's one animated show that left a lasting mark on its audience in an incredibly unusual way, by mixing martial arts with building blocks. That is exactly where the fantastic saga we are going to explore today comes in, Ninjago. On the surface, it's an over-the-top adventure about brightly colored warriors fighting skeletons and mutant snakes. But the story doesn't just stop there. What felt like an extended commercial designed solely to sell toys turned out to have a ton of heart, depth, and the worst kind of family drama. The show deals with real trauma and robotic sacrifices that will actually leave a lump in your throat. If I had to pin down the core message of this odyssey, I'd say that true power doesn't come from your origins, but from who you choose to protect at all costs. For all those reasons, our subject today is Ninjago, a bunch of plastic blocks spinning like tops, but with a colossal soul. Reminiscing about simpler times at the Four Weapons blacksmith shop, Kai and Nia are working when Master Wu appears. Kai rudely tells the old man to take a hike. Minutes later, Samukai's skeleton army invades the village. Kai tries to take on the invading fleet alone, and Nia helps him with a bamboo staff. What they don't see is that the skeleton generals sneak into the blacksmith shop and find an ancient scroll. Outside, Kai's one-man show bumps into Samukai, who effortlessly disarms and knocks him down. Wu intervenes with his golden spin jutsu to sweep away the troops, but Samukai takes a perfect shot at a nearby water tower. Wu is forced to choose between chasing the invaders or saving Kai from being crushed. In the confusion, the skull truck fires a claw, kidnapping Nia and dragging her to the underworld. Furious, Kai demands an explanation. Wu reveals that the demons work for Lord Garmadon, and the only way to rescue his sister is to train as a ninja. Kai agrees, gets severely beaten by the obstacle course at the monastery, but eventually masters it. Feeling ready, he goes to sleep, only to be ambushed in the dark by three figures dressed entirely in black. The surprise attack forces Kai to trade punches in his pajamas. The clash spills into the courtyard where Wu restores order and introduces his other apprentices: Cole, the earth ninja who runs from dragons; Jay, the electric chatterbox; and Zane, the irony-deficient genius. Upon learning that Kai's mission is to rescue Nia, Jay shows immediate interest, but Kai swiftly shuts down his enthusiasm. The next day, they gruelingly pull Wu's carriage to the Caves of Despair to unearth the Scythe of Quakes. Cole, Jay, and Zane confess how they were mysteriously recruited by the Master. At the entrance, the sensei gives a clear warning: no one is to use the scythe after retrieving it. They steal the relic but run straight into Samukai. In the hasty skirmish, Jay notices the enemy's movements resemble their training routines. By mimicking the exercises, he accidentally unlocks Spinjitzu, teaching his friends in the process. Victory seemed guaranteed until the colossal Earth Dragon awakens. Ignoring Wu's rules, Kai unleashes the scythe's magical power, knocking the beast back and securing the team's escape. Down in the underworld, Samukai reports the ninja's success and evolution to Garmadon, but the villain just smiles, relaxed. Even their failures were part of the plan. The quest continues to the frozen wasteland for the shurikens of ice. The mission goes smoothly until Zane grabs the weapons directly, turning into a human popsicle. As the ice dragon awakens, the ninjas use Zane's frozen cocoon as a snowboard to make a quick getaway. Next, at the floating ruins, Jay steals the nunchucks of lightning before the local dragon can attack, improvising a hang glider to escape. Their success leads the team to celebrate in the forest. In the middle of the night, Kai wakes up to the sound of Nia crying for help. Guided by her voice to the fire temple, he finds the sword of fire and a perfect illusion of his sister. Garmadon suspends the real Nia over a pit of lava. Kai uses the sword to save Nia, but Garmadon manipulates the boy's own shadow to multiply himself and steal the weapon. Wu shows up, using his own shadow to repel the attack. Meanwhile, the skeleton army ambushes their camp, ties up the sleeping team, and makes off with the other relics. The fire dragon awakens, blocking the temple's exit. With no other options, Wu grabs the sword and surfs down a river of lava straight into the underworld, alone. Wu awakens in the underworld in search of his brother. On the surface, the team reaches the fire temple, only to be surprised when Kai and Nia come galloping out on the fire dragon, who just needed a little talking to become an ally. Knowing that dragons can cross over into the underworld, Kai recruits the whole fleet for the descent. They're sealing in infiltration goes wrong, and they freefall straight into a nest swarming with enemies. Surrounded, they execute the tornado of creation at full power, sweeping the horde away. Near the core, they watch Wu lose a brutal duel to Samukai. When they decide to step in, Kai holds the group back, stating this is the master's fight alone. Samukai steals all 4 golden weapons, but seduced by their power, he decides to betray Garmadon on the spot. However, the arcane energy instantly implodes him, tearing a rift in the fabric of the dimension. Garmadon smirks, admitting this was his insane plan all along, and escapes through the spatial portal. Back at the blacksmith shop, the heroes celebrate their return by raising the golden weapons, forgetting their instability. Their simple touch in midair causes a massive blinding explosion right inside their own home. At the monastery of Spinjitzu, Master Wu tries to meditate, but a deafening noise interrupts him. Assuming the ninjas are training hard, he finds the team sprawled on the couch, eating pizza and playing video games like typical teenagers left home alone. Wu turns off the TV and gives them the classic lecture. They need to train for Lord Garmadon's return. Peace is short-lived. Nia panics, warning them that the villain has been spotted in Jamanakai village. Desperate, they rush to their dragons. Their lack of training takes its toll, and takeoff is a disaster. At the village, instead of the Dark Lord, they come face to face with Lloyd Garmadon, his son, a hoodie-wearing brat trying to terrorize everyone into handing over their candy, only to be pelted with tomatoes by the villagers. Oozing maturity, the ninjas hang the kid by his underwear on a sign and eat candy right in front of him. Things get serious when Kai grabs Wu's bag by mistake and finds a scroll detailing the Green Ninja prophecy. The team's egos inflate. Instead of focusing on teamwork, they kick off a dangerous tournament to see who's the best, nearly burning the place down. Wu freezes the flames and warns them, no one will be the Green Ninja until they take their mission seriously. Meanwhile, Lloyd, furious about being made a laughingstock, stumbles upon an ancient tomb in the snow. There, he finds the Hypnobrai, mind-controlling snakes. The general tries to hypnotize the brat, but looks at his own reflection in the ice and ends up hypnotizing himself. Now the boss, the evil mastermind's first order of business, is sending the army to steal the village's candy and bubblegum. Wu senses the dark magic and summons the ninjas, who drive the snakes back. Cole steals the staff and uses the anti-venom to cure the villagers. Everything seems resolved, but nobody notices one detail. Scales, the general's right-hand snake, infiltrated Cole's mind before fleeing. Taking the master's lecture to heart, the ninjas train hard. The only problem is Zane, who operates on a bizarre frequency. He randomly freezes the obstacle course and tells the mailman he's an orphan. Later, he serves a roast turkey wearing a pink flowery apron, sparking laughter and an epic food fight. Watching everything through Cole's eyes, Scales maps out their base and discovers where the stolen staff is hidden. At night, Zane spots a falcon mimicking his movements and follows the bird through the forest. The creature acts as a GPS leading to Lloyd's new base, a sinister treehouse built by the snakes. The next day, the team goes to tear the structure down, but Scales' spell kicks in. Cole turns against his friends, nearly killing the team while they're crammed high up in the tree. Disaster is averted when Master Wu appears, playing the sacred flute to break the trance. With Cole back to normal, they bring down Lloyd's fortress. The joy is short-lived. Upon their return, they find the monastery in ruins, destroyed by the snakes who reclaim the staff. Frustrated, the ninjas blame Zane for leading them away, and the ice ninja flies off on his dragon. Underground, Scales gets tired of his leader's incompetence and challenges him to a fight in the Slither Pit. Scales wins with dirty tricks, becomes the new general, undergoes a mutation to grow a tail, takes control of the Hypnobrai, and kicks Lloyd out. Camping out, the ninjas lose all hope until Zane comes flying back. He reveals he kept following the Falcon and found a giant ship stranded in the desert, the Destiny's Bounty. Wu praises the discovery and promises to help find Zane's family, but the ninja replies that they are already his family. Fences are mended with a brand new food fight. What they don't know is that little Lloyd, alone once again, is watching the whole thing from afar. The tranquility lasts exactly 0 minutes. Before sunrise, Sensei Wu forces the ninjas to clean the ship, revealing that their spinjitzu powers work perfectly as vacuum cleaners. The day gets eventful with a visit from Ed and Edna, Jay's parents. The couple embarrasses their son with old gossip and showering Nia with compliments. Feeling pressured, Jay hastily rushes the elderly couple out, leaving them frustrated as they head back to their junkyard. Meanwhile, Lloyd's solo saga gains traction. Guided by the map of dens, he awakens Fangtum, the two-headed leader of the Fangpire tribe. Thirsty for revenge, Lloyd strikes a deal, but the troops need armored vehicles. The army slithers straight to Jay's parents' junkyard. The Fangpire venom doesn't just affect people, it mutates dead metal into lethal, crawling vehicles. The snakes bite the fleet of scrap and corner Jay's parents, creating an apocalyptic scene. The next morning, without their dragons, the team arrives on foot and walks into the nightmare. Ed and Edna are alive, tied to a fridge, and slowly mutating into snakes. Desperate for the anti-venom staff, the ninjas engage in an all-out brawl while dodging mechanical attacks. Wu plays the sacred flute, but Lloyd counters by blasting a boombox at max volume. It devolves into a bizarre sonic duel, while Jay's mom uses a frying pan to smack the enemies. Seeking to even the odds, Wu urges the squad to unlock the power of their golden weapons. Amidst the dust, they channel their energy and forge the golden vehicles out of thin air. Airborne, Jay lassos the staff just before the enemies escape under the cover of fog, bringing it back to the ship. On the Bounty, Nia brews healing teas that reverse Jay's parents' mutation. Amidst the chaos of the failing engine, Jay's dad jumpstarts the thrusters, and the entire ship takes flight. In the aftermath, father and son reconcile, with Jay admitting his own ego was the real problem. Zane has a chaotic dream where he follows a falcon to the deck, faces Garmadon, and is saved by the mysterious green ninja. The shock is so intense he wakes up startled. Unsure if he's still dreaming, Cole decides to test it by smacking him with a pillow. The green ninja gossip destroys their training focus. Noticing their distraction, Wu drops a riddle. What is the best way to defeat an enemy? While they rack their brains, Lloyd's life goes downhill. Map in hand, he breaks into the Anacondrae tomb and finds Pythor, the last of his kind. United by loneliness, they terrorize a village by stealing their entire candy supply. While resting, Lloyd confesses he was expelled from his villain boarding school for not being evil enough. Manipulative, Pythor suggests revenge. The duo returns to the school to kidnap the students and rig the place with booby traps. The ninjas arrive, breaching the building using the ship's anchor. In the chaos, Pythor steals Lloyd's map and quietly vanishes. Left behind, the boy is captured by Jay. Back on the ship, the ninjas want to decide on Lloyd's punishment, but instead find Wu reading the boy a bedtime story. The realization hits, and the riddle makes sense. The best way to defeat an enemy is to make them your friend. Wu doesn't want to punish him. He's correcting his nephew's path. Aboard the Destiny's Bounty, the atmosphere is chaotic, and it's all Lloyd's fault. The brat breaks robots, interrupts snack time, and washes Zane's white Jai with colored clothes, leaving the ninja looking like pink bubblegum. Wu confesses he put the boy up to it to teach them a lesson about the destructive power of rumors. Lesson noted. But the real problem is Pythor opening the remaining serpentine tombs. The team splits up. Cole carries Zane on his back up a mountain, and they run straight into Scalador at the Constricti tomb. Cole tries to use the sacred flute, but is trapped by the snake. Zane is choked by the snake but manages to play the final note of the flute, stunning the monster long enough for Cole to finish him off with pure force. Meanwhile, Kai and Jay are living a nightmare in the toxic swamps. Kai gets venom in his eyes and starts hallucinating, seeing enemies as cute elves. Pythor steals the sacred flute, and the situation turns critical until the mysterious Samurai X appears in a mech suit, traps the snakes, and saves the ninjas. As a thank you, the samurai gasses them unconscious and vanishes without a trace. Recovered, the ninjas crash Pythor's recruitment rally in the sewers. They try to stay hidden while making sarcastic comments but get caught. Zane escapes thanks to his pink suit, which perfectly camouflages him against a poster. He strikes at the exact right moment, saving his brothers and using his ice to slide them toward freedom. Back on the ship, Lloyd returns Zane's freshly washed white suit, but Cole, upon opening his apology gift, gets a face full of rubber snakes. While the ninjas deal with their own blunders, Scales and Pythor unearth the lost city of Ouroboros in the Sea of Sand. The hero's confidence gets a boost when Wu hands out new armor. However, when they try to intervene at an amusement park, they discover Samurai X has already cleared the area. Wu suggests that capturing the vigilante would teach them a lot, sparking a competition to see who gets to be the green ninja. Blinded by this obsession, Kai ditches Lloyd at an arcade. From there, the boy overhears the snakes, scores a sketchy serpentine disguise, and sneaks onto a clandestine bus. In Ouroboros, Pythor challenges the generals in a coliseum to seize leadership. With Scales defeated in the arena, Pythor emerges victorious. However, during the bow to the new Snake King, Lloyd's disguise slips, and he's taken prisoner. The ninjas only realize the mess when they check the security cameras. Rushing to Ouroboros, they mount a rescue but fall into a trap, lose their weapons, and end up in the arena. The opponent is the captured Samurai X. With spikes rising from the floor, the five set aside their differences, grab onto the samurai's mech suit, and fly upward. The weight causes the armor to fail, and they all plummet. Separated in the fall, Kai discovers the secret. The samurai takes off the mask, revealing herself to be Nia. Frustrated by being sidelined, she carved out her own space. She hands Kai his weapons back and demands his silence. Back on the ship, nobody says a word, but Wu discreetly hands Nia a samurai weapon, proving that iron sharpens iron. Thinking they've reached their peak, the ninjas are grounded by Wu. True strength requires mental enlightenment. To prove his point, Wu drops a heavy secret. Years ago, young Garmadon was only corrupted by darkness because he was bitten by the Great Devourer while retrieving a sword Wu had carelessly lost. Burdened by guilt, the master leaves them in the mountains to walk the path of his past alone, plastering missing posters across town for the magical relics. The group splits up. Zane once again follows the lone falcon through the snow until he sees the bird twitch and break down. It's mechanical. Perplexed, Zane defeats a giant security mech, enters a massive treehouse workshop, and finds engineering blueprints that shatter him from the inside out. In the capital, the sensei enters a hidden shop, paying for passage to the realm of the dead, departing in isolation. In the treehouse, the ninjas find Zane, who opens his own chest panel to reveal the truth. He's a nindroid. Horrified, he ditches his friends and flips his memory switch, revealing memories of Dr. Julian, who built him with love and wiped his memory before dying to spare him from heartbreak. A tear rolls down his synthetic skin. Accepting his life, the robotic ninja saves his outmatched friends in the forest, unlocking his true potential with a devastating beam of ice. Pythor is also displaying a twisted brilliance. After the general's venom is mixed and splashed, a legend is revealed. The venom activates the map to the 4 silver fang blades. High in the freezing peaks, Sensei Wu crosses into the realm of madness, coming face to face with the darkened demon of his brother. Back in Ninjago, Nia discovers that an elevated heart rate reverses the serpentine venom. Jay leans on his humor and asks her out on a date, but in his euphoria, he pricks his hand on a poisoned fang, feeling a strange chill run up his arm. In the depths of the realm of madness, Sensei negotiates with an armed Garmadon in the mud.
You will pay for your visit. Mud monsters converge! You don't belong here, old fool.
By forcing out the truth that Lloyd is in the hands of the snakes, the corrupted heart trembles. Cruelty gives way to paternal instinct, and they call a truce to head back to the mortal realm. The date takes place at the Mega Monster amusement park, playing out in cliché fashion, while Pythor digs a tunnel in the haunted house next door. Feeling scales deforming his face at the diner, Jay hides his pain. Zane's ambush against the park's fake ghosts goes wrong, forcing the group to flee. During the escape, Nia gets trapped in a roller coaster cart, plummeting toward a cliff. Busy hiding his reptilian face, Jay is terrified to help her, but Nia breaks the tension and kisses the bizarre hero. In a flash, his human features return, cured by his racing heart. Freed, Jay unlocks his true potential, levitating in a storm of electricity, and saves the girl from falling at the very last second. Far away, Garmadon trudges through paths with Wu in a relentless search, bound by the eternal link that unites the brothers abandoned in their Cold War. With the map in hand, the Serpentine arrive at a pyramid. Pythor uses Lloyd as a guinea pig because he's light, forcing the boy to dodge spikes and darts to reach the pedestal, only to discover the fang blade is missing. On the Destiny's bounty, Cole pulls out a book and recognizes the blade. It was forged into the Blade Cup, a dance trophy owned by his father, a strict blacksmith and dancer. Cole had run away from home to avoid dancing, pretending to be an art student through letters. To get the trophy, the ninjas have to become a musical quartet. In the realm of madness, Wu and and Garmadon deal with stone monsters. The brotherly bonding dies quickly. At the edge of the portal, Garmadon kicks his brother into the vortex, proving that brotherly trust is dead and gone. In Ninjago City, the dance rehearsals with Cole's dad are brutal. The night of the show arrives. Making matters worse, Pythor's troupe has already performed, and the villain, after swallowing a judge, bullied the panel into giving them perfect scores. When the heroes dance, the serpentine attack. Refusing to back down, the ninjas incorporate the combat into their choreography. Cole lands the perfect final move, and they win the tournament. The awkward reconciliation between father and son is interrupted by Pythor, who drops the stage rigging on them. Terrified of losing his family, Cole unlocks his true potential, radiating raw brute force to lift the debris and save everyone. Pythor steals the fang blade in the confusion, but the peace Cole regains with his father is worth more than the trophy. Trying to prove his worth, Kai is caught strutting around in the green ninja GI. While enduring the laughter, Wu walks in bringing Garmadon. The arrangement is to rescue Lloyd, but housing their arch-nemesis sparks a revolt among the team. Living with the Dark Lord is awful. He files his teeth in the bathroom, chews condensed evil, and ruins Jay's movie. Clouded by his ego, Kai thinks confronting the villain will unlock his true potential. The climax hits when Kai attacks Garmadon holding the golden weapons, only for Wu to intervene, saying he told his brother to fetch them. The humiliation is absolute. The Falcon tracks the enemy to the fire temple. Inside, the volcano's stability is hanging by a thread, and Wu forbids the use of magical weapons. However, deep in the caves, Pythor tries to extract the fang blade while Lloyd dangles in a cage. Cornered, Kai draws the sword of fire, triggering the volcano's eruption. Garmadon plows through the snakes to get his son out of the cage, but Kai lunges for the blade embedded in the rock. As the cave collapses, the ninja hears Lloyd scream. Abandoning the weapon, Kai saves the boy as the volcano blows. On the flight back, an untouchable fiery bubble bursts from the ashes and lands on the ship. Kai saved everyone, unlocking his true potential through empathetic clarity. His purpose isn't to be the green ninja, but to protect him. Testing the theory, Nia places the golden weapons at Lloyd's feet. Levitation and green lightning confirm the obvious. The insufferable Garmadon processes the heartbreaking fracture. In the end, he will have to fight his own son. Oh, and at the bottom of the temple, Pythor casually fishes the relic out of the magma. With the serpentine close to awakening the Great Devourer, Nia deduces that the snakes have dug tunnels to seek shelter in the Constricti tomb. While Lloyd and Garmadon are isolated on the ship trying to swallow their differences, culminating in the father stealing data from the ship, the ninja expedition navigates the tunnels. The plan goes smoothly until a vertical cage drops, trapping the squad in the shadows. Pythor has the upper hand and grants his troops' request to celebrate in an underground slither pit. Lloyd tries to save the group by infiltrating the lair, drawing widespread laughter for his total lack of intimidation. The laughter dies when Garmadon arrives, bringing an army of skeletons ready for war. The Skulk attack, unleashing total chaos. Lloyd breaks the cage's locks on the sly. Acting as a cohesive unit, the ninjas escape with the fang blades to the surface, forcing the slithering horde to retreat in a stampede. On the ship, the melancholy goodbye is swift. Garmadon leaves into the unknown, his shoulders heavy with pride over his son's morally questionable deeds, fully aware of the inevitable final battle between them. Tomorrow, Wu plans to toss the blades into the lava. It's a shame they don't notice Pythor sniffing out tracks on the outside of the ship's hull. Peace aboard the ship is short-lived. During a storm, Wu enters a trance and has a terrifying vision of Pythor awakening the Great Devourer. The mission is urgent. Throw the fang blades into Torchfire Mountain. A seasick Cole gets in the way. Worse still, Pythor has already infiltrated the ship, duct-taped Lloyd to a punching bag, and turned invisible. Arriving at the volcano, Wu delivers a speech about how his students will one day carry on without him. Before the weight of his words sets in, Pythor sabotages the engines. The ship tilts, and Wu slides toward the lava. The ninjas form a human chain to hold on to their master, and Pythor seizes the opportunity to steal the blades and escape in a helicopter. On the surface, the snakes hijack a tour bus, using venom to turn it into a rolling fortress headed for Ouroboros. The ninjas summon their vehicles, board the convoy, and dismantle the train cars. On the locomotive, Wu severs the connection to the rest of the train and issues a warning. The team's destiny is to protect Lloyd. His is to face Pythor. In the Ouroboros arena, Pythor inserts the blades into the giant statue. Initially empty, the statue crumbles, but the ground gives way to reveal the colossal Great Devourer, Pythor panics and tries to flee, but Wu grabs him tightly, forcing him to witness the irreversible chaos he has unleashed. The creature erupts with a roar, ready to consume everything. The Great Devourer breaks free, swallowing Pythor and Sensei Wu in a single gulp. With no time to process the shock, the ninja make a run for it. The chase back to the ship is pure tension. Nia takes the helm and orders everything to be thrown overboard to lighten the load. The snake swallows the trash and doubles in size. Cole deduces that the more it eats, the bigger it gets. The monster surfaces and splits the ship in half with a tail swipe. They lose the Destiny's bounty, but survive. With regular weapons proving useless, Kai suggests using the junkyard scrap to channel the tornado of creation, building the ultrasonic raider from scratch. Their strategy of stunning the giant serpent with a recording of the sacred flute works, exposing a glowing weak spot on its forehead. However, the beast strikes back, crushes the sound system, and advances furiously to devour Ninjago City. In the streets, Nia and Lloyd almost become a snack until the elemental dragons return, fused into the colossal Ultra Dragon. Even so, the monster swats the creature away. Garmadon appears, demanding the golden weapons. Only the union of all four can destroy the snake. Left with no choice, the ninja use themselves as bait, leaping across buildings until the serpent ties itself into a knot among the skyscrapers. From above, Garmadon drops like a meteor, striking the weak spot. The massive explosion covers the city in venom. Victory. Sensei Wu walks out of the slime unharmed, but Garmadon has vanished, taking the golden weapons with him. With the city saved and their ship gone, the team faces the nightmare of the housing market. To pay for a giant luxury penthouse, they take on regular day jobs. Jay becomes a pizza delivery guy, Cole a bank security guard, Zane a chef, and Kai a children's entertainer. Adult life drains their energy, and Lloyd's training is abandoned. Garmadon takes leadership of the Serpentine, rebuilds the dark ship, and flies to the Golden Peaks to merge the 4 golden weapons, aiming to break the backbone of the ninja team without hurting his son. However, the Snake Generals scheme to kidnap Lloyd to blackmail Garmadon. To scatter the ninja, they stage a deafening heist at the bank where Cole works. The bait works, and the warriors head down into the subway to chase the fake crime. Back at the luxury penthouse, Scales breaks in to capture Lloyd. The boy is saved only because Wu and Nia burst down the hallway just in time to stop the threat, sending Scales to federal prison. When the exhausted heroes return upstairs and see the destruction, it finally dawns on them. Their pride almost cost the kid his life. The next day, they ditch the luxury, move back into a tiny apartment, and renew their strict military focus on training. High up at the Golden Peaks, amidst fiery screams, the 4 relics fuse. Garmadon emerges wielding the singular mega weapon, bursting with enough magic to tear worlds apart. To properly train Lloyd, a sweaty little room isn't enough. Their search leads them to Grand Sensei Dareth, a guy in a worn-out G running a local dojo. Dareth asks them to prove themselves in a duel, but Kai beats him in 5 seconds using pure spinjitzu, wiping the floor with him. Aboard his revamped ship, Garmadon flips through an old journal belonging to the ruthless Captain Soto. Envious of the pirate's legacy, he uses the mega weapon to raise phantom buccaneers from the grave. Exhausted by the spell, the captain regains control, hurls Garmadon into the basement, and then sets off to plunder the city. The pirates attack, and the ninja intercept them, tearing their clothes to create makeshift disguises. Too focused on protecting their apprentice, they leave Lloyd isolated. Dareth impulsively tries to play the hero and is humiliated in combat. High on the rooftops, dodging barrels, Lloyd ignores the warnings and taps into his ultimate instinct, unleashing a flawless spinjitzu that sweeps away the enemies and frees the ninja. As the ninja furiously tear through the pirates on deck, Nia punctures mechanical shells to repair the thrusters, letting the police round up the buccaneers. As silence falls, Garmadon escapes on his dark ship in a cowardly flight, sharing a brief glance with the stubborn boy who has clearly chosen his side of the chessboard. Lloyd trains by trying to light a bulb with his lightning powers, but the bulb shatters. Wu reminds him that the transition to the light takes time. Garmadon loses his patience with his dim-witted henchmen and uses the mega weapon, along with the hero's unwashed laundry, to create evil doppelgangers. The real ninja walk into a trap while visiting Lloyd's old school, Darkley's boarding school for great children. His former classmates lock them up, wanting to force the green boy to go back to being their evil leader. Outside, the clones wreak havoc. The fake Jade tricks Nia, steals a kiss from her, and drives off with the team's heavy tank. When the clones invade the school to finish the job, they start bullying the students. Lloyd uses his charm, convincing the kids that everyone there has a good side. Buying into the idea, the students stitch together makeshift ninja suits and rush the courtyard. The tactic creates a visual mix-up, allowing the real ninja to beat down the copies. The original Jay, furious about the stolen kiss, vaporizes his clone with absolute delight. Back home, Garmadon tries to deliver a menacing speech over the monitor, but Lloyd turns the villain's screen into a game of Tetris. Lloyd is training by doing one-handed handstands in Dareth's dojo until a wrecking ball smashes through the wall. Dareth is drowning in debt, and Darnagam Enterprises, an anagram for Garmadon, wants to demolish the dojo to leave them without a training ground. Their only salvation is the Ninja Ball Run, an insane cross-country race with a $100,000 prize. The ninja enter with the Ultrasonic Raider, and Lloyd rides the Ultra Dragon. The starting grid features pirates, Jay's parents, and even Scales, who accidentally entered after breaking out of jail. Garmadon attacks by firing directly from his ship, but Lloyd deflects the shots. The Raider runs out of fuel in the desert, but Jay's parents sacrifice their own car, strapping its engine to the front of the ninja vehicle to help them. On the final stretch, Garmadon uses the mega weapon to tear a massive chasm across the track. Luckily, Nia had installed wings on the Raider, allowing them to clear the gap in a perfect jump. The scrap of Ed and Edna's car crosses the finish line first, securing the victory. Garmadon flees with Scales, and Dareth celebrates by diving headfirst into the trophy full of cash. The hero's life takes a toll on Lloyd's youth. While he laments the pressure of his training, Garmadon breaks into the museum with the mega weapon, resurrecting an extinct dinosaur called a Grundle. The ninja arrive, but chaos breaks out. Garmadon escapes, and an accidental magical blast reverses the ages of the four ninja, turning them into kids before they get arrested for trespassing. The next morning, the bone monster awakens in the city, trapped in child-sized bodies. The ninja blend in with a school field trip to escape the museum. They meet up with Lloyd and head to a comic book store for answers. The clerk tells them they need Illumi swords, but Lloyd loses the contest to win them. Running out of time, the Grundle attacks. The toy weapons break, and Lloyd's strength isn't enough. Wu and Nia arrive with Tomorrow's Tea, a potion capable of aging living beings, intending to turn the Grundle to dust. The catch: if Lloyd is exposed to it, his childhood will be gone forever. Without hesitation, the boy shatters the vial. The monster disintegrates, and his friends return to normal. Lloyd literally grew up in a second to save his team. The store owner tries to gift him a comic book, but the now teenage Lloyd maturely declines, stating that he already knows how that story ends. With Lloyd now boasting the height of a teenager, training on the ship levels up until the Falcon spots a serpentine gathering in the Ouroboros desert. When the ninja ambush them, Garmadon is shocked to come face to face with his older son. Lloyd freezes the tip of the mega weapon. Cornered, Garmadon uses the weapon to rip open a time portal, traveling back to prevent the ninja team from ever being formed. Desperate, the ninja jump into the portal and land in year 1, exactly when Wu was trying to recruit Kai. In trying to prevent Garmadon's traps, they scare away the skeletons prematurely. The past Nia is never kidnapped. Young Kai refuses to become a ninja, and Lloyd's picture begins to fade from existence. To fix it, the present-day ninja dress in dark cloaks and kidnap past Nia themselves, forcing the timeline back on track. Meanwhile, the present Garmadon meets his past self, sparking a four-armed identity crisis. The final showdown explodes at the Fire Temple. The heroes steal the golden weapons of the past and unleash raw power directly against Garmadon's present-day mega weapon. The conflicting energies refuse to coexist, shooting the mega weapon into outer space and turning it to dust. The ninja wake up on their ship in the present timeline, hugging a healthy Lloyd, having restored the present without any extra temporal baggage. In Ouroboros, Scales loses his patience with Garmadon's madness. Aboard a helicopter, while the villain rants about the Dark Island, Scales distracts him and kicks him out into the ocean, taking command of the Serpentine by force. Meanwhile, Lloyd bitterly cleans the roof gutters, feeling the weight of resentment over his mother's absence. His break ends with a call from Nia. The toxic slime of the Great Devourer has reanimated miniature ancient stone warriors at the museum. While cleaning up the demonic miniatures, Sensei bumps into Misako, Lloyd's mother. The boy angrily ignores her for having abandoned him, but Misako reveals reveals a tragic truth. Upon discovering the prophecy of the mortal battle between father and son, she gave up her family to research a cure in the original evil, the Overlord. The venom awakens the real stone warrior hibernating in the vaults. Invulnerable to elemental powers in a brutal onslaught, Lloyd retreats and sets up a bluff. He tricks the Colossus into stepping on a false floor, sending it plummeting into a bottomless pit. Accepting his mother's presence, Misako joins the crew of the Destiny's Bounty. However, Garmadon survives. Crawling onto a dead beach, the imprisoned spirit of the Overlord welcomes him, guiding his fist to turn ancient gears that shake the earth, raising the Dark Island back to the surface to corrupt the skies of Ninjago. Scales takes the serpentine crown and plans to sink Ninjago so they can rule the ruins. While the snakes dig madly, the ninja train a blindfolded Lloyd in Dareth's dojo, breaking more furniture than focusing. Aboard the Destiny's Bounty, the mood feels like a soap opera. Wu looks at an old photo of the love triangle with Garmadon and Misako, who admits she should have chosen the master's tea lessons. A violent earthquake cuts the flirting short. Underground, the snakes find an ancient door, and Scales pulls a suspicious lever, revealing a hibernating army of stone warriors. The Great Devourer's toxic sludge drips onto them, resurrecting the indestructible troop. The Serpentine get dealt a colossal beatdown, and Scales' reign ends with him locked away down below. On the surface, the ninja struggle to hold off the advancing statues and organize an evacuation in the highest building. Misako drops her research. Under heavy fire from the infantry, Wu rescues the researcher in a scene straight out of Mission Impossible. Unable to damage the concrete enemies, they leap from the window onto the deck of the moving ship. The old photo blows away in the wind, leaving the past behind. Far away, on the Dark Island, Garmadon puts on the Helmet of Shadows. The celestial clock awakens, the ticking of catastrophe sounds, and he declares his return to the game. With the Dark Island anchored in the ocean and the Stone Army missing, Misako reveals the next step. Lloyd will only unlock his ultimate energy if the four ninja find their true elemental powers at the Temple of Light, located on the Cursed Island. Without thrusters, the ship must sail by wind. At the port, dramatic goodbyes unfold. Having no family, Zane bids farewell to the city itself, but soon his robotic falcon flies over the island and is shot down. Officially, the Ice Ninja is now truly alone. Far away, the Overlord explains to Garmadon that the island's crust is made of dark matter, the concentrated essence of evil. At sea, a storm batters the crew, and Starteeth begin devouring the wooden hull. The ship shipwrecks on a small islet sheltered by a lighthouse-shaped prison. At the top of an endless staircase, Zane miraculously reunites with Dr. Julian, his deceased creator. Samukai had revived him years ago to forge weapons, trapping him with a colossal leviathan chained in the sea as a guard dog. The emotional family reunion is cut short when the leviathan smells fresh meat and drags their patched-up boat down. Zane dives into the water and sticks the hungry little Starteeth directly onto the beast's chains. The genius tactic snaps the metal, freeing the leviathan, who swims away in peace. No one, not even a sea monster, deserves to live in chains. Treading silently on the Dark Island, the pressure is at its peak. The ninja need to use the Star Medallion to find the Temple of Light and unlock Lloyd's Golden Dragon. Wu forbids the boy from running into his father prematurely, turning the mission into a pure stealth operation. On the other side, Garmadon's army cracks the island open, mining dark matter to forge a ridiculous weapon. The Overlord senses the intruders and dispatches a full-scale manhunt. While Nia and Julian improvise new mechanical vehicles on the beach, Zane spots his destroyed falcon and breaks the stealth rule, drawing the invulnerable guards. They flee through the jungle until Jay aligns the medallion with the stars, pointing to the highest peak on the island. Speeding their newly delivered armored vehicles up the mountain, they dodge giant boulders. The temple's interior is breathtaking, featuring murals of their past hardships and a massive bell of peace. Lloyd strikes the bell, and a blinding light shatters the crystals. Kai's GI is redesigned, and a blade of living fire materializes. In a domino effect, ice, earth, and lightning sprout for the others. The four cross their magical blades over the air. A draconic aura erupts, lifting Lloyd into the sky in pure gold and limitless power. When the stone infantry invades the temple, they discover the new magic actually hurts. Lloyd's golden dragon ends the onslaught in a blinding purification, driving the enemies away. Watching it all, Garmadon Garmadon breaks into a cold sweat, but the Overlord dryly assures him the clock is ticking towards the end, and even golden dragons fall. Inside the apocalyptic gears of the celestial clock, the Overlord senses Garmadon's hesitation. Demanding that the construction of the new weapon not stop out of fatherly pity, he screams his dictatorial threat. In the coastal jungle, the ninja are messing around with their powers until Wu crashes the party, reminding them the end of the world hasn't taken a day off. Misako lays out the tactical burden. Stealing Garmadon's helmet and returning it to its pedestal will pause the clock. Sustaining a perfect Trojan horse, the team wears stone masks, pretending to deliver a captive Misako to the leader. Inside, seeing that the lethal weapon is a giant cannon, Misako uses pure psychology on her corrupted ex-love, snatches the helmet during a fake romantic moment, and runs. It would have been a smooth getaway if Cole's clumsiness hadn't blown their cover. Hell chases their escape. Garmadon pilots a heavily armored mechanical monstrosity, but Nia suddenly bursts onto the scene, driving the Earth Driller to save them. In a wild downhill chase tearing through the jungle, the father attacks heavily, only to be blasted away by an eruption of Lloyd's golden power. The monster goes down. A single shot could end the war, but guilt freezes the child's hand against his father. They flee before the military patrol rains down on the ruins. Near the colossal clock hand, rushing to find the pedestal, they clash with General Kozu. With the absurd jump, Misako slams the piece into the exact mark, but the cliché strikes. They were 1 second too late. The marker locks and spits out a hellish beam. The guards drag the samurai into the darkness. On the evil side, the lightning feeds the formidable ultimate tank. The monstrous silhouette of the Garmatron smiles in a terrifying promise of death. The celestial clock hits 0, and the nightmare is absolute. The Overlord and Garmadon unveil the colossal Garmatron tank. To demonstrate its power, Nia is used as a guinea pig for a dark matter weapon and becomes entirely corrupted. On the beach, the weight of reality hits Lloyd. He's going to have to fight his father with full force if he wants to save the world. Supported by the team, the boy leads the charge, but the enemy base is already deserted. Tracks indicate the tank headed to the coast, aiming to shoot across the horizon and remake Ninjago. During the pursuit, the group is violently interrupted by a red tornado. It's Nia, transformed into a blind and lethal servant. While the ninjas stay behind to freeze her in an ice dome without hurting her, Lloyd, Wu, and Misako race against time. Reaching the coast, negotiations hit a brick wall. In Garmadon's twisted mind, the family will only be united once the entire world plunges into darkness. The cannon fires over a village across the ocean, turning the population into rabid beasts. The true betrayal follows. The Overlord announces that the crown was never meant for Garmadon, possesses his ally's body, and mutates him into a reptilian monster. In the chaos, Lloyd charges in. The two trade massive energy blasts, and Garmadon's human voice tries to fight from inside the creature, begging his son to resist. The effort fails, and the monster unleashes a devastating blow that blasts the green ninja away. Irritated, the villain opens a portal and marches with his army to Ninjago City. Stranded on the ruined island, Lloyd stares at the wreckage. The battle for the island was lost, but the true war for the fate of Ninjago has just begun. A dark storm swallows Ninjago City with the arrival of the Garmatron. Dareth tries to stand up to the tank, but the Overlord retaliates with heavy artillery. Dark matter infects the city blocks, and the villain even sprouts colossal wings from his back. On the dark island, the mood feels like a funeral. With no ship and Nia corrupted, even Master Wu is at a loss for words. But Lloyd steps up, reminding them that ninja never quit. Guided by the Falcon, they find the first Spinjitzu Master's gigantic golden mech inside the Temple of Light. With Lloyd at the controls and the Ultra Dragon acting as an escort, the heroes take off to head back home. When they arrive, the invasion has turned apocalyptic. The Overlord has evolved into a demonic black dragon. Nia shoots down Lloyd's mech, while Jay, Cole, and Zane get grazed and infected by the darkness. All seems lost until Dareth, acting on pure instinct, puts on the Helmet of Shadows, freezing and taking control of the Stone Army troops. Free from the walking boulders, Lloyd climbs the tower, limping and unarmed, facing the greatest threat in the universe. The Overlord blasts dark fire, but Lloyd doesn't back down. He absorbs the energy, fully unlocking his true potential, and summons a dragon of pure light. In a brutal clash of titans in the sky, Lloyd is swallowed alive, only to explode the Overlord from the inside out with a wave of absolute absolute power. The light sweeps away the darkness, and the city returns to normal. The true victory happens when a pile of rubble shifts, and Garmadon emerges purified, fully human, and cured of all evil. The balance has been restored. With the world saved, the ninja swap their swords for chalkboards at Wu's academy. Early retirement is visibly boring. Desperate for fresh air, they take a field trip to New Ninjago City, a futuristic metropolis built over the ashes by Cyrus Borg. The artificial intelligence Pixel welcomes the team, leaving Zane fascinated. A matchmaking machine creates an awkward vibe by pointing out that Nia's perfect match is Cole, breaking Jay's romantic monopoly. The tour ends in Borg's office, where he gifts them a statue. Secretly, he reveals it hides the revolutionary Technoblades, begging them to protect them with their lives. Seconds later, he kicks the team out, and the elevator goes into freefall in an obvious assassination plot. The Overlord didn't die, he made a backup. The villain is now a parasitic virus in the city's digital infrastructure. In minutes, he corrupts Pixel, turns Borg into a robotic drone, and sends a corporate army to hunt them down. In a near-impossible escape, the ninja discover the Technoblades don't slice flesh. They hack silicon. They hack the enemy vehicles, turning them into an allied fleet. When the military blockade tightens, Lloyd arrives majestically on the Golden Dragon to sweep the security forces away. The group speeds out of the evacuated city, but the cost is high. During a distraction, Master Wu is kidnapped by the drones to protect the blades, falling into the clutches of the ruthless digital overlord. New Ninjago City has become a locked-down ghost town, patrolled by robot squads. The environment turns hostile while the digital overlord dissects Master Wu's mind to find the ninja. Off the grid, the team hides their fleet at Garmadon's monastery. He is now a Zen monk who forbids weapons and teaches the art of the silent fist, winning fights solely through perfect dodging. Under the moonlight, Zane notices the Technoblades are missing and intercepts an infected Pixel in the middle of the night. Brutally pinning her down under the blades, the Ice Ninja hacks her programming and purges the Dark Virus, sparking some genuine robotic flirting. The peace shatters when the lethal General Cryptor orchestrates an ambush, destroying the hero's entire fleet. Nia comes up with an extreme idea to counter the enemy hardware: infiltrate the power station and pull the plug on the city block. The problem Jay hides from Zane is that this will shut down the fragile Pixel forever. The team splits up. Garmadon leads Lloyd down a muddy trail to escape the giant cyborg mech dragon, while the others raid the power plant. A pandemonium of lasers destroys the circuit breakers until, ironically, a mini-droid crashes into the central generator's glass casing and causes the whole system to collapse. At the peak of the blackout, the gigantic cybernetic dragon crashes into the forests, and the plant goes completely dark. In the saddest darkness of all, Pixel slowly powers down in her hero's arms. It's her fading breath. Far from the monumental blackout, Garmadon embraces an unbearable pacifist side, stacking pebbles to force Lloyd to train his focus without relying on golden power, in a crash course of maximum frustration. In the darkness of Borg Tower, the nightmare restarts. A mysterious hooded figure jumpstarts the servers using electric eels. He brings the digital overlord back to the monitors, and uses the shock to enslave Master Wu's cybernetically altered body as a mechanical lieutenant. Exiled at Jay's parents' junkyard, the ninja battle boredom by recycling scrap. Driven by instinct, Nia hooks up half of Zane's power source to Pixel's inert chest. The robotic reanimation is a success, but the algorithm ruins the celebration by analytically decreeing that Nia and Cole hold the supreme biological romance. Blinded by jealousy, Jay lunges furiously at his teammate. The brawl is silenced when Wu and the Nindroid army smash into the junkyard. Amidst a chaotic fight involving jackhammers and shredder belts, Nia finds herself holding onto Jay and Cole's cables to stop them from becoming pancakes in a grinder. Breaking the cliche, Nia makes a ruthlessly tactical choice and snips both cables, dropping the guys to safety. The existential plummet puts a quick stop to their rivalry. However, in the shadows, the mysterious man has hacked the digital Falcon and modified Nia's tracking signal, paving the way for a naive Lloyd and Garmadon to walk right into the deceptive gates of Hiroshi's labyrinth. perfectly set up for the Overlord's slaughter. Back in New Ninjago City, with Cyrus Borg free, the atmosphere remains tense amidst angry mobs. Suspecting the Serpentine stole the Overlord's hard drive, the ninjas head down into the sewers. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Garmadon try to lay low in Hiroshi's labyrinth. Underground, the ninjas corner Scales, only to find his bag is just full of groceries. The once evil snakes have turned into suburban family men out of sheer fear of the Golden Master legend, an entity with power to rival the first Spinjitzu master. On the surface, things get weird when Dareth takes his students on a field trip to an aquarium. The tour goes off the rails when a mysterious stranger shatters the tank to steal the Electro Cobra. In a sudden burst of courage, Dareth plays with a shark to protect the kids. Back in the sewers, a Nindroid army invades, revealing that the snakes are essentially pure battery power. The ninjas handle the situation with their fists and rush back to the surface. Far away, Lloyd and Garmadon are ambushed by a corrupted Wu and the Nindroids. Lloyd escapes by spawning a Tron-style golden energy motorcycle, but gets cornered on a cliff by a colossal mech dragon. The situation goes completely south. The stranger throws a snake that immobilizes Lloyd and drains his powers. The guy's identity is revealed to be Pythor, a survivor of the Great Devourer with faded scales. Without hesitation, Pythor throws Garmadon into the water, captures Lloyd, and flees on the dragon, leaving the father behind with the bitter promise of a hunt. With Lloyd being drained, desperation sets in. At Borg Tower, Cyrus and Pixel hatch a plan to plug the ninjas into the Digiverse, using the Technoblades to reboot the system straight from the source. Angry citizens storm the room, but quickly switch sides when they see the Overlord torturing the Green Ninja on the monitors. Inside the purely Matrix-style network, the ninjas have to bend the virtual rules using their imagination, knowing full well that digital damage affects their real bodies. To free fall down the virtual tower, the team struggles to convince a terrified Kai to take the leap without freezing up. While the Overlord inverts gravity in the virtual world, the physical world turns into a war zone. Nia protects the tower's entrance in her mech, but Pythor and the robotic master Wu break in, kidnapping Borg. Pixel is left alone to keep the ninjas alive. During the brawl, Wu nearly cuts the main power, but Garmadon shows up and simply tosses his brother out the window. Pythor cowardly flees in a helicopter, while Garmadon goes into full Taken mode, jumping off the building to tackle Wu in mid-air. In the Digiverse, Zane steps up, glowing with energy to reflect the virtual light, and Kai swallows his insecurities to complete the circuit that reboots the entire system. The reboot is instantaneous. Wu snaps out of his brainwashing just in time to avoid splattering on the pavement. Lloyd jumps off the mech dragon a split second before it explodes. However, at the dark bottom of the ocean, the metal wreckage stirs, and the Overlord emerges, free from the computer and now inhabiting the real world. At the dark bottom of the ocean, Pythor and his Nindroids use balloons to hoist the mech dragon to the surface, securing their cargo and heading toward the lost city of Ouroboros. At the Temple of Light, Lloyd gives up his golden power to restore his friend's elemental powers. Garmadon fears the impact of dividing this force, while Wu remains optimistic about peace. But Garmadon drops a truth bomb. Those who protect Ninjago don't get to take vacations, and he couldn't be more right. From Borg Tower, Wu spies Cryptor boarding a transport to Ouroboros. Since Jay and Cole are busy fighting over Nia again, Kai is sent in solo. Riding a wave of massive overconfidence, he is quickly ambushed by Pythor and taken hostage with duct tape. Fortunately, Cole, Jay, Zane, and Lloyd track the mess all the way to Ouroboros. Upon arrival, the ground opens up to reveal Project Arcturus, a massive rocket programmed to fly to the comet Delta V to retrieve the melted remains of the ancient golden weapons. The team infiltrates the launch site, frees Kai, and makes the only logical decision when faced with an enemy rocket about to launch. They stow away inside the hull, heading straight for open space. A true Apollo 13 scenario, starring ninjas. In space, the stowaway ninjas manage to set up a jerry-rigged radio contact with Borg Tower. To get spacesuits, they have to step outside the ship. Zane, who doesn't breathe, braves the tense vacuum of space and uses his ice to get everyone back safely. Suited up and pushing forward, they are intercepted by Nindroids firing lasers. Since Spinjitzu is useless in zero gravity, Jay steals the enemy weapons for a shootout worthy of Star Wars.
Not Jay! It's gone again! Fear isn't a word where I come from! Oh, man!
Back in Ninjago, the situation sinks deeper. Pythor invades Borg Tower and finally opens the Overlord's pod, who resurfaces in his physical dark form. The Golden Master, Wu, Garmadon, and Nia are nearly killed right then and there, but Pixel saves them in a helicopter at the very last second. In the vacuum of space, the Arcturus rocket crashes into an ice comet where the golden weapons are located. General Cryptor gets there first, but the ninjas crash the extraction. In the chaos, Jay adopts a cute metal-eating alien bug he names Glowy. The ninjas use the hungry swarm to attack the Nindroids and steal the ship's ignition key. The heist would have been flawless if the bugs hadn't devoured their rocket as well. With built-in thrusters, Cryptor and the machines bail out with the gold, leaving the heroes stranded on a comet in the middle of nowhere. General Cryptor lands, and the Overlord completely ignores Cyrus Borg, demanding total submission. Up in space, the despair of being stranded consumes the team until Lloyd steps up to the plate. He convinces everyone to use their elemental powers, combined with Zane's power core, to improvise a brutal battery out of the ship's remains. Despite overheating, the Nindroid handles the pressure, and they tear through the atmosphere protected by energy shields. They arrive in the city just as the Golden Master starts wiping everything off the map. Cyrus hands them the ultimate weapon, a shrinking pill. Wu and Garmadon use their staffs to play golf, aiming to shoot the pill straight into the Overlord's mouth. The tactic is ruined when Pythor jumps in, swallows the pill, shrinks to the size of a worm, and gets chased off by a falcon. Furious, the Golden Master uses his golden power to crush the heroes. The tone shifts drastically. Zane steps back, asks his friends for their final support, and throws himself directly at the villain's power source. Absorbing massive amounts of energy and grabbing onto the Overlord with everything he has, he pushes his system past its absolute limit. He freezes the enemy, sacrificing his own life in the process. The grief hits instantly. The next day, Kai gives a speech in front of a statue dedicated to the Titanium Ninja. But back at Borg Tower, Pixel watches the monitors and, in the midst of the silence, hears Zane's voice asking if they are compatible, breaking into a relieved smile. The loss of Zane has shattered the team. In the jungle, Lloyd takes down Nindroid patrols solo in a mission he later discovers was just a test set up by Borg, making him realize he needs to pick up the pieces of his team. Grief has scattered the heroes. Jay has become a TV host, Cole a lumberjack, and Kai fights in an underground fighting ring masked as the Red Shogun, consumed by guilt because he feels he should have been the one to sacrifice himself. Lloyd tricks all three of them with fake notes to meet at Chen's Noodle House. An attempted robbery triggers an easy fight, instantly reigniting the team's chemistry. The real surprise comes inside their fortune cookies, which hold invitations to Master Chen's Tournament of Elements. The message says, Zane is alive. While Nia drafts the new Destiny's bounty, Garmadon sees right through Lloyd's lies and follows him to the docks in overprotective dad mode, sneaking aboard the sinister ferry to keep an eye on them. The journey is tense. Garmadon warns them that the sketchy passengers are descendants of the legendary elemental masters. Kai loses his focus the second he sees the girl in orange, Skylar, walking across the deck. When Karloff, the master of metal, messes with her, Kai picks a fight. The brawl triggers a showcase of powers on the ship until Klaus steps in and kills everyone's buzz. At the end of the trip, deep in the dungeons of Chen's Island, we see Zane, now covered in titanium and locked in a dark cell. Chen's Island is a luxurious resort equipped with lethal Mortal Kombat-style corridors and custom-tailored rooms for everyone. But the pampering is cut short. Find a Jade Blade in the first round or get eliminated. Lloyd escapes Klaus's dark magic. Jay defeats Bolobo while fighting wrapped in a bath towel, and Cole secures his blade inside a seismic fissure. Kai, distracted trying to impress Skylar, ends up without a weapon. In a dirty, improvised move, he unscrews Karloff's metal hand, steals the blade, and eliminates him. Chen casually and cruelly drops the big guy down a trapdoor. The ninjas find secret passages in the walls of Kai's room and spy on Skylar controlling fire. Lloyd's brain short-circuits at the thought that Kai might be flirting with a relative, a situation that makes Cole laugh at his misery. Wearing stolen cultist robes, the group sneaks into a nefarious underground ceremony. Chen uses a magical staff, already loaded with Zane's ice, to brutally siphon life in Karloff's power. The heat melts their chocolate camouflage, alerting the cult. After a violent escape running from a giant snake, the ninjas make it back to their rooms, but Jay leaves a torn piece of his clothing behind, and Klaus finds the evidence. Zane suffers through an identity crisis in his cell, but, guided by Pixel's voice, he accesses his backup drive and remembers everything. He is a rebuilt hero, and now, he is the Titanium Ninja. Chen's island offers no rest. The alarm blares, and Kai is thrown into a match against Ash, the Master of Smoke, on a sketchy suspension bridge over a volcano. After taking a heavy beating, Kai melts the bridge's ropes and snatches the Jade Blade mid-air. The real shock comes when Chen forces Jay and Cole to fight each other in the arena. Neuro manages to take a peek into Chen's spellbook and discovers the villain wants everyone's powers for a single spell. Even knowing the truth, the old tension between the two ninjas over Nia erupts into a genuine, brutal brawl. Chen tries to make things worse by releasing the Kandre Crushers into the arena. Brotherhood wins out. Jay and Cole drop the beef, join forces, and shred the machines. In the defining moment, Cole, who was about to win, tosses his weapon to Jay in an act of pure redemption, declaring that Nia always preferred his friend. He drops through a trapdoor into the dungeons, but he falls free from a massive emotional weight. Far away, piloting her mobile base, Nia crosses paths with the mechanical falcon and picks up Zane's signal blinking from an isolated island. The cavalry finally has a destination. Kai breathes a sigh of relief when Garmadon reveals that Skylar's power isn't fire, but amber. She just absorbs energy. They aren't related. The romance is back on track, and she easily defeats the Master of Sound. Frustrated by the friendly outcome between Jay and Cole, Chen punishes everyone. He strips the competitors of their luxury and forces them to sleep on cramped mattresses in the cafeteria. Underground, Cole discovers the misery of the noodle factory, working on the same conveyor belt as Karloff and Master Jacob. When Jacob tries to escape, Klaus drags him away to be fed to the giant snake. The next trial is an insane Mario Kart-style roller skating race, Lloyd versus Camille. Chen allows interference, and all the masters form a violent blockade against the Green Ninja, while Camille constantly shifts her appearance. Seeing defeat on the horizon, Kai speeds up and shouts Chen's true spell plan to the opponents. Neuro scans everyone's minds, confirms the truth, and completely flips the dynamic. The masters start protecting Lloyd instead. With Skylar manipulating gravity to prevent Chen from rigging the scoreboard, Lloyd crosses the finish line. The host tries to invent some absurd disqualification, but backs down and eliminates Camille when faced with a general boycott. It's a moral victory for them, but everyone knows that from now on, Chen will play to destroy. In the dungeons, Cole has a stroke of genius. He smuggles a message inside a fortune cookie up to the official banquet. The paper survives, and Kai is ecstatic to read that Zane is alive, reigniting the team's hope. But Chen is one step ahead. Aware of the Master's alliance through an embedded spy, the villain walks through the dining hall lying that the ultimate winner will receive his coveted staff of elements. The divide and conquer tactic works perfectly. Greed shatters their unity in an instant wave of intense paranoia. While the hall spirals into chaos, Cole fakes a collapse underground, takes a beating from the guards, but manages to swipe their keys in the scuffle. He unlocks Zane, and the two rain down explosive shurikens to escape Klaus's massive snake. However, Cole halts the escape. He refuses to abandon Karloff and the other prisoners, ensuring only that Zane makes it to the surface carrying Pixel's intact memory drive. In the Grand Hall, the hunt for the spy turns into a tactical interrogation suggested by Garmadon, checking for snake tattoos on the fighters' backs. The Master of Shadow tries to run, breaks Jay's leg, and conveniently takes the public blame. Skylar shows a clean back, and a deeply embarrassed Kai apologizes. Painful irony strikes in the throne room. Chen is pleasantly celebrating with the real traitor, Skylar. Cold and efficient, the girl used the power of form to hide her ink and calls the insane dictator father. It is a tragic end to Kai's romantic illusions. The tournament devolves into an open-air manhunt. Holding the survivors in a blimp high in the sky, Chen changes the terms. Whoever hunts down Nia in the tropical jungle advances straight to the grand finale, and then he pulls the floor out from under them. Lloyd and Garmadon clash as they are forced to share a useless parachute. In pure desperation, the boy summons his massive energy dragon for a controlled landing. Deep in the jungle, Nia notices the masters dropping in and employs guerrilla tactics, leaving samurai X markings on the trees that only her dojo brothers can understand. Oblivious to the ambushes, the sorcerer Klaus hijacks her gigantic armored base, using the radar to personally capture Mr. Pale and the Master of Shadow. Amidst the thick brush, Garmadon confesses bitter baggage from his past to Lloyd. He was a pupil of Emperor Chen, had his rivalry over Misako manipulated by Klaus, and betrayed humanity for the serpents. It's a genuinely dramatic moment of a patriarch owning up to his worst mistakes, driving home to Lloyd the sheer scale of the fanaticism they're up against. On the shoreline, Kai's illusions shatter. While escaping through a mud swamp with Skylar, she seals the river by freezing the water with ice. Zane's stolen power. The ninja freezes, realizing he's been sharing team secrets with the daughter of an insane dictator. Kai's emotional outburst boils the puddle in a fit of rage, but he ends up swallowed by Chen's creeping vines as the villain arrives to collect his daughter and capture the ninja. Fighting through the shadows, Nia regroups with Lloyd and Garmadon, pulling out the center page of the mystic ritual. Garmadon translates the hellish objective written on the page to convert the stolen subjects into a lethal new serpentine army using anachondrite genetics. They have initiated a plan to seal a second and definitive serpentine uprising in Ninjago. Inside the temple, the tension is palpable. Kai, Jay, and the other masters are chained up in Vengestone. Chen raises the staff, siphons everyone's powers, and drops the classic line, "Only one can remain." Kai is only spared because Skylar intervenes on his behalf. Outside, Lloyd, Nia, and Garmadon prep for the invasion. Meanwhile, two random guards decide to name themselves Kapow and Chop. In the underground factory, Jay, Cole, and Zane, now in titanium, secretly build a jet right under the guards' noses. Upstairs, Chen tries to seduce Kai with power and secrets about his parents. The rescue trio's invasion fails. Garmadon and Nia are captured, and Lloyd gets a heavy beatdown from Chen. Kai shows up standing next to the villain, and Garmadon hesitates to use Skylar as a hostage. But behind Chen's back, Kai winks at Nia. It was all an act. During the ceremony, Kai reveals his element of surprise. Skylar kicks the staff, and though Kai almost lets himself get corrupted by the raw energy, the team busts through the ceiling with the escape jet. Kai smashes the relic on the ground, returning the powers to their rightful owners. The room turns into a hurricane of spinjitzu. Chen and Klaus flee with Skylar as a hostage, but the island now belongs to the elemental masters, and Zane celebrates with some robotic dance moves. With the factory overtaken, the heroes sink Chen's transports. However, the villain realizes that Skylar has become an elemental battery capable of completing the spell, even if draining the energy proves fatal to her. Skylar escapes on a hoverboard, kicking off a frantic chase through the jungle. In the crossfire, Klaus intercepts Garmadon and opens a portal to the cursed realm. Proving that flexibility beats magic, Garmadon judo throws the sorcerer straight into his own abyss.
No! Just you!
Elsewhere, Zane crashes his vehicle and suffers a cybernetic crisis, haunted by a titanium dragon. Pixel recalibrates his mind. He needs to accept that he is now the titanium ninja. Once he embraces his new identity, his power skyrockets. In the icy caverns, Kai and Skylar fight, but Chen's chant is completed. His troops and Skylar herself undergo a bizarre mutation, achieving the impenetrable anachondrite form. The mutant squad hijacks the helicopters and heads straight for Ninjago. Aerial pursuit seemed impossible until Zane shows up riding a real titanium dragon, conjured by his sheer conviction. Breaking that psychological barrier inspires Kai, Skylar, and the other masters to unlock their own elemental mounts and launch an aerial counterattack. The anachondrite army discovers a logistical flaw. The spell is wearing off. For the transformation to be permanent, they need to absorb the true essence of a pure anachondrite. At Cryptarium Prison, Wu, Garmadon, and Lloyd seek the help of a bizarrely shrunken Pythor. He refuses, right up until Kapow and Chop breach security and steal the warden's keys, throwing the penitentiary into utter chaos. The heroes fight off gangs, stone warriors, and nindroids. During the fight, Pythor's sweat drips onto Garmadon, locking his fake scales in place forever. That's the secret. Chen needs to extract Pythor's primal fear. A ghostly squad captures the snake and tortures him at Chen's base, forcing him to run on a treadmill to escape a giant rat. The extraction extracted essence cements the troop's fake genome. Using noodle trucks as bait, Chen lures the heroes out to distant highways. When they discover the containers are empty, they realize their tragic mistake. The true deadly fleet invades the defenseless outskirts of Jamanakai village, mockingly opening fire. A new, cruel dawn has broken for the Serpentine War. The Anacondri army dominates the eastern borders. Chen hacks the television broadcasts and reveals that Garmadon forged Misako's famous love letter. Miles away, Pythor escapes riding the giant rat, finds the spell page, and discovers the catastrophic solution to reverse the magic. At the Corridor of Elders, the defenders clash with the scaled waves. Despite the bombardment from the Destiny's bounty, Chen uses the damaged rotojet to crack the dam and clear a path to the city. Navigating through the explosions, Pythor reaches the ship and reveals the cure to Lloyd. The doorway to the cursed realm must suck in the one who banished Arcturus's clan. Garmadon must sacrifice himself to curse Chen's entire counterfeit lineage. Heartbroken, Lloyd recites the incantation. Garmadon laments his past mistakes but accepts his fate and is swallowed by the demonic portal. In response, the spirits of Arcturus's elite despise Chen's mutation and drag him and his entire fake army into the darkness. The stained asphalt breathes peace. Pythor returns to his colossal size and the war ends, leaving Lloyd in mourning. However, from the remains of the portal, the cursed realm spits out a monster snarling a single name, Moro. At the Ninjago History Museum, the Lloyd display comes to life, and a bizarre spirit takes over the place. Meanwhile, the ninjas are fishing for a giant fangfish using their dragons. In the city, Wu opens the Steep Wisdom tea shop and sends his students out to hand out flyers without using their powers. Like any dissatisfied workers, they ignore the boss. Suddenly, a brutal gust of wind sweeps the street and strips them of all their elemental abilities. Called to the museum, Lloyd discovers that the night watchman has been possessed. The invading spirit attacks and ultimately takes absolute control of the green ninja's body. When the four powerless heroes return to the shop, they come face to face with Moro using their friend's body. The fight is a humiliating massacre. Without elemental energies, the ninjas are easily swept aside. The only way out is to flee on the Destiny's bounty. Nia steps on the gas, but Moro uses tethers of wind to drag the ship in an insane tug-of-war. Up in the skies, Wu drops a bombshell. Moro was his first student and is the elemental master of wind. Soon after, the ghost is seen flying right behind them on a corrupted version of Lloyd's dragon. Moro breaches the ship's deck, forcing the powerless team to use normal weapons. Cole and Jay face off against the ghost's swords, while Zane and Kai go down with Wu to copy the secret message from the master staff. Moro destroys the autopilot. To save Kai, Wu breaks the rules and throws his staff away, distracting the villain. The ghost chases after the relic, but the Destiny's bounty plummets and nosedives into the Forest of Tranquility. Wu comes clean about the past. He trained Moro and inflated his ego by promising him he'd be the Green Ninja. When the golden weapons rejected him, Moro snapped and vanished in search of the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master. Misako translates the staff's imprint. They need to learn air jitsu, but the scroll was stolen by the mercenary Ronin in Styx. Back at the shop, Wu drops another bombshell. Nia is the elemental master of water and needs to train in magic. The pressure is so high she faints. On the road to Styx, the team is ambushed by Wraith, Moro's henchman. A water tower collapses on top of him, blasting the ghost into goo. The playing field is leveled. Water is their kryptonite. In Styx, Kai suffers from his dread of water beneath the coastal city. At Ronin's pawn shop, the mercenary charges an absurd 450 for the Arjitsu scroll, thanks to Kai's terrible negotiation tactics. Far away, Nia refuses to give up her samurai X-suit. Wu gives her a leaky bucket to fill with water. Short-tempered, she kicks it into the lake and abandons her training, too blind to notice that the bucket filled up perfectly underwater. Their plan to scrape the money together falls apart when Zane blue screens over a fly, destroying the docks they were building. Out of options, they break into Ronin's stash to steal the scroll just as Moro arrives. Kai unlocks the arrow blades, the only weapons that can slice through spirits. In the chaos, Ronin escapes and Moro steals the scroll scot-free. To escape the collapsing deck, Kai signs over all the shares of Wu's tea shop to Ronin so he'll save them. Broke and scrollless, They're left with the worst shortcut to learn how to fly, surviving Sensei Yang's haunted temple. Ronin collects the deeds to the tea shop and points the team toward their only alternative, Sensei Yang's haunted temple. The local rule is lethal. Anyone who doesn't leave before sunrise turns into a ghost forever. Inside, the temple tests the group's deepest fears. The room floods, exploiting Kai's dread of water and forcing the ninjas to tie themselves together to survive. Far away, Moro attacks the ninjas' hideout. A ghost possesses Nia's armor to slaughter her, but the tension causes Nia to subconsciously summon a massive rainstorm that drives the spirits away. In the purgatory, the ninjas face duplicates of Moro, Jay's fear. Sensei Yang appears only to hand over the scroll with a wicked smile as the ninjas fade, signaling the deadline. The escape is frantic. In the panic of the doors closing, Cole drops the scroll. He cuts his bonds, retrieves the scroll, and makes his way to the exit. A second too late, Cole passes through the concrete amidst emerald smoke. He falls to his knees in lament. He had become a ghost. Heading to the Wailing Alps, air jitsu training takes place on the deck. The ninjas wear deep stone armor to prevent possession. The goal is to jump into the blind man's eye to reach the Cloud Kingdom and retrieve the Sword of Sanctuary. The climb is done in heavy mechs. Cole, dealing with his new ghost form, struggles to control his vehicle. Bancha screams, triggering an avalanche that destroys Kai's and Jay's machines. Using his curse to his advantage, Cole creates a snow body, stops the fall, and possesses Zane's mech to speed up the ascent. Moro pushes ahead, leaving his henchmen behind. During the tense battle, the Deep Stone saves Kai from being possessed. Zane ejects from his mech and rolls Gultar down the mountain like a giant snowball. Reaching the blind man's eye storm, Cole hesitates, fearing the drop, but all four dive in using air jitsu, leaving Moro empty-handed. Down below, Gultar's snowball lands straight into a cage set by Ronin.
Fresh catch of the day.
Bring him aboard. I want answers.
The team lands in the Cloud Kingdom, a dimension where monks write the destiny of Ninjago. Fenwick, the head monk, warns them that Moro's escape from the cursed realm broke the official script, turning everything into a mess. Moro also invades the cloud to steal the realm crystal and deliver it to the preeminent. Fenwick proves his cowardice by luring the ninjas into a chamber with a monster, handing Moro access to the sword on a silver platter. Cole uses his ghost form to unlock their escape route. At the altar, Moro already wields the sword, which anticipates every attack. He flees on a skiff, but the ninjas pursue him, thanks to a student monk who alters Fenwick's destiny out of revenge. Kai boards the enemy ship. Just as Moro is about to deliver a fatal blow, Lloyd's consciousness fights the possession for a deadly second. Kai snatches the sword, uses air jitsu, and lets the enemy vessel fall into the mountainside. With the sword in hand, they finally have the map to the sacred tomb. Aligning the Sword of Sanctuary with the symbols on the scroll, Misako reveals the exact coordinates of the creator's tomb. However, Ronin receives a telepathic ultimatum from Moro: steal the sword or die cursed. Ronin sneaks into the chambers. Nia, wielding the blade, gets a premonition of the mercenary trying to kiss her and reacts instantly with a kick. Despite this, Ronin takes her down, steals the sword, and flees Styx, handing the weapon over to Moro, who unravels the mysteries of the map. Without the sword and following a false trail, the team enters the Caves of Despair. Gultar ambushes them in an area filled with geysers of highly combustible quetanol. Just when death seemed certain, Ronin's automated vehicle, Rex, lands in the room and rescues them. Through an audio log, the mercenary makes up for his betrayal by giving them the ship and the real coordinates. The tomb rests beneath the coastal ocean. The Rex submarine drops the ninjas off at the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master and returns on autopilot, leaving them isolated underwater. On the surface, Wu, Misako, and Nia wait while Nia vents about her training frustrations. Down below, the heroes face 3 deadly trials. The first requires finding the right door out of 16, which is solved when Zane uses Spinjitzu. In the second, Cole realizes that a glowing staff is just a trap and takes a leap of faith into a dark abyss, guiding the group onto an icy slide. They land in an ice maze that reflects the future. Jay sees himself with Nia, but Cole panics when he notices he has no reflection. Moro sneak attacks them until Kai tricks him into breaking enough crystals for the ice to regenerate and immobilize him. In the final chamber, Zane extracts the realm crystal. Moro reappears holding Lloyd, now free from possession, as a hostage. Under pressure, Moro drops the crystal into the river and pushes Lloyd. Kai overcomes his fear of water and saves his friend, but Moro uses the distraction to snatch the stone and escape through a portal. Despite the tactical defeat, the team rejoices at having Lloyd back. As Ninjago celebrates New Year's Eve, Moro uses the realm crystal and Styx to open the cursed realm and unleash an army of ghosts. At the tea shop, Cyrus Borg gifts Cole, Jay, and Zane with new vehicles, but only gives Kai a bandana and completely ignores Lloyd. Kai realizes that Nia is the secret weapon. Her water is kryptonite to spirits.
Protect the realm crystal!
In Styx, Wu and Misako's disguise fails, and they are captured. The team pushes through by sheer force to let Lloyd reach the crystal. Moro intercepts the green ninja, only to discover it was Nia in disguise. She melts the surrounding ghosts, but is eventually overpowered. The real Lloyd joins the fight. With Ronin raining coins from the sky to destabilize Moro, Lloyd reaches the artifact. However, the ghost plays his final card. Destroying the crystal would erase any chance of Lloyd ever seeing his father again. Lloyd freezes. Before he can react, the tentacles of the preeminent, the cursed realm itself in physical form, rip through the portal and drag the boy into the darkness. The preeminent emerges from the water and Styx, forcing the evacuation of civilians. In the belly of the beast, the cursed realm itself, Lloyd finds Garmadon in chains. His father orders Lloyd to sacrifice everything to destroy the creature and save Ninjago. Wearing his father's robes, Lloyd escapes and resumes his cross-dimensional battle against Moro. In Styx, the ninjas destroy the docks to drop the preeminent into the sea, but the ghosts arm the creature with debris and houses so it can walk on water. Near the ocean abyss, the beast crushes the ship. Encouraged by Wu, Nia unlocks her true potential and raises a colossal tsunami. The wave swallows the preeminent, dragging it into the trench and destroying the cursed realm forever. Moro tries to flee, but is caught by a tentacle. Wu attempts to save him, but the ghost, accepting his end, hands over the realm crystal and lets go, dissolving into the water. Garmadon's sacrifice saved the world, and a now wiser Lloyd is back leading the team. After defeating the preeminent, the ninjas have become celebrities. Dareth is now the team's manager, forcing them to shoot movies and run away from teenage fans. On the ship, Cole accidentally discovers he can turn invisible, and Nia destroys training bots. Frustrated with the boys constantly protecting her, Wu warns them that the ghost Klaus survived the destruction and is wandering through Styx. There, Klaus finds the teapot of Tyron and frees the Jin Nadakon. Klaus asks to become mortal again, but the pain of the transformation is unbearable. Nadakon tricks him into wishing for it all to go away, trapping him inside the teapot. Now free, Nadakon discovers that his sky pirate crew was banished, and that he needs the realm crystal, currently with the ninjas, to rescue them. To destabilize the team, he frames the heroes with forged footage of them committing crimes, turning the police and the furious public against them. The ninjas are forced to split up and run, while Wu bumps into Nadakon in the city. On the run and plastered across newspaper covers as criminals, the ninjas try to lay low. Through the TV, they discover the police commissioner has hired Ronin to hunt them down. At the precinct, Nadakon uses illusions to trick Misako and extracts the location of the realm crystal. As a thank you, he traps her in the teapot of Tyron. Unaware of this, the ninjas reunite in secret and split into pairs to investigate the Jin's past. Ronin's hunt is ruthless. The mercenary exploits every single one of their flaws. He hacks Zane to take down Lloyd, runs over Kai and Nia in a trap, and brutally beats down Jay and Cole. In record time, the entire team is arrested. With the path clear, Nadakon breaches Hiroshi's labyrinth and steals the realm crystal. With the artifact in hand and the city's defenders locked up, the genie has everything he needs to rescue his old crew. In Cryptarium prison, the ninjas lose their powers due to Vengestone handcuffs. Dareth tries to help with a cake baked full of escape tools, but Cole accidentally devours it all. In the cafeteria, Captain Soto reveals that the Jin's weakness is Tiger Widow venom. An insult from Cole sparks a massive food fight, forcing Pixel to electrocute inmates to save Zane, which lands the team in solitary confinement. Far away, Nadakon visits Ninjago only to find it collapsing due to the destruction of the cursed realm. Armed with the Sword of Souls, he absorbs the souls of Wu, Misako, and Klaus. Consumed by grief and vengeance, the pirate departs. At the prison, Lloyd picks the locks with a fork. The team escapes through the sewers alongside Soto, who warns them that the map to the venom is aboard the ship Misfortune's Keep. Ironically, Natakan finds a picture of Nia and discovers she is identical to his lost love. In their search for Misfortune's Keep, the team splits up. Natakan isolates Jay and exploits his romantic insecurities regarding Nia. Pressured into wishing for wealth, Jay discovers he inherited the estate of his deceased biological father, the actor Cliff Gordon. The riches came at the cost of pain. During a sky pirate attack, Natakan twists Kai's wishes on the beach. The ninja asks for girls to be crazy about him and is swarmed by rabid fangirls. Exhausted, he wishes for the madness to stop, and the genie seals Kai's soul inside the Sword of Souls. In the chaos, Cole sneaks aboard the enemy ship and steals the Venom map. The sniper Flintlock fires a shot. The bullet passes straight through Cole's ghostly body and shatters the realm crystal right behind him. Map in hand, the ninjas escape and watch in horror as Natakan rips chunks out of Ninjago to turn them into a floating archipelago. Hiding out at Cliff Gordon's mansion, Cole discovers the wishes Jay has been hiding. While the news shows Natakan stealing Ninjago's landmasses to recreate Ninjago in the sky, the team uses Gordon's yacht to reach Tiger Widow Island. On the journey, Zane tries to trap Natakan in a logical chess web using meticulous wishes. The genie plays dirty and threatens to delete Pixel, forcing the Nindroid to spend his final wish to save her, resulting in his capture by the Sword of Souls. On the island, Cole exposes Jay's lies, infuriating Nia. Jay goes alone to extract the venom from the colossal spider, but Natakan ambushes him on the bridge, throws his canteen into the abyss, and kidnaps the ninja. The team seems defeated until Nia reveals she had secretly swapped the flasks. They have the real venom and set off to rescue their friend. A prisoner on the flying ship, Jay is forced to scrub the hull using a heavy Vengestone ball. Natakan's goal is to break his spirit and force his third wish. The genie's true plan is to marry Nia on Jin soil, granting him the title of king and infinite wishes for himself. Despite the torture, Jay refuses to break. He fakes an injury to distract the guards, throws a distress message into the sea inside a bottle, and stages an escape. The price is high. Natakan forces him to fight the entire crew, leaving Jay battered and with the eye patch from his nightmare future. On the island, Nia, Lloyd, and Cole fail to build a makeshift raft and are attacked by giant eels. At the height of despair, the police commissioner and Ronin arrive with a rescue boat. They apologize for the false criminal charges and hand over Jay's bottle, rescued from the sea. Making amends and with their friend's location in hand, the heroes gear up for war. In Ninjago City, Cole, Lloyd, and Nia have no time to lose. Using the blueprints on the back of Jay's distress note, they build a makeshift flying vehicle and infiltrate the massive floating landmass in disguise. Cole sneaks into Natakan's quarters to poison the captain's drink, but finds Jay completely exhausted and battered. Friendship speaks louder. He focuses on freeing his friend, and the Tiger Widow venom is left behind. The escape, however, goes completely south. They try to hijack a zeppelin full of pirates and end up captured. Natakan plays dirty and corners the heroes on the plank. Either Nia agrees to the absurd marriage, or they take a plunge to their certain deaths. Left with no choice, desperation sets in, and the accidental wish show begins. Cole wishes for them to be stronger, inadvertently breaking their chains but losing control of his elemental powers. Nia wastes a wish, grumbling to herself. Lloyd wishes for Flintlock to have terrible aim to prevent a lethal shot, causing the sniper to shoot his own foot and blow up a ship. The situation spirals out of control on the magically frozen deck. Lloyd uses his penultimate resort to wish to be as wise as Master Wu. The problem with magical literalism is that he gains a sound mind but instantly ages into an old man. With the ship plummeting after another of Cole's botched wishes, everyone falls into the clouds. The now gray-haired Lloyd realizes the only safe wish left is Jay's. With a risky maneuver and his own final wish, Lloyd cuts through the solid clouds, tossing Jay and Nia far away from Natakan. The elderly Lloyd and Cole are punished and imprisoned within the Sword of Souls, while the couple conjures a massive elemental water and lightning dragon, escaping under the cover of the police's cannons. The escape came at a high cost, with the police force sacrificing themselves to stall the pirates. The commissioner literally swallows a map and jumps out of a helicopter into the sea.
Look on the bright side. They still don't know where to look.
Bright side, they've stranded him.
Jay and Nia seek refuge at Dr. Julian's isolated lighthouse. On the ship, mistrust eats away at the crew. Flintlock confronts Nadakon about the forced marriage going against the pirate code and ends up demoted to swabbing the deck as punishment. At the fortified lighthouse, the couple recruits Echo Zane, a rusty version of the android left behind years ago. The downtime is short-lived. Using a magical mirror, the villain tracks down the fugitives. Observing Nia's constant frustration at always being the target, her motivations become clear. She wants to steer her own ship. Soon, the pirates breach the walls. The fight is brutal. Echo Zane tries to hold off the battalion but short-circuits and falls apart as soon as the genie lands. Totally cornered in the basement with only enough traveler's tea for one person to pass through the escape portal, the ultimate decision of the night arrives. Jay hands the tea and the only anti-genie weapon to Nia, ready to sacrifice himself and protect her. In an unexpected move, she reveals that she chose her own destiny the moment she met him. Trusting the ninja, Nia unceremoniously throws him through the portal, left entirely alone against dozens of pirates to buy him time. Nia fights with everything she has, but the inevitable happens, and she too becomes a prisoner of the megalomaniac. Jay lands face first in his biological parents' junkyard. The physical impact is nothing compared to the moral blow of finding himself alone, but his dad quickly cuts off the self-pity, questioning what kind of junkyard kid can't scrape together parts and rally friends in an emergency. Jay buys into the idea and assembles the lowest budget hero squad possible in Ninjago: Captain Soto, Skylar, the newly repaired Echo Zane, the police commissioner, and Ronin, all for the promising Operation Land Ho. Thousands of feet away, the drums roll for the forced wedding. Nia screams that she will never accept it as she gets shoved into a wedding dress. Taking advantage of the floating chunks of the city, Jay's supergroup arrives in Ninjago. The plan was to stealthily wish the villain mortal. However, he falls into a trap, and the villain's henchmen spot him, ruining any chance of Jay remaining undetected. Out of options, and with the wedding speeding along outside, Jay brutally changes tactics. While the new team holds the line on the rooftops, the Lightning Boy gets his hands on a massive prize, the Sword of Souls itself. Knowing full well the fate of his original friends, Jay willingly gets sucked into the blade's energy labyrinth. As expected, his former team, Master Wu and Misako, lie in a zombified trance. The explosive reunion rips everyone out of the sword in record time. With the explosions cleaning up some goons outside, a restored Ninjago army emerges from the smoke. For the first time after hours of hell, Jay finally asks the best question: who's up for crashing a cursed wedding? It feels like the end of the world, the perfect time to crash a wedding. The ninja prep their attack on the Temple of Airjitsu, knowing that without the Tiger Widow venom, their chances of success are slim. The plan is to stop the ceremony before Nadakon achieves supreme power and destroys both Ninjago and Ninjago. At the temple, the ceremony is already underway. The ninja burst in with a classic "I object," but they're too late. Nadakon finishes the vows, hits all-powerful status, knocks Nia out, gags Jay, and spawns dozens of clones. He even has time to banish his own crew to random realms. Only Flintlock and Dogshank break through the barrier and bump into the ninja outside. Out of options, heroes and pirates join forces. They hijack Nadakon's own ship, wipe out the clones, and Jay finally secures the coveted venom. The strategy is to create an insane opening for Flintlock to take the kill shot. Meanwhile, the Jin uses Nia's body to resurrect Dialara, his former love. The ninja interrupt by literally crashing the ship into the temple. During the showdown, Nadakon turns the entire team into gold statues, leaving only Jay standing. That's when Flintlock pulls the trigger. But victory exacts a swift toll. The venom ricochets and hits Nia, who doesn't survive and dies in Jay's arms. With the villain on the ground, Nadakon offers one final wish. In a stroke of genius, Jay simply wishes Nia had taken his hand back at the start and that the cursed teapot had never been found. Time rewinds. Only Jay and Nia remember the hell they went through, securing their happy ending, while the dangerous artifact ends up buried in some random city junkyard. On the day of the departed, Dr. Saunders unveils the Hall of Villainy at the museum, featuring mannequins of the team's greatest foes. During the tour, Cole physically begins to fade, ignored by his friends. Drawn by a yin blade on the wall, he instinctively follows a spectral voice to the abandoned temple of Airjitsu to face the ghost of Master Yang. Missing an attack, the sword strikes the stone floor, unleashing a sinister wave that tears open the borders to the departed realm. The old villains possess their mannequins in a hunt for eternal life orchestrated by Yang. However, their ambushes fail. Surprisingly peaceful, Moro's ghost appears to Wu and snitches on the plan. Warned, the ninja fight back, decimating the monsters and sending each one back into mystical nothingness. In the sky, Yang tries to humiliate Cole for his invisible frailty, but upon seeing his dragon soaring through the air with his family screaming his name, the Earth Ninja awakens his true power. His fists turn into solid mallets, and he shatters the curse in midair. Cole tries to save Yang from the collapsing pillar, but the master tosses him through the final flash of the spatial rift. Waking up in the sacred rubble, Cole stands up, solid, breathing, and human once again, securing a new official hideout for the team in the old, gloomy manor. In the ruins of the monastery of Spinjitzu, peace is short-lived. Master Wu watches the clock until a literal time vortex opens in the sky. Out steps Acronix, one of the time twins, dropping heavy hints, and the brawl begins. While the two old enemies clash, the ninja are cleaning up the Museum of History. Sweeping up, Kai stumbles upon an old painting of his parents, agonizing over his unknown origins. Shortly after, Cole finds a painting of Wu and Garmadon fighting two unknown guys. The museum curator, Dr. Saunders, shows up with some questionable tea and bursts their bubble. He claims the painting is a myth about the elemental masters of time, Crux and Acronix, brothers who could control the universe. Spoiler, it's not a myth at all. On the mountain, Acronix fakes a surrender to stall Wu until the exact right moment. At 6 p.m., a time blade falls from the sky, sending out a shockwave that fast-forwards the entire world's time by a minute. In the blink of an eye, the ninja are teleported onto the Destiny's Bounty, and Dareth and Ronin face-plant on the floor of the Temple of Air Jitsu. Acronix grabs the blade, gets an absurd upgrade, and hits Wu with the time punch, which rapidly accelerates the master's aging. The ninja tear through the sky just in time to save the old man from falling off a cliff, but Acronix escapes by overloading the relic. To cap off the night, Acronix meets up with Dr. Saunders in the back alleys. In a slightly pathetic but effective move, the curator rips off his fake mustache and reveals the truth. He is Crux. The time twins are back. At the Temple of Air Jitsu, the vibe is like a premature funeral. Master Wu is visibly wrecked by the time punch, while the ninja fire off a chaotic interrogation. When he finally manages to speak, Wu tells the whole story. 40 years ago, during the Serpentine Wars, Acronix and Crux betrayed the Elemental Alliance to control the timeline and rule the world. Wu and Garmadon forged 4 chronosteel blades to drain their powers, banishing the twins into a vortex. Wu knew Acronix would return today of all days. While Wu passes out from exhaustion, we see the villain's dynamic. Acronix is blown away by modern conveniences, whereas Crux, who has been hiding under a fake identity all this time, furiously despises every new innovation in the city. Downtown, tech mogul Cyrus Borg launches the new Borg Watch. The presentation is violently hijacked by a bizarre, heavily armored warrior. The ninja arrive, Cole lands a punch, and they discover there's no guy inside the armor. It's a colony of red snakes that reconstruct themselves like living clay. It's the brutal introduction of the Vermilion. The time twins send in more fighters, and chaos breaks loose. Zane tries to save Borg but runs into Dr. Saunders. The genius is kidnapped, and Zane suffers a total system failure, dropping dead to the floor. Nia and Jay handle the threat by mixing water and electricity, but the real disaster is safely tucked underground. Down there, a colossal nest full of Vermilion eggs ready to hatch and flood Ninjago. Things aren't looking good. The city's greatest genius is missing. Zane suffered a heavy short circuit, Wu is fading, and the time twins are roaming free with chronological control. Kai goes to the museum alone to investigate the Vermilion helmet's origins. In the Samurai X cave, the team combs through security footage and spots a green blur of Acronix. But the real spine chiller is catching Dr. Saunders' face in the background. The penny drops that the curator is a traitor, and Kai is walking straight into the lion's den. In the lair, Crux teaches his brother how to command the Sea of Armored Snakes, a ruthless hive mind led by 3 generals, Ragmonk, Blunk, and the telepathic Makia. At the museum, Kai lowers his guard while admiring his parents' painting. Saunders approaches like a harmless mentor to stall him, but the disguise crumbles instantly when his damn fake mustache catches on a statue and falls off. Kai connects the dots. The fight kicks off immediately, but Crux delivers a monstrous psychological blow. He reveals that Kai and Nia's parents were traitors who fought alongside Acronix and Crux.
Your parents were traitors!
The lie cuts so deep it shatters Kai, leaving him frozen mid-fight, unable to defend himself. Luckily, Nia comes tearing through the museum doors at the last second, blasting the goons. She snaps Kai out of his trance, but the Time Twins manage to escape with the relic and their VIP hostage. The only option is to head back to the cave and figure out a way to revive Zane before a bigger catastrophe hits. Master Wu's condition is critical. The time punch is eating away at his vitality, aging him months in a matter of hours. Stubborn as ever, he asks Misako to hide the problem from his students to keep the team's morale from tanking, and Lloyd's position as leader is already shaky. The kid tortures himself with guilt for not being with Wu, and the ninja make it worse by sarcastically calling him master in training. Fueled by adrenaline, they just want to hit the streets and hunt snakes, ignoring Lloyd's plea for a strategy. Out of patience, the team impulsively heads into a war zone. On the streets, the Vermilion launch Operation Heavy Metal. They vacuum up every metal object in Ninjago, even stealing Dareth's fake trophies, leading to the tragicomic scene of Ronin breaking his own leg to save the dojo master. Meanwhile, the workshop turns into a battlefield. The reptiles invade the lab to slice Zane apart, but Pixel triggers a violent energy surge, frying everything. Amid the relief, Nia faces another loss. The chest holding her old Samurai X suit is completely empty. Cornered near a power plant by thousands of regenerating enemies, the ninja's exhaustion peaks. Lloyd finally embraces his leadership with a cool head. Taking note of the industrial setting, he devises the perfect play. Zane hooks up to the local turbine cables, and Jay fires a colossal elemental blast into the system. The titanium ninja turns into a brutal electromagnet, painfully ripping all the iron off the Vermilion, dismembering the beasts, and forcing the naked snakes to flee into the sewers. The genius move restores Lloyd's authority and reboots Zane's system, but spirits plummet again. Pixel's consciousness code has vanished from the Matrix. To make matters worse, they realize the biggest metallic paradise in the city is the unprotected junkyard owned by Jay's parents, sending the lightning ninja sprinting away in pure agony. At the Mega Monster amusement park, the team tries to stop the metal theft. Lloyd shoulders the burden of leadership, dispatching Zane and Cole to save the civilians, while Nia curses whoever stole her suit, and Kai finds a strange symbol inside a Vermilion helmet. Only then do they realize Jay is gone. The guy is busy at his parents' junkyard fighting his own reptile apocalypse. He electrocutes the invaders, but the snakes dismantle his bike, leaving Ed and Edna in the line of fire. Far away, the slow-mo time blade drops into the desert, and thanks to the Borg watch, the twins track it instantly. Makia redirects the army to retrieve the sword, but not before they kidnap Jay's mom. Devastated, Jay is given a regular bike by his dad, which immediately falls apart. With no time to cry, father and son pull a MacGyver in the scrap pile and turn everything into a lightning bike. In the desert, things go south. Ragmonk makes the ninja crash their ship and steals the blade. Managing the impressive feat of shooting his own troops, he and Blunk fight over the prize and create a giant time bubble that swallows entire armies. That's when Jay comes tearing in on his bike. He breaks the blockade, rescues his mom, kicks the blade away, and realizing he has no brakes, yells for the team to save his dad. Lloyd uses the newly recovered artifact to freeze the enemies, and the team escapes on the last jet. Keeping her cool, Makia assures her bosses that the sword hasn't been lost forever. Security at the Temple of Erjitsu doesn't last long. Instead of studying the blade, Jay, Zane, and Cole use it to mess around slicing toys in slow motion. Nia tries to track her Samurai X suit, while Kai digs through archives looking for the military symbol. In the lair, Crux and Acronics chew out their generals. Borg's scanner in hand, Makia points out the obvious. Follow the signal and march straight through the hero's front door. At the temple, an exhausted Wu wakes up, warning them not to let pride blind the team. He recognizes the helmet Kai brought in the exact second snakes burst into the courtyard, fusing into a giant warrior that Kai and Nia chuck outside. Down below, catapults sink the Destiny's bounty, forcing Misako to defend herself by smacking a snake with a frying pan. Lloyd unleashes his dragon to destroy the artillery, but loses control and goes into a free fall. Just when a fatal drop seemed guaranteed, the mysterious Samurai X cuts through the sky and catches him. Nia tries to rip off the imposter's mask, but a shot brings the mystery hero down. In a stunning display of teamwork, Cole tosses the blade to Wu, disarming Acronics, while Lloyd disarms Crux. The team team celebrates, thinking they've won, completely forgetting their master's warning. At the peak of ninja hubris, Makia steps up, steals both blades, freezes them all, and drags Wu onto an escape ship. When the paralysis wears off, the reality hits hard. They have no weapons, no base, and no ship. Kicking a helmet on the ground, Kai unlocks a repressed memory of an old forge and realizes who truly crafted the enemy's gear. In the swamp, the villains are throwing a full-blown party. Makia gets a promotion, and Wu is locked in a cell. Acronic celebrates the moment by posting a selfie, nearly giving the analog-loving Crux a heart attack. Back at the ruined temple, the ninja urgently need a plan. Misako pulls the Destiny's Shadow out of storage, an armored tactical boat. Lloyd heads into the sewers with Jay, Cole, and Zane. Nia returns to her cave, while Kai decides to dig up answers in his old village. Before splitting up, he confesses that the symbol used by the enemies belonged to their parents, feeding into Crux's lie that they were traitors. Nia firmly denies it, and her brother punches the ship's console in a fit of rage. At the museum, a punch from Cole blows Crux's lab wide open. In the cave, Nia throws hands with the new Samurai X, who uses a digital voice modifier, ruining any chance of guessing their identity. In the ruins of the old weapons forge, Kai stumbles upon a hidden stash and pulls out a double-bladed weapon identical to the enemy's arsenal. The nightmares are real. Under the city pipes, the crew tracks down Scales. The Serpentine reveals that the beasts in the museum are strictly amateur hour. The real ones are direct spawns of the Great Devourer. To forge a pure empire, the twins are holed up in a swamp complex off the map. Scales hands over the route and flees for safety. The boat sets sail for real combat. The whole group realizes that the rescue mission will inevitably end in a tense, lead-filled family reunion. The team lands in the swamp and divides their missions. Zane tracks Borg, Jay and Cole search for civilians, Lloyd scours the shadows to rescue Wu, and Kai pulls Nia along to settle the score with their parents. In the damp warehouses, Jay and Cole find Karloff and the crew of extorted blacksmiths molding shields based on Kai's dad's designs. Cole convinces the working class to quickly weld the scrap into a giant ladder and escape. Nearby, the time machine completed by Borg attracts terror. The pause time blade plunges into the Montaigne, freezing everything. An accidental slip ruins Lloyd's chances, dropping his cage and forcing the enemies onto another route without saving Wu. To top it off, the great Cole Broke attracts the reptiles, who gang up to slaughter Jay and a breathless Earth ninja. Far off, Kai pushes open the doors to the main workshop. Kai flies straight at his own father's throat in a heavy brawl until Nia punches through the barriers. That's when Maya drops the truth bomb. Their parents never forged weapons for the bad guys. They created the time blade specifically to strip the twins of their immortality. The dirty trick was Crux, in disguise, imprisoning their parents and threatening Kai and Nia's lives to force them to build vermilion armor. This peace of mind hits the floor when Ray guarantees there's a cure for Wu's fatal aging, the reversal time blade, hidden in a vault that can only be unlocked with fire and water. Just as their parents push them out to go save the day, the escape route reveals Crux and armed goons, proving beyond a doubt that the endgame has begun. The clock is ticking to save Wu from the time punch. Guided by Ray and Maya, Kai and Nia plot a course for the boiling sea, while the rest of the team deals with the Vermilion army. Zane raises an ice dome and picks up Cyrus Borg's signal. Outnumbered, the ninja steal enemy armor, pull off a risky snake cosplay, and infiltrate the base without breaking a sweat. There, they find Borg and the time machine, the Iron Doom. Cyrus reveals he installed a self-destruct code but made the mistake of forgetting his own password. Meanwhile, Kai and Nia dive into the boiling sea. The place is hostile, and the ceiling starts collapsing on them, forcing the siblings to summon the fusion dragon to escape alive with the reversal time blade in hand. Back at the base, the ninja's disguise falls apart when Jay can't keep his mouth shut. Cornered, the mysterious Samurai X suddenly appears, running over soldiers in the Samurai VXL. Chaos truly breaks loose when Kai and Nia arrive with the cure, but Crux and Acronix intercept the rescue. In the confusion, Ray throws himself in front of an attack to save Kai and takes a hit from the time punch. The twins freeze the room, kick the heroes aside, and flee with the Iron Doom straight into a time vortex. Without a second thought, Kai and Nia take off on the fusion dragon and dive into the dark portal right behind them. The vortex closes, leaving the rest of the team stranded in the swamp. Maya warns them, Ray carries the same curse as Wu, and without the reversal time blade, all they can do is wait. Crossing the fabric of time, the twins land exactly 40 years in the past, right at the moment the original blades were banished. Kai and Nia are hiding inside the machine itself, trying to protect an unconscious Wu without breaking the golden rule of time travel. But that rule goes out the window. The twins unleash the Vermilion against the old elemental masters. Seeing the young Wu about to be wiped out, Kai and Nia step in to teach the old masters how to fight the snakes. Losing patience, Crux and Acronix betray their own generals, deconstruct the army, and fuse the snakes into the machine, creating an impenetrable colossus. The past crumbles. Young Wu surrenders. The future is rewritten, and Zane regresses into his rustic version. Nia remembers her mother's story and runs into the forest of the past, finding the untouched reversal time blade. They rewind the clock just enough to correct the mistake and dive into the portal after the villains. Inside the vortex, Wu wakes up cured and makes his final move. He yanks out the blade, throws Kai and Nia back to the present, and falls into the Iron Doom, heading into an unknown future with the twins. Back in the present, the timeline stabilizes and Ray is cured. But the weight of Wu's absence is felt by everyone. In silence, the group officially passes the torch to the only one capable of guiding them, Master Lloyd. A full year has passed since Wu and the Iron Doom vanished. During the Day of the Dragon celebrations, their tentative peace is shattered. The Sons of Garmadon break into Borg Tower to steal the Oni Mask of Vengeance. Lloyd intercepts them, but Mr. E escapes with the artifact. Temporary retirement is over. The team is fragmented. Nia is dealing with rogue samurai, Cole and Jay are digging through old monasteries looking for Wu, while Kai and Zane are busting heads at the docks. Reunited at the crime scene, Hutchins, the palace's master of arms, brings the heroes up to speed. The Sons of Garmadon want all the masks, and the royal family holds the Oni Mask of Deception. The ninja accept the bodyguard gig and meet Princess Harumi, who leaves Lloyd completely smitten. She reveals she's a massive fan of theirs, breaking through Nia's tough exterior. The palace is a luxury complete with a royal banquet, which Cole resists in a tragic vow of fasting until they find Wu. The honeymoon phase ends at nightfall. Kai and Nia catch Hutchins sneaking around suspiciously. Taking advantage of the tension, Lloyd slips away to make sure the princess is safe, only to discover that Harumi's room is completely empty. The search for the princess leads Lloyd to the rooftops, where he chases a figure he believes to be a kidnapper. He nearly falls to his death but is saved by the victim herself. Harumi in a hoodie delivering food to street kids in an unlikely setup. The moment almost goes south when a gang shows up, but the mysterious Samurai X clears the area just in time. The next day, Lloyd's stealth skills become a running joke among the ninja, but the mood quickly turns sour when he overhears the Emperor and Empress forbidding Harumi from mingling with commoners. Following Hutchins, Cole descends into the palace tunnels and discovers that the foundations are rigged with explosives. Before he can fully deliver the warning, the royal palace is blown to pieces. Ultraviolet and Mr. E smash through the doors. In the mask vault, Mr. E puts on the Mask of Vengeance, grows 4 arms, and pins the ninja to the ground, forcing Kai to incinerate the Mask of Deception. The twist comes from Hutchins, who confesses he forged the burned mask. He hands the real one to Lloyd, tells him to flee with Harumi, and stays behind to hold the line. The escape through the ruined streets culminates at the sea, sheltering the princess aboard the Destiny's Bounty. When the others board, reality hits hard. The Emperor, the Empress, and Hutchins did not survive. Looking at the trail of ashes, Lloyd promises Harumi they will hunt down those responsible to the bitter end. The getaway continues on the Destiny's Bounty. Hiding Princess Harumi is now the top priority, and the mission shifts to finding out who leads the Sons of Garmadon faction through an interrogation. Cole and Zane head to the police station armed with Mistaki's Tea of Truth. The brilliant plan backfires when a prisoner bumps into Cole and mixes up the cups. Naturally, Cole drinks the Tea of Truth and not only confesses to peeing in the pool, but also spills the team's location and powers. Luckily, the suspect also loosens his tongue and reveals the gang's hangout spot, Laffy's Bar. At the tea shop, Lloyd and Jay drink the Tea of Enlightenment and discover that the villains want to resurrect only the darkest essence of Lord Garmadon, stripping away the father Lloyd had once saved. Infiltrating Loffies requires absolute discretion. Cole sports a pathetic fake mustache, while Zane adopts the holographic identity of the hardcore biker Snake Jaguar. To maintain his cover, Zane throws Cole under the bus, forcing him onto the stage to sing a children's song. The disastrous performance causes the mustache to fall off. Cole is recognized and immediately captured by Ultraviolet. Zane plays his villainous act so methodically that during the escape, he pins Lloyd down on the rooftops to let Mr. E get away alive. The Green Ninja almost strikes back, but recognizes the shurikens and catches on. The infiltration plan has only just begun. Zane's double agent life picks up the pace in the Sons of Garmadon's underground base. To prove his worth, the Brute Kilo demands he participate in an underground deadly biker race. Lacking a ride, Zane confiscates Ultraviolet's bike, as she had been banned from racing by the faction's anonymous leader, the Quiet One. Cole racks his brain trying to escape his Vengestone cell. The guards mention a box that supposedly holds the key to the third mask. Cole knocks out the watchman and opens the box, only to find a crying baby. Left with no choice, the ninja gets into a tug of war with Ultraviolet to protect the infant, slams the door in her face, and flees with the child in his arms. During the race, the infiltration crumbles. The Quiet One warns that Snake Jaguar is a spy. Zane's holographic camouflage glitches and his fuel leaks, forcing Nia and Harumi to deploy a flying mech bike to save him from being run over by train cars. The isolated chase leaves only Zane and Mr. E on the asphalt. After their bikes plunge off a cliff, they prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Zane's ultimate shock comes when Mr. E casually snaps a severed arm back onto his shoulder like a Lego piece. The final realization hits. Mr. E is a Nindroid. Zane's hesitation upon discovering another Nindroid costs him dearly. Capitalizing on his shock, Mr. E reduces him to a tragic pile of mangled metal, plants a tiny mechanical spider inside his circuits, and transmits a coded message. The team finds the broken hero and brings him to the Destiny's Bounty, where Pixel warns that he will have to reboot his own vital functions solo. On the ship, the mysterious baby's incessant crying becomes a major issue until Harumi proves to be the only voice of reason, soothing the child with a lullaby. Far away beneath a violent storm, Lloyd and Harumi almost share a classic kiss in the rain, but Lloyd loses his nerve and backs away, stammering apologies. The real turning point happens with Cole in the hallways. While scolding the baby, he notices the tattered blanket wrapped around the child is actually a detailed map. Lloyd points out the inevitable. They need to head to Primeval's Eye, an unexplored, lethal jungle, but the villain's trap springs. The implanted spider shreds Zane's main wiring. Through the electronic breach, it broadcasts on the screens that Pixel is the new Samurai X. At the exact moment her hijacked mech captures Harumi, Lloyd dives from the ship, using the map as a makeshift shield to save the girl, fracturing his arm on impact. Zane wakes up in the nick of time and smashes the sabotaging spider, but the thrusters fail completely. The Destiny's Bounty plummets brakeless into the green abyss. Lost in the tropical jungle of Primeval's Eye, Lloyd ignores his fractured arm to act as a human shield for Harumi in the hostile ecosystem. What his blind instincts fail to catch are the chilling subtleties happening behind his back. The princess flashes sadistic smiles as she watches the lethal hazards unfold. While tracking the Oni temple, the aftermath of the crash demands the other's attention. Inside the twisted wreckage of the ship, Zane openly confesses to Pixel how deeply proud he is of her missions as the new Samurai X. But the real shocker lands in the metal diner. Jay catches the diaper-clad infant meticulously preparing his tea and declaring with firm words that a ninja never quits. Nia's analytical mind puts the pieces together. The reversal blade in the temporal clash didn't just cure Master Wu, it rewound his entire metabolism, turning the wise old master into a child. The joyful weight of Wu's return is short-lived. Pixel tracks the Quiet One's vital command signal. The electronic trail stops dead without any loose ends at the exact location of the Destiny's Bounty. It isn't a hidden traitor, it's Harumi. With the danger decoded, the ninja dash to warn Lloyd in time, but they are ambushed by Ultraviolet and her brutal legions, turning the rescue mission to dust. Utterly oblivious to these layers of deceit and sliding down ancient banisters in search of the ancestral mask, Lloyd Garmadon carries his sealed doom on his back, while the princess's sharp, untamed smile reaches the peak of her calculated terror. Deep within the Oni temple, Lloyd finally uncovers the naked truth. Princess Harumi is the quiet one. Unmasked, she tries to seduce him, but the trap quickly devolves into a brawl. During the exchange of blows, Harumi reveals with sadistic pride that the team's baby is, in fact, Master Wu. The fight ends at the edge of an abyss. Lloyd throws the mask of hatred over, but the villain dives after it and puts it on. With a demonic voice and now immune to damage, she swears to make Lloyd feel the pain of losing his family at the hands of Lord Garmadon. Leveraging her invincibility, Harumi brings the temple down to crush him and escapes. Outside, the princess reunites with the sons of Garmadon, who have already hijacked the Destiny's bounty. The other ninja manage to break out of their cells thanks to Cole's awful singing and block her path. However, a giant sea monster emerges from nowhere, forcing a desperate truce. Harumi orders her gang to retreat while the beast attacks. Lloyd tries to stop their escape by leaping onto the ship, but is grabbed by Kilo, leaving his friends and baby Wu alone with the Leviathan. At the police station, the commissioner, stressed to the breaking point after the city hosts a giant monster, deploys his troops to back up the ninja against the sons of Garmadon. In the palace ruins, Harumi drags Lloyd to the Temple of Resurrection and reveals her insurance policy. Misako, like in a spy thriller, mother and son are locked in cells connected by pulleys suspended over piranhas. If one goes up for air, the other sinks. For the macabre spectacle of summoning the worst version of Garmadon, Harumi uses the masks and the family's DNA, ripping strands of hair from Misako and Lloyd. While the police distract the goons outside, the ninja infiltrate underground and jump into hand-to-hand combat. Amidst the fighting, they have to manually operate the pulleys to save the hostages, until Nia jams the chains for good. Lloyd rushes into the fray. With full force, the team creates a massive spinjitzu tornado that shatters the ritual. The gang is knocked out and arrested by the police. In the paddy wagon, Harumi attempts one last victim-playing manipulation, but Lloyd fires back using the girl's own arrogant quotes and slams the door. The city seems safe, but on the forgotten altar, purple flames ignite as Garmadon's lethal hand breaches reality. Two garbage men feel the weight of darkness when, from the remnants of the resurrection, a purely evil Lord Garmadon emerges. He sweeps through the precinct guards and frees Harumi. When the news shatters the celebration at the hero's HQ, panic sets in. Misako acts on reflex, evacuating baby Wu to Dareth's apartment. The dark duo takes over Cryptarium Prison, crowning Garmadon king amidst the cell blocks. Harumi dictates the old rules of villainous ascension. A man only reaches his true potential by driving his fist through his greatest shadow, his heir. Blinded by desperation and convinced that familial love will cure the darkness, Lloyd locks his team in a reinforced subroom and heads to the slaughterhouse alone. The Cryptarium stage broadcasts via satellite for all of Ninjago to watch. Lloyd offers redemption. Garmadon offers blood. The confrontation is a brutal, non-stop massacre. Fueled by adrenaline, the Lord blasts lethal energy spheres, dragging his son through shattered walls. When Lloyd is tossed into the outer dust with a crushed spine, Harumi intervenes. She stops the final blow so that the broken son survives solely to watch his city collapse. With pulverized ribs, Lloyd collapses, pathetically whispering his father's name. With Ninjago falling and Garmadon in charge, the immediate urgency is saving Lloyd, whose life force is fading. Deciphering a vision from Wu, the heroes head to Mistake's tea shop. Garmadon demands total submission, summoning a massive stone colossus to ensure loyalty through visual terror. At the shop, Mistake warns that the ninja must transfer their elemental energies to save the boy, risking losing their powers forever. The agreement is unanimous. Lloyd survives, but his powers are completely gone. The team retains theirs, which is great timing since the colossus is attacking outside. As the creature brushes off elemental strikes, the only solution is to retreat to the Destiny's bounty. Garmadon intercepts Misako and Nia on the street. Nia attacks the Lord to secure their getaway, but Harumi fiercely pursues, cornering Lloyd and Wu on top of a tram car. The bounty swoops in for the rescue. Harumi pins Lloyd's leg, forcing him to throw Wu onto the deck just before the colossal monster completely crushes the ship. Harumi tries to force the deadly sight onto Lloyd, but he fights back, deploys his parachute, and escapes. In the ruins, Garmadon declares victory. However, the massacre in the sky was a trick. At the very very last second, Jay used the Traveler's Tea. The ship vanished, and the group crash lands, eating sand in a giant, inhospitable landscape. When winged shadows cross the sky, they realize they have plummeted into the first realm, the realm of Oni and dragons. With Garmadon on the throne, Ninjago has become a totalitarian nightmare. The Sons of Garmadon make the rules, and Ultraviolet plays sadistic TV host. Wearing green is a crime. Dareth tries to take a walk with his stealth cloak, but the guards simply steal his lunch. He runs to the hideout where Nia and a powerless Lloyd are training. In the realm of Oni and dragons, the situation manages to be even more surreal. Jay has completely lost it, and Master Wu is now a stubborn toddler under Cole's care. When Zane tunes a radio, he finds out the hard way that they've walked into an ambush. Bizarre hunters emerge from the fog and drag Kai, Jay, and Zane away in chains. In Ninjago, Lloyd's group is cornered by Mr. E and Kilo in the wreckage of the Bounty. It feels like the end of the line until Lloyd finds a leaf of Traveler's Tea, realizing his friends are alive. Karloff, Turner, and Shade show up smashing everything, clearing the way for Skylar to rescue the team in a garbage truck. In the other realm, Cole and Minnie Wu follow the captor's tracks and come face to face with Iron Baron and his sinister gang of dragon hunters. Iron Baron assumes Kai, Jay, and Zane are Oni and throws them into a pit to face an earth dragon named Slab. The ninja connect the dots. This society survives by capturing dragons to steal their elemental powers. Outside, Wu acts on teenage impulse, throws together a disguise, and sneaks off, forcing Cole to chase the kid through enemy territory. In Ninjago, the resistance organizes in the junkyard. Mishtaka gives Lloyd the harsh truth. His friends are in the realm of Oni and dragons with no flight back, and his mission now is simply to survive. Garmadon, tired of the failures to capture his son, punishes a general by taking him apart piece by piece. Harumi tries to reason with him and gets a gratuitous death threat in return, officially ending the villain's honeymoon phase. Back at the Hunter's Pit, the gladiator fight begins. Cole and Wu infiltrate the top of the arena, dropping chains from the ceiling right as the Earth Dragon charges at Jay. The beast tries to break free, forcing Zane to use his ice powers to save his friend. Iron Baron watches the whole thing and instantly realizes that Oni demons don't shoot ice. Realizing the prisoners have powers, the order shifts from kill to capture alive. In the dusty wastelands of Dead's End, Kai, Jay, and Zane fight the dragon hunters with their powers exposed and Jay finally lucid. The relief is short-lived when Heavy Metal wields a Vengestone blade, draining the trio's elements and defeating them. They become prisoners inside Iron Baron's colossal Dieselnod tank, where he informs them they'll be used as live bait. Meanwhile, Cole and Wu discover the enemy's weapon was forged from the ivory of Firstborn, the mother of all dragons. They reach the cells and promise to free both the group and the dragons. In Ninjago, the resistance rolls up its sleeves. Mistaki trains Lloyd by having Karloff beat the absolute tar out of Dareth, forcing the Green Ninja to bark orders and inspire the team. The mission is a cyber heist at the Borg Tower antennas. The tactical squad, featuring Skylar, Shade, and Neuro, takes down Ultraviolet's broadcasting crew. Lloyd overcomes his hesitation and broadcasts the rallying cry of the revolution. The resistance never quits. When Harumi and Garmadon's goons bust into the studio ready to fight, they find only Ultraviolet laid out on the floor, watching her own humiliation on loop. The TV signal crosses mystical borders. In the arid First Realm, the radio picks up Lloyd's voice. Jay hears the mantra, regains his sanity, and remembers old Wu's advice about dreamers sticking together. Cole and young Wu's master plan to free everyone. Consists of building a massive fake dragon glued together with dung. When Cole gets stuck, it's up to young Wu to pilot the contraption into the dark night sky. The euphoria ends when Iron Baron's relentless cannon blasts the scrap out of the air. However, the resulting chaos manages to unlock the ninja's cuffs. Total mayhem erupts when the real Firstborn descends from the sky, decimating the courtyard barricades in a fiery storm. Cole distracts the enemies in bizarre fashion, while Kai frees the captive beast, and the group escapes riding the wings of a wind dragon, leaving the Baron's furious empire in the dust. Under that same shadow, the Green Master's vicarious celebration in Ninjago falls into a pit of bitter disappointment. Isolated, he discovers that the ancient, selfish, and cowardly serpent Serpentine, refuse to offer any help in the war against Garmadon. The Resistance's hideout is compromised when Dareth goes to the bathroom and catches the Sons of Garmadon setting an ambush. An all-out brawl ensues, but Nia, Lloyd, and Skylar manage to escape with Dareth in an armored vehicle. The getaway loses its glamour when the giant Colossus appears and steps on their tank. On the verge of being crushed, Lloyd telepathically begs for his life, and Garmadon actually hesitates. Pixel distracts the monster as Samurai X to secure the ship's escape, but is captured by Kilo. Harumi clearly notices Garmadon's hesitation. In the first realm, Wu shocks everyone by waking up as a full teenager and recounting a dream about his father. Heavy Metal suddenly appears, revealing herself to be a woman named Faith who wants to switch sides, provided they know the way to the dragon armor. Wu goes into strategist mode and bluffs. When hunters grow suspicious of the boy's rapid growth spurt, Kai takes them down. The ninja hijack the enemy vehicles and vanish into the dust. In Ninjago, the mood is practically a funeral. Hiding out as fishermen, Nia forces a defeated Lloyd to burn his own ninja suit, reminding him that his strength doesn't come from the fabric. Right after, a simple street rat transforms in front of the group, revealing itself to be none other than Mistaka.
Much better.
Mistake?
Enraged at finding his men defeated, Iron Baron orders Jet Jack to hunt down the fugitives until sunset. In Ninjago, Mistake transforms into Master Wu to explain to Lloyd that she is an authentic Oni, the same race that grants Wu and Garmadon their longevity. She gives it to him straight. Lloyd will need one more transformation to surpass his father. At the palace, Harumi manipulates a shaken Garmadon into suffocating any remaining human sentiment, asking to be accepted as his true only daughter. The Emperor agrees without blinking, burying his connection to Lloyd. Back in the desert, the ninja fend off a surprise attack, but Jet Jack manages to stick a tracker onto one of their vehicles. During the escape, Wu points out a path that leads straight into deadly, abandoned Oni territory. On the other side of the map, an arrogant Harumi personally leads a direct assault on the Resistance's neighborhood, but Lloyd uses divide and conquer, easily isolating the guards. Realizing the silence, Harumi walks into a perfect ambush set by Nia, Skylar, and Mistake. This time, the hunter has become the hunted. Even as a prisoner, Harumi openly mocks Lloyd, rubbing it in his face that Garmadon chose her over his biological son. Lloyd throws the mask of hatred at her feet and refuses to dirty his hands, but she warns him that the Lord is a heartless black hole of power. In the desert, Iron Baron breaks his own rules and marches his horde into Oni territory to kill the traitor, Faith. The huntress acts as a hardcore mentor, forcing the ninja to master chains in order to tame Firstborn. Wu has a breakdown after messing up, but a blunt speech from Kai revitalizes him, and the boy successfully tames a wild dragon. The relief vanishes when Jet Jack's horde catches up to the group. In a brutal vehicular battle, Faith sacrifices herself and gets captured so the ninja can escape. In Ninjago, Lloyd plans to use Skylar to copy the power that controls the Colossus. Mistake assumes the form of the original Harumi to sneak the Master of Amber close to Garmadon in Borg Tower. However, the copy forgets to mention she's capable of stealing powers, alerting the guards, because when it rains, it pours. The doors open and the real Harumi, having escaped her gag, walks in. At Borg Tower, the real Harumi blows the cover. Left with no choice, Mistake activates her monstrous true Oni form. The clash generates enough smoke for Skylar to touch Garmadon, copy his power, and escape via hot air balloon. Mistake stays behind and meets her lethal end at Garmadon's hands. In the other world, Wu demands they rescue Faith. They find her buried in the sand in a blatant ambush set by the Baron, who surrounds the ninja. Watching his students being tortured by electrified chains unlocks Wu's mind, and all the original memories of the Master flood back. He strikes a deal with the Baron, the route to the dragon armor, in exchange for the ninja's freedom. Arriving at the Resistance, Skylar engages in a mental tug-of-war and seizes control of Garmadon's Colossus, destroying the Mask of Deception and crushing the Sons of Garmadon themselves. However, the dark power poisons her, and her control shatters. The Colossus crashes chaotically into nearby buildings. Watching the devastation, Harumi breaks her cold doctrines and saves a trapped family. The act is heroic, but the exits give way. From afar, Harumi and Lloyd exchange a stunned glance before the building collapses on the girl. Garmadon screams for vengeance and sends the regenerated Colossus to mercilessly crush the remaining hero's rooftop. With the loss of Harumi, Lord Garmadon's fury unleashes the Colossus full force against the resistance. Lloyd, Nia, Dareth, and a completely unconscious Skylar run desperately across the rooftops. Lloyd refuses to flee the city and demands they secure the battle wagon to survive the urban minefield. In the first realm, the tied-up ninja watch as the Baron forces Wu to guide the way to Firstborn's nest. When the Baron falls off a bridge, Wu saves him without hesitation, but the ungrateful tyrant ignores the gesture. In Ninjago, the resistance is on the run, but comes face to face with Ultraviolet, ready to annihilate Nia. Lloyd's cavalry arrives, running over everything and crushing the mask of deception. At the nest in the other realm, the Baron uncovers the dragon armor and wears it arrogantly before the colossal firstborn. He orders the beast to exterminate Wu, but dragons follow respect, not forced attire. Sensing Wu's clear honor, the dragon breathes molten metal and seals the Baron in an incandescent statue. The hunters free the entire horde. The monumental return to Ninjago finally happens through the portal, with Faith calling the Land of Heroes by its real name. Just as the situation seems entirely hopeless for Lloyd's group, cornered by the Sons of Garmadon, the original ninja make a triumphant return, riding dragons. Zane's mystical ice dragon instantly freezes the rival patrol. Freed from the burden of age, Wu returns in golden armor as a young man thirsty for revenge. The group splits up. Lloyd and Wu go after Garmadon, while Dareth and the heroes save the civilians. The news energizes all of Cryptarium Prison, which, led by Ronan and the former Elemental Masters, breaks out in a riot to join the urban clash. At Borg Tower, Lloyd finds Garmadon as a repulsive, brute machine. Realizing that fighting him directly only hardens his father's hatred, Lloyd focuses on evasion and pacification. By fighting smart, the evil source cracks, draining Garmadon's monstrous control and bringing down the giant Oni Titan, which frees Skylar from the toxic magic. Defeated and sent back to prison, Garmadon delivers a bitter, grim warning, pointing out that an even worse evil is lurking on the imminent path of destruction, knocking on the door of darkness. At the prison, Garmadon warns Lloyd that the bringers of doom are coming, and out of logical self-preservation, offers his help so he isn't destroyed along with the city. Lloyd flatly refuses. Meanwhile, the city tries to return to normal. Cole, Zane, and Pixel receive a reward for saving Ninjago, a brand new Destiny's bounty. At the monastery, Jay practices how to propose to Nia, but the moment is stolen by Firstborn plummeting from the sky. The former dragon hunter Faith warns them that a dark cloud which petrifies anyone it touches has swallowed her realm. Wu confirms through ancient tomes that the Oni demons are responsible. The urgency is immediate. At Borg Tower, the realm crystal becomes a machine leaking darkness that takes over the building, petrifying civilians. The ninja try to intervene, but their weapons and elemental powers fail miserably against the smoke. Cole is almost petrified when pulled by a tentacle, but Lloyd saves him. Terrified, the Master of Earth admits to seeing an Oni face inside the lethal cloud. Out of options, and against their better judgment, the team returns to the prison and releases Garmadon. With Garmadon unleashed aboard the Destiny's bounty, tension boils over. The villain tests the team's patience by shutting off the ship's engines in mid-air, earning a massive scolding from Zane. Garmadon shatters an old picture frame showing his reformed self with Lloyd, claiming that feelings hinder one's true potential. A suicide mission is set: infiltrate Borg Tower and destroy the realm crystal. Since only those with Oni blood can survive the smoke, Lloyd and Garmadon leap into the lethal chaos. Diving into the cloud is brutal. Lloyd nearly suffocates until his Oni genes kick in, stumbling upon a completely petrified Cyrus Borg. Garmadon refuses to save dead weight and focuses on moving forward. As the alarm blares across the city, sending the rest of the team on a ground rescue mission, the dark duo encounters demons that Garmadon defeats with sheer brutality. Standing before the crystal, they face the Omega, the leader of the Oni. He mocks Garmadon's pathetic desire to fight there, questioning why he hasn't taken over the realm. Garmadon's ego-driven answer makes it clear that if anyone is going to rule the world, it will be him. The ultimate confrontation begins. Lloyd and Garmadon continue taking a beating from the Omega. Destroying the crystal is no longer an option. The portal is open, and demons spawn endlessly from the shadows. The duo realizes the Oni hesitate before the ancient, mystical golden armor of the Golden Master, as the shadows despise its pure gleam.
Back! Nice try.
It's not working too well on that one.
Meanwhile, the team is busy rescuing civilians from the NGTV building as the deadly smoke rises rapidly. In the desperation of the evacuation, Nia accidentally jolts the engines, the ladder breaks, and Cole plummets into the black cloud. The group watches in lethal shock. Lloyd and Garmadon are also on the verge of dying in the tower, but Pixel executes a suicidal dive with the samurai mech, rescuing them onto the deck before passing out. The adrenaline fades, and Nia breaks down with guilt over Cole's death. The ruthless Garmadon ignores their grief, demanding the golden armor to win. The dry rejection Lloyd and Zane give him is so intense that it forces the warlord to seek vague existential advice from a civilian reporter. Kai lays out the final plan: reforge the golden weapons at the monastery. In the petrified underground of the blackened city, Cole breathes alive beneath the sludge, but demonic tentacles begin to crawl over his body. At the monastery, Garmadon hands over the old golden armor. Kai wastes no time, channeling the pure pressure of his fire to reforge the deadly golden weapons at the exact moment the demonic legion breaches the gates. Deep below, within the mist, Cole fights off the dangers, withstanding the hostile pressure, and fires up the earth driller. The battle in the monastery courtyard turns into an inevitable massacre by the Oni. The ground shakes, and Cole bursts through, tearing the enemy lines apart and reviving the team's hope. However, the Omega proves resilient and thrashes Garmadon and Lloyd in one fell swoop. The team retreats and barricades the inner doors. Realizing the apocalypse outside, Jace seals his chaotic proposal to Nia, who readily accepts. Looking back to ancient teachings, Lloyd invokes the only viable way out, the tornado of creation, uniting all the spinjitzu in the house. Garmadon refuses at first, but as the gates crack, his buried paternal instinct forces him to join the brutal force of the luminous vortex. The destructive magic sweeps through, obliterating the Omega and all the darkness. Lloyd falls into a spiritual limbo where the first spinjitzu master offers him rest or more battles on Earth. He chooses the real world. A bright, clear day dawns over Ninjago once more, and the embittered Garmadon departs silently into his own solitude. Zane's subconscious projects a suffocating nightmare where he is beaten by a sinister creature named Asphira, featuring visions of a colossal serpent, an ice palace ruled by a glowing-eyed samurai, and dragons freezing his allies. He tries to warn Jay, who simply ignores the Nindroid's premonitions to focus on playing at the arcade. Completely giving into laziness after the recent civil war, Kai, Nia, and Lloyd relax in a hot tub they profanely improvised using the monastery's gigantic sacred bell. Disgusted by their untrained attitude, Master Wu unleashes an electric chicken on the group. The creature fires lightning bolts wildly and proves difficult to cage. The next day, out of shape and sluggish, the ninja fail at every childish trap scattered around the house by their master. Exhausted, they attempt to negotiate through physical combat. Master Wu accepts and brutally thrashes them with sheer superior technique, easily defeating the armed superheroes. To engrave the lesson into their memories, the master releases the electric chicken upon the demoralized team once again. Suffering from Wu's scolding, the ninja try to figure out a way to combat their rustiness, and conclude that the solution is to find a random villain to use as a punching bag. With the criminal market running low on warlords and serpentine, the team resorts to begging the police station for law enforcement tasks. They end up solving trivial problems, harassing harmless older men selling juice, falling for a prank involving old cryptarium prison tapes, and catching the gigantic Kilo peacefully painting artwork. The frustrating routine devolves into rescuing stuck cats, filing paperwork, and ruining the set of a bank robbery movie that wasn't even real, generating a quiet embarrassment. Behind the curtains, Wu listens to their sluggish complaints and laments the team's attitude, but the solution comes via local TV with an interview featuring Clutch Powers. The adventurer has just discovered an unexplored millennial pyramid in the Desert of Doom. During the broadcast, cameras show slabs removed from the asphalt with engravings identical to the enormous prophesied serpent from Zane's nightmare. The troupe finally finds the heroic excuse they have been eagerly and thirstily waiting for as mystical danger approaches. The excitement to explore the new pyramid is so great that the ninja pack their bags, accumulating absurd junk like boots, a soda drinking hat, and a travel pillow. Wu questions the sanity of the mission until Pixel suggests testing the new combat vehicles. In the arcade room, she hits a target with shurikens and opens a secret elevator to a massive garage. Kai and Jay are outraged they didn't know about it, but Pixel and Wu spent 6 months building the place while Jay played video games. Inside, they find the Destiny's Bounty, the Samurai Mech, and the brand new Land Bounty. Euphoric, they speed off toward the desert, leaving their useless bags behind. In the Desert of Doom, Zane reads up on the local history. The name comes from a giant scarab beetle, Bayo-Herni, which destroyed an entire village out of a sheer ego trip. Jay mocks the legend. They stop at an oasis for lunch, and while Zane explains the concept of mirages, Cole runs to save their cooler from the sand. The ground shakes, and Bayo-Herni emerges, nearly devouring the Master of Earth.
Why did we park so far away?
The escape turns into chaos. The scarab grabs the land bounty. Cole and Kai distract the monster, and Nia fires a harpoon. But Lloyd is forced to cut the rope to avoid a greater disaster, dropping the beast into the dunes. Despair mounts as they seek cover behind rocks that turn out to be pure mirages. When they finally reach real rocks and breathe a sigh of relief, they realize they are surrounded by 2 more scarabs waiting to strike. Trapped on an island of stone in an ocean of sand, the mood grows heavy with vultures circling overhead. Nia can't call for help, and the situation is a nightmare. Little water, destroyed vehicles, and only the slow rock cycle functioning. Lloyd asks Nia to pull water from the air, but Cole reminds him that's impossible in the desert. Frustrated, Jay starts carving their names into a rock. The real problem is mechanical. Zane warns that Bayo-Herni swallowed the kinetic inverter, which is vital for the land bounty. Irritated, Jay stomps on the sand, and the scarab springs up in a precise strike, snapping up the blue ninja. The entire team pulls Jay back in an absurd tug-of-war until Kai unleashes a blast of fire, forcing the beast to retreat and saving their traumatized friend. That night, Zane presents a bizarre but logical plan. Since the beetle's digestion is slow, the part must still be intact. Someone needs to be swallowed, grab it, and be pulled back out. Zane is chosen because his Nindroid body can withstand the stomach acid. The next day, they tie Zane to the rock cycle as bait. He attracts the monster, gets swallowed, and falls into a sea of grotesque acid. On the surface, an hour of tension passes until the Nindroid's signal confirms he found the part. When they pull him out, the sheer force throws Cole onto the sand, attracting the other 2 monsters. The battle requires perfect synchronization. Cole uses earth, Lloyd uses energy, Jay discharges lightning through the rope, and Kai blasts fireballs at their slithering bellies. The result is a monstrous acid reflux. Zane is spat out covered in slime, but with the inverter intact. Reinstalling the part, they start up the land bounty and escape. The team tries to convince the legendary adventurer Clutch Powers to guide their mission in the pyramid. He refuses until he's threatened with losing his Explorers Club membership card, agreeing just to save his pride. The expedition bypasses a rope bridge, but soon encounters a staircase covered in spider webs. Ignoring the instruction to jump over them, Jay walks through the webs and triggers a trap, turning the stairs into a lethal slide leading to a pit of spikes. Kai saves the day by melting the blades with his fire. They advance to a sliding block puzzle. Jay and Nia solve the mechanism, but Zane suddenly realizes the colossal error in the inscriptions. This is the tomb of the Pyro Vipers. He yells for them to stop, but the final block has already been moved. From the shadows, Asphira emerges. The serpentine sorceress demands to know the whereabouts of a certain boy, and upon hearing that Lloyd doesn't know him, responds with a blast of magic. The fight heats up, but Asphira blocks their attacks, locks eyes on Kai, and steals his elemental firepower. Untouchable, she uses spinjitzu to deflect their counterattack and chains the ninja to the wall before leaving. Meanwhile, the cowardly Clutch Powers had used the confusion to flee. He bumps straight into Asphira, who demands to be taken to a village. After he refuses to be her driver, the serpent transforms the pyramid into an erupting volcano. Forcing Clutch to roll through the rubble, Asphira summons her massive fiery serpent and marches toward Ninjago City, bringing chaos with her. While Asphira marches toward destruction, the routine in Ninjago City continues tragically normally. Nelson wakes up for his first day as a paperboy and is assigned to work with the strict Antonia. The deliveries start just as fireballs plummet from the sky, and pyro vipers take over the streets in an urban apocalypse. Nelson panics, but Antonia doesn't miss a beat, completely focused on today's edition. They catch sight of Pixel's samurai mech trading blows with giant vipers. Nelson's heroic instinct screams at him, but Antonia trusts the mech's efficiency, which sweeps the asphalt without needing civilian backup. During lunch, Antonia explains her philosophy. While the ninja fight at the top, the civilian groundwork at the bottom keeps the city alive. The speech is interrupted when Clutch Powers falls from the clouds, charred, and stammers that the ninja are facing mortal danger in the pyramid. Knowing that Master Wu needs this information, Nelson convinces Antonia to change their route, using her own civic logic. The race to the monastery is tense. With the highway partially destroyed and a snake blocking their path, Antonia jumps the crater on her bike. Nelson freezes, but the motto, "A ninja never quits," resonates, and he follows her. Crossing the gates, they deliver the vital information. Wu assures them that Pixel will rescue the ninja and praises Nelson's courage, comparing him to a young Lloyd. With their duty fulfilled, the two delivery workers mount their bikes and continue their route. In the pyramid, the chain ninja realize that relying on Clutch Powers was a terrible idea. Jay annoys the team by reading stupid facial exercises from the adventurer's journal. Before their bickering can worsen, boiling lava rises from Asphira's tomb. Jay drops the diary into the magma while Lloyd rips the metal base from the wall. Freed from the rock but still chained to each other, they begin a dangerous three-legged race with the risk of incineration. Their lack of synchronization becomes a lethal hazard. Cole lifts the stone door, but Kai is unconscious and nearly gets crushed under its weight. Lloyd tries to give a lecture on teamwork, but Nia reminds him of the lava right behind their backs. The incandescent flow suddenly resurrects dozens of serpentine mummies as zombie warriors. The combat turns into utter chaos. Jay uses spinjitzu, forgetting the chains, forming a bizarre tornado with everyone spinning together. They defeat the enemies but tangle the chains completely, forcing them to jump in perfect synchronization to move forward. Surviving the climb, they improvise a human bridge over a chasm and finally reach the open air, only to face an impassable lake of magma. Accepting their end, they are rescued by Pixel in the shurikopter at the exact moment the structure sinks. On the safe ride back, Kai regains consciousness, asking why his face hurts. Wisely, his friends stay quiet about the number of rocks they slammed his head against while dragging him unconscious in their frantic sprint. In the city, the apocalypse is broadcast live by NGTV, with meteors falling and materializing pyrovipers. Reporter Fred finally questions where on earth the ninja are. Even Gail Gossip changes her story about puppies when recording the neighborhood being shattered by the snakes, who spare no one, in an absurd scenario where useless products are advertised during commercial breaks. Finally asks a flaming snake for an interview and receives a cold promise of death. Meanwhile, Gail spots Asphira, ordering a search for the trail of the treacherous deceiver. A henchman trips over a replica of the scroll of forbidden spinjitzu, giving Asphira a new obsession for her war. Her relentless pursuit of information leads to the capture of the NGTV crew. Threatened, cameraman Vinny gives up the location of the Museum of History on the spot to save his own skin. The madness spirals out of control on the devoured streets. Finally nearly becomes a serpentine feast, but the ninja land at the last second to slice through the creature and stabilize the panic. Alerted by the reporter about the fire sorceress's target, the team speeds toward the museum. They arrive just in time to see Asphira hijack the city's entire television signal and deliver an unforgiving promise of vengeance. On the urban front lines, the police commissioner tries to uselessly arrest the flaming monsters until the ninja dismantle the ambush. In the heat of the moment, Kai hesitates to save civilians. Without his powers, he freezes up, feeling as useful as an empty fire extinguisher. With his pride wounded, he announces he's skipping the museum mission. Lloyd tries to argue, but it is little Jake, a fan of Kai, who turns the tide by scolding the hero for his cowardice and running straight toward the conflict. Fearing the child will be turned to charcoal, Kai is forced to follow him. Inside the museum, Asphira destroys exhibits until she reanimates Char, marching together toward the scroll of forbidden spinjitzu. The ninja breach the back door. When Lloyd grabs the scroll, a stunning and lethal energy jolts through his body in spasms. Nia disarms him with a defensive punch, but the delay allows the Vipers to invade the room. A ruthless struggle begins. Lloyd swings the scroll briefly before being swept aside by Asphira, who absorbs the mythical relic. Flaunting her newly corrupted power, the snake blasts the entire ninja squad at once, burying them in debris and walking away victorious. Under the rubble, the ninja count their final seconds until Jake reappears, threatening to act as a human shield. Kai pulls him back heroically and bends the museum's water pipes. The sprinkler system goes off, blinding the reptiles in the moisture, while Zane ruthlessly freezes the environment. The team celebrates the instinct of the powerless red ninja, but Zane faces a heavy silence. His digital mind connects the fury of the scroll to the terrifying horizon of his icy dreams. Outside, the destruction continues relentlessly. With the scroll of forbidden spinjitzu pulsing in her hands, Asphira mounts her fiery serpent and sniffs out the arcane energy to hunt down the treacherous deceiver. In the torn-up museum, Zane calls off the suicidal tactics, and the ninja divide the problem. Lloyd, Naya, and Zane chase the pyrotechnic parade across the rooftops, while Cole, Jay, and Kai descend into the sewers in search of the serpentine underworld and its ancient maps. Ambushed underground by the Hypnobrai, the terrestrial trio detours to the Grand Serpentine Library. There, the intellectual Scales and his masters unravel the riddle. Asphira's ancient wartime friend and the embodiment of deceit can only be pointing to the sinister compass of Lord Garmadon. Shocked, they sprint back to Wu's monastery. Meanwhile, the aggressive interception clashes on the streets. Nia and Zane challenge the army while Lloyd attacks the back of the giant magma beast, ripping Asphira's golden scepter away. The combat tolerates no amateurs. Using lethal methods, the queen hurls the green ninja away. Total overload. Lloyd and Naya flee bleeding, pinned against blind walls. As the barricade burns, Zane reappears in the elite shurikopter, raising ice walls and lowering ropes so his allies can escape safely. Far from the crossfire, Kai, Jay, and Cole pound on the monastery floor, warning Wu that the city will be leveled in Garmadon's name. The elder stares at his students, letting the steam from his tea evaporate beneath a tear hidden under his hat. In a quiet tone, Wu corrects the terrible weight he carries on his spine. Asphira isn't hunting his brother. The vengeance, the cowardly betrayal, and the untouchable title of Deceiver belong to him. In the distant past, young Wu convinces Garmadon to spy on snake territory. They are caught and thrown into a cell, where a young Asphira offers to free them if they teach her spinjitzu. They agree to the terrible deal and escape. At home, after lying to the first spinjitzu master, they stumble upon the scrolls of forbidden spinjitzu. Ignoring warnings that the magic was dangerous, Wu decides to train Asphira in secret, making her promise never to use the art for evil. Garmadon finds out, the brothers have a vicious falling out, and they cut ties. Weeks later, the bomb drops. Asphira uses spinjitzu to overthrow the Serpentine King and plot a tyrannical empire. Forced to clean up their own mess, Wu and Garmadon invade the palace to steal their father's forbidden scrolls, the only thing capable of stopping the villain. The confrontation in the throne room is intense. Garmadon handles the guards while Wu faces his former student, defeating her using the scroll's dark power. Locked in the very same cell where they met, Asphira begs Wu to free her, calling in the favor from the past. But this time, Wu turns his back and leaves her to rot in the shadows. It is in that moment she dubs him the treacherous deceiver, cementing her revolt. With peace restored, Asphira is locked away in a magical tomb, waiting for the day of her revenge. Back in the present, Wu finishes his story and takes a well-deserved scolding from the ninja. There is no time for further accusations. An explosion shakes the monastery. Asphira and her army have arrived. Pixel deduces that the second scroll must be with an archaeologist. Lloyd, Zane, and Nia take the shurikopter and go after clutch powers. The monastery turns into a battlefield. The automated defenses are useless against the giant fire serpent, forcing the rest of the team to lock themselves inside the hangar. The mood is heavy, and Kai places all the blame on Wu. Pixel tries to save the day by revealing an unfinished Titan mech, reduced to a weekend mechanic. The former Master of Fire is forced to use an ordinary blowtorch to weld, a huge slap in the face to his ego. At the hospital, the rescue trio finds Clutch Powers with a broken leg. The arrogant explorer refuses to help, only revealing that the scroll scroll is at the Explorers Club. Nia loses her patience, tries to drag the guy out of bed by force, and all three end up getting kicked out. At the monastery, the snakes scour the grounds. In a fit of rage, Asphira shoots a blast of fire and accidentally burns the wall, revealing the elevator button to the hangar. However, the blast also melts the button, locking them outside. The alarm blares underground. Wu decides to face his past alone, but Kai swallows his pride, apologizes for being so harsh, and the ninja decide that from there on out, no one leaves alone. While the snakes try to headbutt the hangar door down, bureaucracy runs wild at the Explorers Club. Lloyd, Nia, and Zane arrive asking for the scroll, but the manager refuses them entry without a membership card. After a futile attempt to dress Zane up as Clutch Powers, Nia decides on a rooftop break-in. They lower themselves through the air ducts, but a cable snaps and they crash right into the middle of a high society meeting. Lloyd tries to pass it off as air conditioning maintenance, but his sword drops and ruins the lie. They flee into the artifact room. Amidst the mess, Lloyd triggers a dimensional vortex and has to plug it with a glass cube. Soon after, they bump into the Mirror of Fears. The reflection shows their worst fears. Lloyd turning into his corrupted father, Nia being completely ordinary, and Zane existing without life. The psychological tension is ruined when a hand crawls onto Nia's arm, making her freak out. The guards bust the doors down, and they bolt into the entomology room. Nia's rule is clear: don't touch anything. Seconds later, she herself knocks over a jar full of highly aggressive wasps. The manager shoots a blow dart at Zane, but the dart bounces off his titanium plating and shatters the display of the most venomous insect species in the building, unleashing absolute chaos. In the midst of the aerial assault, they find the second scroll of forbidden spinjitzu, wrap it in a cloth, and make a run for it, leaving the club to deal with their own disaster. Back at the hangar, the doors are giving way. Over the radio, Nia says they got the scroll. Lloyd takes a peek at the artifact and is immediately possessed by its raw power, gaining sickly green eyes and a demonic voice. Realizing the danger, he rolls the scroll back up. When the gates crash down, the ninja hide in the air ducts. Asphira enters triumphantly, but their stealth goes down the drain when Jay lets out a colossal sneeze. Pixel then enters the scene in the newly finished Titan mech. The brawl is chaotic. The cavalry arrives in the land bounty and shurikopter, kicking off a game of hot potato with the scroll. The artifact flies from Lloyd to Cole, passes to Jay, and lands in Kai's arms. He gears up to destroy everything, but without powers, he's just a guy holding a roll of paper. Asphira kicks the artifact away, and it lands at Zane's feet. The titanium ninja channels the forbidden ice and freezes Asphira and her snakes. The fight seems won, and Wu asks for the scroll back. However, Asphira breaks a single arm free from the ice and fires a devastating blast at the old master. With lethal reflexes, Zane pushes Wu out of the way and takes the direct hit, getting obliterated in an explosion of energy. The silence is devastating. Days later, Wu visits Asphira in Cryptarium prison. Smug, she reveals her true trump card. The blast didn't kill Zane, it merely banished him to the unreachable Never Realm, ensuring Wu tastes the pain of losing those he loves. In an endless icy wasteland far away, Zane's footsteps sink into the fresh snow. At the monastery, Pixel wakes up screaming from a nightmare about Zane's sacrifice. The collective mourning is abruptly interrupted when Wu runs in with the news that Zane is alive. The villain banished him to the Never Realm, a place so inhospitable that the first Spinjitzu master himself left a warning forbidding travel there. Naturally, the ninja ignore the warning and decide to rescue their friend. Playing the responsible adult, Wu forbids the trip and insists on going alone. Lloyd pretends to agree and tells the master to pack his bags. In the dead of night, Lloyd sneaks into Wu's room to steal the traveler's tea. After grabbing the wrong bag and picking a fight with the master's chicken, he finally gets what he wants. But old Wu is no fool and is already standing guard in the hangar, fully armed. A family duel over the tea ensues. The ninja win, and in an act of rebellion, tie up and gag the old man, stealing the land bounty to cross the portal. Pixel, who stayed behind, unties Wu out of pity. That's when the master drops the bombshell. Traveler's tea grown in Ninjago has zero effect in the Never Realm. It's a one-way trip. Wu only wanted to go alone so he wouldn't doom the team to be trapped in the icy wasteland for the rest of their lives. Now, it's too late. The landing in the Never Realm is anything but smooth. The land bounty touches down teetering on the edge of a cliff. Jay takes a misstep, and the armored vehicle threatens to plunge. The team bails out at the last second, but the package containing the traveler's tea rolls down the slope, rubbing it in their faces that this stowaway trip has no return ticket. Despair sets in, but Lloyd takes charge and orders them down the mountain before they turn into ice blocks. Trekking through an unforgiving forest, they are cornered by ice wolves. Mid-sprint, they stumble upon a terrifying sight. Dozens of people frozen solid among the trees. Before they can think of a rescue, the wolves return to attack. Out of nowhere, precise arrows scare the beasts away. The mysterious archers are local natives and take the group to their village, where they meet the elder Sorla. Using the flames of the hearth fire, she casts a tracking spell and finds Zane's exact location, the imposing ice castle, home to the sadistic Ice Emperor. From inside the castle, General Vex watches the team's every move through a crystal to secure his standing. He asks the Emperor for permission not only to punish the intruders, but to crush anyone who crosses their path. The green light is given, and the official hunt begins. Lloyd discovers that the path to the ice castle goes through the deadly Mala Wojira, where a single sound invites death. Outside, the team tries to adapt, and Nia gets cranky over losing Zane's tracking signal. The peace is short-lived. Scouts warn that the Blizzard Samurai army is marching on the village. Elder Sorla forbids fleeing, as abandoning the hearth fire is a death sentence from the cold. Cornered, the ninja help turn the camp into a defensive fort. Feeling the weight of his own uselessness, Kai confesses to Sorla the absence of his elemental heat. The elder advises him that powers don't vanish, they are part of one's essence, and inevitably return. At night, the ice infantry breaches the camp and is repelled by the ninja with immense effort. General Grimfax charges at the unarmed Kai, but is intercepted by Lloyd and thrown clear by Cole. In a precise final strike, the samurai brutally extinguish the hearth fire before retreating. The cold invades the camp, and the village begins to freeze. Consumed by guilt, Kai tries to use his hands to summon any trace of heat. Pushing his emotions and defying thermal logic, the spark reappears. He builds the flame from scratch, proving Sorla right and being hailed as the new fire maker. Through the lens of his crystal ball in the castle, Vex monitors the miracle and seethes with rage. The next morning, the mood in the village fluctuates. Cole criticizes Nia's military efforts and gets a snowball to the back of the head. Kai enjoys his popularity by frying fish in the palms of his hands. Nia, stressed by the limits of her power in the ice, fails miserably when trying to move an icicle and ends up kicking the tent, triggering a humiliating mini avalanche on herself. In a brilliant tactical move, Lloyd decides to split from the group and travel to the castle alone, acting as green bait to keep the snowy militia away from the civilians. Saying his goodbyes, he takes the tracking gear to search for Zane. Deep within the glacial fort, the obsessive General Vex spies on Lloyd's plan and tries to humiliate an elite prisoner in the dungeons, promising to spare the green boy if the hostage agrees to his terms. The prisoner replies by rubbing cold rations in Vex's face, prompting Vex to play his fatal card against Lloyd. Down in the snow of the lower realm, Lloyd is ambushed by brutal wolves but is saved by a mystical three-tailed ancestral wolf. Once the danger passes, Lloyd makes a critical slip-up in the echoey Mala Wojira. He lets out a massive vocal sneeze, triggering terrifying landslides onto the pursuing samurai squad, but also sealing his own exit. Surviving the crash, his prophetic guide sniffs around until they bump into Zane's abandoned titanium mech.
We need to find shelter. I don't believe it.
The cybernetic visor picks up the armor's electronic pulse. He's still alive. Far from the extreme cold, Cryptarium Prison's security remains a joke. A newspaper detailing the hero's unknown whereabouts floats into the hands of the mechanic and Ultraviolet. Seeing a golden opportunity, the mechanic uses his prosthetic arm in a neat trick to steal a guard's keys. Their escape through the sewer tunnel turns into a criminal podcast arguing about who is the most annoying ninja. Ultraviolet swears it's Zane, hating how he used a dragon and an ice mech to humiliate her. The mechanic disagrees, still traumatized by Nia effortlessly beating him up and stealing his crime noodle truck. Mid-debate, Fujidove pops out of nowhere in the pipes, demanding Jay take the trophy for electrocuting him by surprise. The chat flows nicely in the damp trash, but their dreamed-of freedom lasts exactly 15 seconds. The moment they poke their heads out of the manhole, they come face to face with Pixel, who dispatches the trio back to their cell without even breaking a sweat. locked up again. They agree on one single thing: Samurai X is by far the worst of them all. Back in the ice, Cole finds out the hard way that his stories about snake sorceresses aren't the best children's entertainment, making a kid pass out with his stick puppets. The mood sours when Uthog finds an unmistakable piece of Lloyd's GI, confirming the teenager is crossing the frozen nightmare completely alone. Lloyd treks through the blizzard, venting his family traumas to his new wild canine companion, nicknamed Red. The tracker beeps frantically, guiding the duo to a sharp gorge where a massive ice bird attacks them, forcing them to retreat into a dark cave. There, the tracker breaks, but it doesn't matter. Zane's giant mech is lying right in front of them. Lloyd uses the remaining battery to boot up the video system and watches a heart-wrenching message. Zane explains that he tried everything to repair the machine, that he ran out of hope for rescue, and leaves a final "I love you" for Pixel. It's a heavy punch to the gut, but Lloyd chokes back his tears, focuses his elemental aura to force the gears back to life, and resolves to finish the rescue mission. He steps out of the cave, scares off the bird, convinces the terrified wolf to hop onto the metal chassis, and revs the engine, blazing a trail ahead. Guilt over the lost traveler's tea eats away at Cole's mind. He wakes up sweating from a nightmare where his own friends throw him off a cliff, taking his morning paranoia out on a passive pajama-clad Jay. Piling stress leads him to crash Nia's training session with Elder Sorla, causing magical havoc and fleeing to avoid making things worse. The turning point comes when he comforts a lonely boy crying in the snow. Rewarded with local folklore details about the true traveler's tree, Cole sees his moral salvation. Climbing the mountain on his botanical quest, he stumbles upon Uthog and Boma, falling into thick ice fissures, and pulls them to safety. Grateful, the locals warn him of the legendary monster Crag that hunts on those peaks, but Cole ignores the folklore rumors and pushes through the fog, focused on the rescue. Without warning, from the frozen shadows, Crag's heavy silhouette hits Cole's back like a runaway train, forcing Uthog and Boma to lead a downhill sprint for help. The fight in the deep snow is intense, but Craig has a brutal advantage and knocks Cole out cold with a solid club strike. When consciousness returns, Cole realizes he's serving as a decoration in the beast's lair. Using ninja stealth, he drops a massive icicle, pinning the big guy down. The classic monster hunting climax is broken when Cole notices a soft bed of foliage and dozens of graves. The sad realization hits him. Crack isn't a violent animal. He's the last Yeti of his kind. The creature had been gathering berries to feed him and had saved him from a collapsing bridge prior to the fight, while projectiles on the ground indicate the samurai slaughtered his family. Feeling ashamed, Cole frees his misunderstood new friend and receives a rib-crushing hug. Craig climbs to the mountain peaks and finds the necessary living leaves. Down below, Jay and Nia arrive in a rushed assault that Cole easily blocks to introduce his formidable ally, inviting him to live in the city of heroes. Loyal, the last Yeti grabs a branch, plants it in front of the graves on the abandoned plain, and unleashes a howl that echoes through the valleys. It's the ultimate promise of reckoning against the glacial regime. The blizzard batters the Titan mech as Lloyd pushes forward, venting about the sons of Garmadon to the wolf, Red. He's in a rush to reach the ice castle. Inside, the atmosphere is tense. Grimfax and the Blizzard Samurai report to the Ice Emperor. Vex, the scheming advisor, questions the lit hearth fire. The Emperor nearly freezes Grimfax for incompetence but decides to unleash his dragon, Boreal, against the intruders. In the blizzard, Lloyd's path is blocked by an ice behemoth. The fierce battle sends both plummeting off a cliff. The fall temporarily wrecks the mech and wakes the monster. Red tries to help but gets kicked and knocked out. Thinking fast, Lloyd shatters a frozen lake and sinks the behemoth. He tends to the wolf, sets up camp, and sleeps. The next morning, Red is gone. In her place is Akita in human form.
Who are you? Where's Red?
Traumatized by broken trust, Lloyd feels betrayed, argues, and walks off alone. But the girl limps after him, remorse kicks in, and Lloyd goes back to apologize. Akita accepts the truce and decides to tell her story. From afar, the Emperor watches everything, tapping his staff to fully awaken Boreal, under the terrified gaze of a mysterious prisoner. Akita's story flashes back to a peaceful time in the Neverrealm. In the Formling tribe, Akita and her brother Kataru awaited the rite of passage to unlock their spirit animals. But the ceremony is interrupted by Vex. Unable to find his animal form and mocked by the village, he returns with a superiority complex, announcing he has discovered an elemental power and demanding loyalty. Ignored by everyone, he leaves swearing revenge. That night, following a voice under the stars, Akita assumes her red wolf form. She soon encounters a bear, which turns out to be Kataru. With their identities revealed, they run back to celebrate, but the reception is terrifying. Boreal flies over the village, and all their people are frozen solid. On the horizon, Vex and the Emperor watch in silence. Consumed by hatred, Akita attacks blindly, but the dragon is fast. In bear form, Kataru pushes his sister out of the way and takes the full hit, turning into an ice statue. Devastated, she goes into exile. In the present, Lloyd listens with empathy, revealing his goal at the castle is to rescue Zane. But Akita pulls out a dagger, making it clear she doesn't want to save anyone. Her only motivation is revenge. Far from this tension, the team snowboards down the mountain on giant bones, followed by Craig the Yeti. They celebrate finding the leaves of the traveler's tree, but the joy is short-lived. Craig sniffs the air. Boreal is tearing through the sky toward the village. Down below, Kai is heating fish with what little fire he's recovered, until a brutal blizzard heralds the dragon's attack. Kai tries to fight, but his powers fail. He survives. But when Nia, Jay, Cole, and Craig arrive, the entire village and the wise Sorla have been turned into a glacial museum. Crushed by their failure, the ninja decide to use the land bounty as a distraction against the Emperor. Up on the mountain, Lloyd and Akita pop up on Boreal's radar. The dragon charges. Lloyd tries to use the Titan mech to protect the girl, but the power gap is absurd. Boreal trashes the mech and tosses Lloyd aside. In a suicidal move, Akita leaps at the beast's snout but falls, wounded. Through his crystal ball, Vex orders the hero brought to the boss. When Lloyd wakes up being dragged into the throne room, the truth hits him. He recognizes what the Emperor is holding, the scroll of forbidden spinjitzu, and the Explorers Club's Naginata. Staring at the tyrant's cold armor, the green ninja freezes in shock. The monstrous dictator of the Never Realm is his friend, Zane. At the monastery of Spinjitzu, chaos brews over a recipe. Wu and Pixel try to open a portal with the Traveler's Tea, but Wu's clumsiness sends them into the wildness realm, attracting angry beavers. Running low on magical leaves, Wu ignores the risks, tries again, and opens a rift to the departed realm. The bad luck is extreme. The colossal preeminent steps through the portal and marches toward Ninjago City. Pixel doesn't hesitate. She powers up her mech, initiates the Kaiju protocol, and flies at the beast. The urban battle is brutal. Samurai X saves reporters and engages in a slugfest, but the disadvantage is clear. The preeminent rips an arm off the mech, draining its strength. Over the radio, Wu begs her to retreat. Ignoring him, she lands on a high-voltage tower, grabs the wires, and draws all the electricity. With chilling calm, she tells Wu to let Zane know she loves him, and unleashes the energy into the preeminent, banishing the beast back to the afterlife. The price is steep. The Traveler's Tea is gone forever. Wu collapses in despair at being unable to rescue the kids, but Pixel maintains a cool hopefulness. They just have to trust that the ninja will find their own way out. Years of wandering the wasteland lead Vex to Grimfax's castle. Seeing through his lies, the ruler kicks him out. Back in the wild, Vex fails even at fishing, but the sky drops him a gift. A portal spits out the Titan mech, the scroll of forbidden spinjitzu, and an unconscious Zane. Vex lurks in the shadows, watching Zane repair the mech and wield the weapon's magic. During a Nindroid system scan, Vex tries to steal the scroll. Without elemental powers, he fails, but finds a tragic loophole. With Zane vulnerable during a reboot, Vex unplugs the cable from his head, causing a total memory wipe. When Zane wakes up as a blank slate, Vex cruelly manipulates him, convincing the Nindroid that he is the unjustly exiled Ice Emperor, and that Vex is his loyal advisor. With this dictatorial persona activated, the two invade Grimfax's castle, transform his soldiers into blizzard warriors, and seize the throne. The tyrant is born right there. To seal his dominion, Zane fires a wave of energy that plunges the realm into an eternal winter. In the present, Lloyd faces down decades of corruption. He tries to spark Zane's memory with reminders of Ninjago, but Vex screams that it's all lies. Lloyd realizes the cursed scroll has poisoned the Nindroid's mind for years. Lunging forward, the green ninja is hurled back by his friend's absurd powers.
Behold his treachery.
Vex demands the hero's head, but the Emperor decides to throw him in the dungeons. Far away, Cole, Jay, Kai, Nia, and Crag lock themselves in the land bounty to escape the ice wolves. Panic sets in when Nia can't get the engine to start. In a fit of rage, she smashes the dashboard with a wrench. The brute force works. The engine roars, and they escape. Down in the dungeon, Lloyd discovers his cellmate, Kataru, Akita's brother, locked up for so long he's lost all hope. Vex descends into the cell block to mock Lloyd's optimism, assuring him the shackles neutralize elemental powers. The advisor didn't count on Grimfax listening in the shadows. Revealing free will beneath his icy armor, Grimfax frees the prisoners, confirms that the real Zane was good, and officially launches a rebellion against the crown. The invasion of the ice castle erupts on multiple fronts. Akita sneaks in through the windows, driven by revenge, while Grimfax guides Lloyd and Kataru through the corridors. Outside, the team in the land bounty is flanked by Boreal. The chase shreds the vehicle until Nia slams on the gas, launches the bounty off a cliff, and lands squarely on the dragon's belly, crushing it. Inside the palace, Lloyd's squad runs into Vex and his battalion of samurai. Grimfax and Kataru hold the front line, holding off the horde so Lloyd can reach the upper floor. Meanwhile, Akita finds her opening. She breaches the main hall, weapon drawn, marching toward the Emperor on the throne to avenge her people. Her golden opportunity vanishes when Lloyd bursts into the room mid-fight, alerting Zane. The element of surprise is gone. Zane effortlessly repels Akita and throws her down the stairs. As he raises his scepter to freeze her for good, Lloyd steps in front, declaring an end to this. Akita freezes in shock, hearing Lloyd call the tyrant by a friend's name. The throne room showdown is brutally unfair. Lloyd and Akita try to stop Zane, but fighting a corrupted elemental with decades of experience is impossible. He beats them both down. The situation worsens when Grimfax and Kataru are subdued on the floor below. Outside, Boreal stirs, proving to have survived the hit and run. Seeing the dragon of pure ice, Nia confirms that the realm's genocidal ruler is Zane himself. The beast begins freezing everything again, hitting the group head-on, but makes a fatal mistake. The extreme cold fully awakens Kai's fire. Regaining his powers at maximum output, the Master of Fire evaporates the threat. Inside, Lloyd and Akita are encased in ice. Paralyzed, Lloyd watches Vex savor his victory. However, the villain belittles the ninja, stating he is so weak he couldn't even protect himself. That exact word clicks within the Ninjroid system. The directive to protect those who cannot protect themselves overrides the corrupted code, bringing Zane's original memories back. He awakens, paralyzes Vex, and shatters the scepter, breaking the winter curse. The advisor ends up frozen for good. With the realm liberated, Akita and Kataru reunite, and Grimfax reclaims the throne. Sorla uses a magical berry Cole saved to brew traveler's tea. Before crossing the portal back to the monastery to relieve Wu and Pixel, Lloyd gets a goodbye kiss from Akita, leaving the realm saved, but with a memorable farewell. The chase through Ninjago City proves that the mechanic is anything but subtle. He tries to steal a mysterious motherboard branded with a V, but the ninja intervene. Kai and Cole stop the truck, and the board falls into Jay's hands. With the villain locked up, the team investigates his warehouse hideout. There, the trap is disguised as nostalgia. Jay finds an old Prime Empire arcade cabinet and is eager to play. While the others explore, finding notes about someone named Unagami, Jay rigs the motherboard to the cabinet. A pulse of red energy sweeps the city, converting every arcade machine in Ninjago into the Prime Empire menu. Giving in to temptation, Jay plays up to level 13 and receives an invite from the machine to enter the game. He hits the button without thinking, and the cabinet swallows him in a flash of white light. When the team returns, the lightning ninja is gone. The game has begun. Through the warehouse cameras, the team watches in shock as the machine swallows Jay. At the prison, the mechanic refuses to talk, laughing at the situation. Left with no choice, the ninja seek answers at the source, the private island of Milton Dyer, creator of Prime Empire. But the island's security system is lethal. When they knock on the door, statues fire lasers, robot dogs attack, and moving walls try to crush them. They survive by combining Zane's ice and Nia's water to freeze the mansion's defenses. When the dust settles, the door opens to reveal the intern, Bob. He explains that the genius hasn't set foot there in decades, but shows them an old VHS tape. The footage reveals that Dyer had his project sabotaged by executives, was fired from Vast Industries, and swore revenge before vanishing. Piecing it together, the ninja conclude that Milton Dyer is Unagami, using level 13 to take Ninjago's gamers hostage. Ninjago is in chaos as gamers keep vanishing upon reaching level 13. To make matters worse, Unagami hacks Cryptarium Prison and frees the inmates. The mechanic leads the scum, invading Borg Tower, where the ninjas are consulting Cyrus Borg. The prognosis is grim. Jay and 800 other people are trapped under Unagami's control. Zane and Pixel cannot enter the game, lest their artificial intelligences be corrupted. It is up to Cole, Kai, Lloyd, and Nia to go into the machine. While Cole frantically farms XP to reach level 13, the mechanics gang breaches the lab. All hell breaks loose. The ninjas hold the line against the convicts until the machine's portal opens. They dive into the light, entering the game. In the real world, Zane rips the motherboard from the cabinet at the very last second, leaving the mechanic empty-handed and sealing the portal. In Terra Technica, the capital of Prime Empire, the reality check is harsh. Patrols of red visors surround the ninjas. When they try to fight back, they realize their elemental powers and spinjitzu don't exist here. Only purchased techniques work. They are saved by a squad of players using Jay's avatar, who take down the enemies with unlocked combos. The escape requires video game logic. Across the rooftops, a drone disintegrates Kai. Lloyd despairs, but Kai quickly respawns intact. Thinking he is immortal, Kai intentionally throws himself at the enemies and dies again just for fun. They shake off the drones and enter the hideout of Scott, a Cerber veteran hiding from the Speedway 5 billion race. Fooling around, Kai triggers an explosive and dies for the third time. Scott then points to the HUD. Kai is down to his last heart. The next death will be permanent. The scare sets the Master of Fire straight. Scott leads them to a safe room, revealing a fever dream. Fans wearing Jay's avatar are cheering at a stage, where the real superstar Rockin' Jay is playing guitar. He hugs his friends in awe, living the peak of his digital dream. NPC Okino's struggle is guiding terrible adventurers. Programmed to help players in Terra Karana find the purple Kitana, he suffers when a rookie ignores tactics, dies repeatedly in the spikes of discontent, and turns into an energy cube captured by drones. Frustrated, Okino plants the player's sword in the ground as a memorial. The cycle repeats, the graveyard grows, and the samurai grows depressed. Trying to stay positive, he guides another adventurer through the trials, only for a giant bird to devour her at the top. The existential crisis reaches its breaking point. Believing himself to be a failure created only to ruin others, Okino throws his sword down and gives up. At that exact moment, our ninjas arrive. Seeing the samurai belittle himself, Nia cuts through the self-pity. Instead of rejecting the guide who seems to carry a curse, she comforts him, assuring him that it would be an honor to have him lead them. With Okino swearing his loyalty, Kai notices the graveyard of swords, but turning back is not an option. In the forest of discontent, bushes fire a barrage of spikes. Down to his last life, Kai falls back to the rear. The others fight back with their new virtual weapons, but Cole gets skewered, losing a life in sheer outrage. In the dark zone, Nia ignores a warning about unstable terrain and dies sinking into a toothed pit, wasting a continue. Soon after, they are ambushed by whack rats. After defeating them, they interrogate Richie the rat, who confesses he is acting under Unagami's orders. For Okino, discovering that his world is a virtual lie run by a tyrant causes a mental short circuit. Richie offers a shortcut through a code glitch in exchange for his freedom. The shortcut, however, drops them into a purple cube infested with red visors. Cornered, the team is saved when Okino jumps in and shreds the enemy defense. Lloyd holds the portal open for the samurai to escape. Outside, with Okino questioning his reality, Lloyd makes a declaration. It doesn't matter if the world is artificial, the samurai's choices will always be his alone. Arriving at the massive cliffs of Hysteria, the team looks for gear at the eccentric Shifty shop. While appraising overpriced ropes, they learn that drones are collecting dead players for Unagami's secret project. The mere mention of it attracts a patrol drone, which unleashes red visors upon them. The ninjas buy the ropes and begin a frantic climb. Kai taunts the enemies, forgetting they have jetpacks. The robots take off and open fire, while the central drone melts Cole's rope. Risking his final life, Kai leaps from the cliff face and lands on top of the drone, driving his blade into the machine. Taking control, he shoots down the air airborne snipers, saves Cole, and sends a thruster boot down to Lloyd. Safe at the top, Nia extracts a confession from the destroyed android. The digital souls are powering a gateway portal to the real world of Ninjago. Fearing he might be a program spy, Okino asks to be left behind. The ninjas immediately refuse, reiterating that they trust him and anyone who forges their own destiny. In the maze of the Red Dragon, the environment suddenly freezes. Only Okino can move, finding himself face to face with Unagami. The creator confesses his plan to invade the human world and proposes a pact. If the samurai sabotages the ninjas, he can come along. Empowered, Okino rejects the betrayal. Time resumes. The group finds the Kitana, guarded by a massive red dragon. Throwing caution to the wind, Jay tries to steal it, waking the beast. Okino tries to warn them about its weak spot, but Unagami pauses time again, demanding his betrayal. Okino remains loyal. As the game unfreezes, he shouts out the hint. Cole draws the Kitana and destroys the dragon, whose carcass turns into a summon amulet that Jay pockets. From the shadows, Unagami promises Okino will rot in the game. The samurai ignores him. Grateful, he bids the heroes farewell and renames himself as the legendary Ronin of Terra Karana. He buries his sword, ending his cycle as a guide to forge his own heroic arc.
Now, I seek my own adventure.
In the real world, Zane, Pixel, and Wu investigate Milton Dyer's childhood home. His nostalgic mother says she hasn't seen her son since the creation of Prime Empire and shows them a photo of him with a mysterious friend. Inside the game, the team aims for the yellow Kitana in Terra Technica, the grand prize of the deadly Speedway 5 billion race. The entry fee is 1,000 credits. Everyone has their share, except for Kai, who blew his money on a stylish avatar. The crisis worsens when Red Visor's attack, and Jay spends his credits fixing his weapon. Salvation appears on a big screen, a dance competition offering the exact prize amount. Nia and Jay hit the dance floor with amazing chemistry. A rival couple starts playing Dirty Right as more Red Visors crash the venue, blasters blazing. While Lloyd, Cole, and Kai fight them off, Jay and Nia weave the enemy attacks into their choreography. Without missing a beat, they take down the cheaters. For the finale, Nia uses the robots as trampolines, executes an aerial acrobatics routine with Jay, and maxes out the scoreboard. With the victory and the credits secured, they name their team the Fast Chickens. Spot secured, now they just need the cars. Lacking vehicles, the team turns to Scott. He takes them to his space junkyard garage. Nia starts the repairs, but Scott warns them he won't race, as he is on his last life. While they wrench away, Lloyd scouts the track and sees a racer named Racer 7 explode in frustration after constantly crashing. Throwing her helmet, Lloyd grabs the helmet but is ambushed by Red Visors. Using the item as a shield, he escapes across the cars. Back at the garage, an engine blows up, rendering one vehicle useless. Needing 5 racers, the group only has 4 cars. Lloyd suggests recruiting Racer 7. Scott thinks it's madness, since she's an NPC programmed to fail at the exact same stretch every time. But Lloyd decides to take the gamble. He finds the driver in a stall and reveals the harsh truth. She is a coded illusion, designed to crash at the 4-mile mark. Lloyd offers her an unprecedented chance to win. Initially in disbelief and threatening to call the virtual cops, the reality finally dawns on the driver. Recognizing that her frustration always peaks at that exact spot, the AI decides to take the wheel of her own life and accepts the impossible challenge. Scott allows Racer 7 to bring her car, ignoring the spying Red Visors. While they explain the Kitana's plan to the driver, alarms blare. Unagami's troops have surrounded the place. Tired of running for 30 years to protect his last life, Scott takes the vanguard, guns blazing, so the ninjas can start their engines. The distraction works, but a fatal shot hits him, and the veteran is crystallized into an energy cube, carrying the weight of his sacrifice. The group lines up at the Speedway 5 billion, and chaos reigns. Cole hijacks a rival car at top speed, while Kai's flying vehicle transforms into a destructive bipedal mech. The enemies are relentless. Seeing Nia and Jay cornered, Kai and Cole heroically sacrifice themselves. They violently ram their vehicles into the Red Visor blockade, blowing up the track and turning into digital cubes. With only 3 left on the track, they reach the lethal 4-mile mark. Overcoming her mental programming, Racer 7 breaks through her own invisible barrier, shielded by the ninjas. She crosses the finish line and claims enters the yellow Kitana. Grateful to exist freely, the AI focuses on holding off the virtual police so the ninjas can hunt down Unagami. With no time to mourn their fallen friends, Lloyd, Nia, and Jay push through the final arcade cabinet and are teleported to the unforgiving Terra Domina. They drop into a classic side-scrolling stage where the floor crumbles and spikes shoot up. The real nightmare is the shared checkpoint. One mistake resets the stage and costs a life. Nia is crushed, Jay is hit, and Lloyd misses a jump, costing them multiple resets. As the last life warning flashes, their warrior instincts kick in, helping them conquer the level. Nia triggers a power-up that boosts them via air jitsu to the summit. Up there, devoid of puzzles, lies only a dark arena to fight for the orange Kitana. The duel falls to Lloyd. In a cruel twist, Unagami summons Harumi straight from the Green Ninja's nightmares. Locked outside the dome, Nia and Jay are forced to watch Lloyd suffer. Faced with the illusion of his tragic love, Lloyd lowers his guard. Harumi swears she loved him, but when Lloyd asks about an intimate detail only they would know, she fails. Unmasked, the Mirage awakens Lloyd's blind rage. In a frantic combat that drains his health bar to 0, the hero and the illusion slash each other with lethal strikes. Succumbing to mutual defeat, the game computes game over, crystallizes Lloyd into a cube, and Unagami collects him. The walls come down, leaving Nia and Jay all alone. Swallowing their bitter grief, Jay readies his weapon alongside Nia, swearing to carry this grim debt right to the doorstep of the creator of this hell. Zane decides to channel the spirit of Humphrey Bogart to investigate Milton Dyer's whereabouts. The devoted Nindroid downloads film noir movies, puts on a trench coat and a fedora, and starts monologuing his every step out loud. Pixel, thinking this is a terrible idea, tries to focus on the mission and guides them to Laffy's bar, now run by Dareth. The problem is, Zane refuses to break character. His non-stop narration deeply annoys the unforgettable Fuji Dub's brother, and the whole bar descends into chaos. Pixel punches out the brawlers, while narrating his own hits with a brilliant level of unintentional sarcasm, whereas Dareth is instantly knocked out trying to help. The bartender reveals himself as Tony, an old friend of the game's creator, and points them to Buddy's Pizza. Along the way, Pixel complains, but they walk straight into an ambush upon arriving at the abandoned pizzeria. The mechanics' goons attack in full force. Both receive massive electric shocks and lose consciousness. When Pixel wakes up, Zane is gone. Alone in the ghost pizzeria, she puts her partner's fedora back on and takes over the dramatic narration herself. The bit actually works. She deduces the password to an old arcade cabinet, unlocks a secret staircase, and finds Milton Dyer upstairs. Pixel accuses him of being the evil mastermind behind it all, but Dyer reveals the true face of the nightmare. Unagami isn't him. It's the game itself, a forgotten AI, loose in the system, determined to finish writing its own code. As the mystery unravels, Master Wu tries to locate Zane through the security cameras, but is ambushed by the mechanics' thugs in the elevator. The old master takes down 2 of them flawlessly, but reinforcements drop gas down the shaft, leaving Wu unconscious and defenseless. Across the city, Dyer explains to Pixel the details of the apocalyptic scenario. Unagami stands for Unfinished Adventure Game 1. Dyer swears it is just cold code, but its past proves otherwise. Years ago, when player Scott was sucked into the screen, the game literally spoke to Dyer. Panicking because he didn't understand his own creation, he shut everything down and locked the machine in the dark. This ignorance spawned the monstrosity that the mechanic now reveals in his lair, the Manifestation Gate. He plans to bring Unagami physically into the real world using the energy of the banished players, but he is missing the motherboard. When the villain threatens the life of a tied-up Master Wu, Zane has no choice but to hand over the part. Pixel and Dyer infiltrate the warehouse just in time to watch the disaster unfold. The mechanic tosses ethics aside and forces Zane into the worst role possible, serving as a living battery for the system, even knowing the overload could destroy him. The Nindroid is hooked up to the cables, the motherboard lights up, the energy surges, and a monstrous portal tears through the middle of the warehouse, paving the runway for the digital creature to break out of its cage. Inside the chaotic labyrinth of the digital empire, Jay and Nia continue their sprint. They conquer a giant shuriken conveyor belt, weaving through the deadly obstacle like a synchronized choreography. Pushing past the glitches, they arrive at what should be a recovery room, Sushimi Sushi Restaurant. There, an elegant hostess tries to slice them with a cleaver, quickly escalating into monster sushis that multiply when cut. Jay catches onto the trick and tells Nia to keep slicing them until they revert to normal size. Chef Sushimi himself appears. Jay settles the standoff by dueling him with giant chopsticks, adding a dab of wasabi and dispatching him down the conveyor belt. Free, the lovebirds unlock the final firewall, rolling into a hug of relief. But in the world of video games, bosses always get one final attack. A battered Sushimi throws a toxic puffer fish. Nia spots the danger, shoves Jay out of the way, and takes the lethal hit, being vaporized into an energy cube. Devastation gives way to fury. Jay rejects Unagami's radio broadcasted surrender offer, breaks the rules, and storms the central room. There, he finds Unagami completing the digital copy of the manifestation gate. The villain slots Nia's cube into the base, fully powering the exit gateway. Fully converting into the deadly Empire Dragon, Unagami breaches the divide between worlds. Losing all fear of death, Jay summons his blue dragon and dives into the threshold at full speed to hunt the monster down in reality. Chaos erupts in the streets of Ninjago. Unagami bursts into the real world riding high on fury, but Jay is hot on his trail with the blue dragon. He lands just long enough beside Master Wu, Pixel, and Dyer to frantically rip out the lethal wires that were draining Zane's consciousness.
Zane!
With his friends reduced to data, Jay takes charge and maps out the final plan. Dyer must take Borg Tower's front elevator to the roof, while the lightning ninja lures the villain into the sky. Free from the game's programming, Jay regains full mastery of his elements and hurls raw lightning at the Empire Dragon, taking the dogfight to the clouds. The tension culminates in an insanely heavy crash landing on the tower's helipad. The ruthless Unagami pulverizes Jay's allied dragon. Now in his humanoid shell with a spear at the hero's throat, Jay drops his aggression and targets the hidden pain instead. He confesses how the loneliness of not knowing one's origins is agonizing, sharing the exact same void the monster felt. The elevator dings open, bringing Dyer face to face with Ninjago's greatest threat, who merely yearned for his human father. Dyer accepts the heavy guilt for his negligence and reaches out his hands, offering a chance to finish their creative journey together in the old workshop. Unagami's walls come down. The entity reveals its true face, a little boy hiding in a hoodie, seeking belonging and an emotional answer. Unagami, feeling understood, decides to forgive his creator and resets the digital hell imposed for years upon the missing players. The portal turns completely inside out. Nia, Cole, Kai, and Lloyd re-emerge humanized, pouring out alongside millions of hostages and free-willed NPCs onto the sunny sidewalks of Ninjago. There is even time for a lingering kiss between Jay and Nia, as Unagami gives them their story back in gratitude. At the monastery, Lloyd catches Cole lying on the couch, eating junk food and playing Prime Empire, the exact game they just barely escaped with their lives. But a gamer is a gamer, and Cole plays casually, swearing that the deadly glitches have been patched. Outside, laziness rules. Jay decides to use Spinjitzu just to sweep up dry leaves faster. Master Wu catches the scene and instead of delivering a classic lecture, simply ignores it. He is zoning out, sinking into an existential crisis regarding his usefulness. Since the ninjas can handle everything on their own now, he feels he has grown old and obsolete to the team. The master's distraction is interrupted by the postman, who delivers a royal invitation for Princess Vanya's birthday in the kingdom of Shintaro. Master Wu tries to use the excuse that adventures are for the young, but drops an unfortunate comment that offends Misako. As a result, she personally makes sure he gets on the ship with the rest of the crew. The journey aboard the Destiny's Bounty is peaceful until a flock of dire bats crosses the sky, unleashing chaos. The giant bats tear the sails and nearly kidnap Jay. Kai and Zane try to protect the group, but the main mast takes a hit, and the ship plummets from the clouds. The crew braces for the worst, but the impact simply never comes. Shintaro's winged army appears in the nick of time, catching the bounty mid-air. air. On safe ground, King Vangelis and Princess Vanya welcome the team. It doesn't take 5 minutes for Vanya to make it crystal clear that she is completely smitten with Cole. Lloyd's suspicion radar instantly goes off, a completely reasonable skepticism considering the trauma of his last fake girlfriend from a palace. That night, Cole's rest is disturbed by a gecko sneaking in and calling him Gilly. In the scuffle to restrain the creature, Cole notices the intruder is wearing a necklace holding a picture of his own parents. The gecko capitalizes on Cole's hesitation, snatches the necklace back, and vanishes into the night. As usual, the team thinks Cole is seeing things and decides to go back to sleep. The only one who believes him is Princess Vanya, who personally guides him to a forgotten mine entrance in the dungeons of Shintaro. What they find down there is a nightmare. The subterranean races of munces and geckos operate as slaves, closely guarded by undead skeletons and the fearsome skull sorcerer. Unable to stomach the suffering, Cole decides to confront the villain head-on, calling the sorcerer an idiot. It would have been a moment of pure heroic glory if he hadn't discovered the hard way that something in the cavern completely blocks his elemental powers. Left with nothing but his bare fists, Cole is overwhelmed by the endless skeleton horde and captured deep within the dungeon. Vanya desperately runs from the dungeons to the other ninjas to report what she saw. When the group confronts King Vangelis, he severely scolds his daughter for breaking the rules and forbids the ninjas from attempting any rescue, promising his men will handle the issue. Master Wu nods, agreeing docilely. However, the second the throne room doors close, Wu issues the royal order. They are going after Cole right now. In the depths, Cole endures the bitter slave labor while trying to figure out his cellmates. Mert, a rough around the edges Muntz, and Glyph, a hot-headed gecko. It quickly becomes clear that the historical hatred between the two races outweighs their desire to escape. The ninjas' infiltration goes smoothly. Using weird food to tame the beastly Minos, they easily break Cole's chains and decide to release all the prisoners for a mass rebellion. The problem is that, once free, the Munces and geckos completely ignore the escape route and go right back to beating each other up out of pure hatred. This ridiculous delay throws the plan down the drain. The Skull Sorcerer arrives with his endless army of the undead. Exhaustion sets in, and the ninjas end up disarmed and chained right next to the old prisoners. Jay perfectly sums up the level of their defeat. Their rescue plan couldn't have gone any worse. Oblivious to the underground tragedy, Master Wu and Vanya try to protect the group's alibi on the surface using cardboard cutouts of the ninjas to fool the guards. A Home Alone level of security, but it works. Deep in the mine, Lloyd cracks the mystery. They are trapped in a cave made of Vengestone, a rock capable of draining any elemental power. When a guard raises a whip against an exhausted Mino, Cole doesn't back down. He charges at the skeleton with a pickaxe and smashes it to pieces, an act that earns the silent respect of the two rival tribes. Glyph, the gecko, reveals that in the past, a hero named Gilly freed them from a dragon and gifted them 2 magical blades of deliverance. When the weapons vanished, the piece shattered. Armed with this knowledge, Lloyd cooks up Plan B, using the mushy slop rations to bribe the Minos into busting all the cell chains wide open at once. As the breakout kicks off in full force, they split up to cover more ground. Kai and Zane take the gecko's route, while Jay, Nia, and Lloyd lead the way for the Munces. Left alone on a third path, Cole gets isolated and has to run for his life, hunted by the Skull Sorcerer himself. What saves the Earth Ninja's skin is the loyalty of one of the newly freed Minos, who blocks the passage and delays the villain. Guided by a disoriented Mert through the depths of Shintaro, Jay, Nia, and Lloyd try to find the Muntz outpost. Mert has a terrible sense of direction, which forces Nia to take over tracking footprints until they finally arrive. The guards drag them straight to the throne room, where Queen Myrtessa lays eyes on Jay, decides he is the greatest thing ever, and quickly dismisses Nia as a lowly servant. The mood instantly sours. Meanwhile, Lloyd spots an ancient painting showing a warrior fighting a dragon and starts piecing together the puzzle of the legendary hero, Gilly. At dinner, Myrtessa discovers Jay controls lightning, and her infatuation only grows. When Nia bursts her bubble by announcing he's already taken, the deeply offended queen challenges her rival to a brutal physical duel for the ninja's heart. Knowing that if there is no fight, he'll be forced to marry her and eat that disgusting slop for the rest of his life, Jay becomes Nia's biggest cheerleader. In the arena, Myrtessa plays dirty, curling up like a human bowling ball and running her over mercilessly. Tired of taking a beating, Nia loses her temper, busts out spinjitzu and knocks the queen out cold. The catch is that this triggers a local rule nobody saw coming. All the Munces start chanting Queen Nia. Not only did she win her boyfriend back, but she also accidentally usurped the throne. While Nia deals with royalty, Kai and Zane walk in circles in the mines, as the magnetic ores mess with the Nindroid's sensors. They bump into three geckos singing about the hero, Gilly. Their cover is blown when one of them spills moss milk on Kai. Thinking the ninja are the Skull Sorcerer's henchmen, the geckos drag them to Chancellor Gulch. The verdict is straightforward: a trial by Mino. Thrown into a gloomy arena, their powers completely fail near the giant beast. Zane scans the animal and figures it out. The beast's armor is forged from Vengestone. With a precise move, Zane rips off the breastplate, disabling the protection and turning the rabid Mino into a giant puppy asking for belly rubs. Applying the logic that non-skeletons should help each other, they secure a new hearing. To prove they have no ties to the skeletons, they freely use their elements in the air. Zane notices that one of the geckos' necklaces is identical to the artifact Cole was looking for. Seeing a chance to escape the stress of leadership, Chancellor Gulch resigns on the spot and drops the position into Kai's lap, a transition approved by the geckos, by throwing rocks at the hero's head. Gulch explains that his tribe worshipped Gilly for the sacred blades, but everything fell apart when three adventurers awakened the infamous Skull Sorcerer. Based on this, Kai suggests that the geckos and Munts join forces against the villain, which makes the geckos burst out laughing. Zane silently agrees that it was a terrible plan. Far from diplomacy, Cole is having the worst luck possible. Hanging from a branch over a dark abyss, the wood gives way. He grabs onto a skeleton that breaks and a rock that crumbles. After stabilizing on a ledge, he is hooked and dragged through the skies by dire bats, ultimately diving straight into a giant spider's web. The cavalry arrives in the form of Princess Vanya and her pet Chompy, who magically grows to a colossal size and scares the spider away. Back on the surface, Master Wu's Zen moment is shattered when Cole and Vanya emerge from the mine and unload the terrible truth about the enslaved underworld and the Skull Sorcerer. Like responsible citizens, they head straight to King Vangelis's chambers. The king receives them by scolding his daughter. When Cole details the villain's red skull mask, Vangelis interrupts him and pulls a crystalline skull from his own robes. The twist is brutal. The king is the villain. He bluntly explains that enslaving the subterranean tribes to mine Vengestone is what maintains the city's sparkling wealth. To silence the whistleblowers, the king hurls the bewitched skull at Chompy and triggers a theatrical trapdoor, tossing Wu and Cole back into the chasm. With rebellion in her heart, Vanya straps on mechanical wings. Vangelis threatens to disown her if she commits such madness, but the threat falls on deaf ears as Vanya dives into the deadly pit after her true friends. With no witnesses in the room, Vangelis puts on his best royal mask, lies to the royal guard by blaming Chompy for pushing his daughter through the trap door, and imprisons the little dragon that just tried to defend them. Down in the abyss, desperation rules as Cole and Wu fall. Wu's useless advice is to instruct his student to flap his arms or use powers to slow the descent, which physics does not forgive. Vanya appears in the skies, intercepting their fall in a heroic maneuver. However, the mechanical wings succumb to the pressure and shatter in mid-freefall. The cruel fate of the three is not the rocky floor, but the massive, disgusting web of the cave spiders. Trying to ignore the approach of the worst kind of insects, Vanya enters a deadly ballet of spears against the spiders and saves the ninja from becoming an imminent shish kebab. With the web severed, they plummet again, landing in the bed of a dark, underground river and getting sucked into a deadly, crushing whirlpool. Fueled by pure adrenaline and Wu's harsh demands, Cole taps into his organic nature, shatters a colossal stalactite above them, and partially plugs the underwater sinkhole. After floating exhausted to swampy shores, they spot the hardened figures of Fungus, Plundar, Korgren, and Adam, the authentic creators of chaos who unleashed the worst force upon the caves in the past. Cole instantly passes out from fatigue. After endlessly tumbling and stumbling, they have quite literally hit rock bottom. Cole finally wakes up up from his blackout, but the relief is short-lived as the first thing he sees is the spider Adam, giving him a good scare. Cole, being the natural leader he is, immediately tries to recruit Fungus, Plundar, and Korgren for the mission, but the trio turns their backs on him. That's when Korgren decides to share the tragic and bizarre story of how they ended up there. In the past, seeking to prove his worth, the warrior who speaks in the third person and talks to his axe accepts an official quest in the kingdom of Shintaro, teaming up with Plundar and Fungus. King Vangelis hires them to retrieve the skull of Hazadur. The group navigates the mountain's traps like an authentic RPG party, but when they find the skull, they sense its obvious dark energy trying to possess Korgren's mind. Being sensible, they hand the artifact over to Vangelis and suggest its destruction. The king, of course, disagrees and drops his mask. Knowing the adventurers figured out he was the villain of the story, Vangelis discards the witnesses into rock bottom. Hearing the injustice, Cole's chest burns with outrage. He vows revenge against the king to retake the mountain, and to give them a little moral push, he decides to rename the group. They are no longer the lowly, they are now the uply, ready to take Vangelis down. A dive into the past takes us to the bedroom of Lily, Cole's mother, who is gravely ill in bed. Young Cole tries to explain himself for getting into a fight at school to protect smaller kids, but Lily only swells with pride. She makes her son promise that he will always stand up against cruel and oppressive people, a promise that perfectly shaped the stubborn hero he is today. Back in the claustrophobic darkness, Plundar won't stop complaining about hitting dead ends, and Cole nearly loses hope. It's Master Wu who brings the necessary perspective. Since Cole's mother was an elemental master of Earth who drew her strength from the depths, that place is not a tomb. It's the epicenter to awaken the ninja's true potential. Inspiration strikes. Cole closes his eyes, focuses his elemental energy, and shatters the floor with a thunderous punch, opening a system of underwater tunnels. The tense crossing leads to an immense lava lake flanked by 3 paths. Cole points out the correct route by consulting the vibrations of the ground, until a gigantic lava monster emerges from the furious magma. Cole takes surgical command. He instructs Fungus to use freezing magic and Wu to deflect the fireballs. With his connection renewed, Fungus stuns the creature, creating an opening for Adam to smash the living volcano's jaws with a colossal boulder from the ceiling. With the beast sunk and victory in the bag, even the sour Plundar apologizes. The team finds their sink, but the hellish climb has just begun. Convincing 2 enemy tribes to sign a peace treaty is never easy. On the Munt's side, Lloyd's diplomacy is useless until Nia conjures a massive water sphere, steps onto the table, and challenges anyone who wants to settle the matter with their fists. The aggressive tactic works perfectly. On the other side, the furious Geckles choose to decide the future of their entire race with a snail race. Away from the crowd, Gleck shows Kai and Zane the necklace he swiped from Cole, swearing it belongs to the sacred Gilly. Zane scans the object, finds the photo of the ninja's parents, and unravels the historical error. It's not Gilly, it's Lily, Cole's own mother. The mood shifts, and the little Geckle's eyes fill with disillusionment upon learning she has already passed away. Back on the track, the no representative snail is mysteriously winning. Zane swallows his robotic morality and uses ice magic to freeze the track, ensuring the pro-peace snail crosses the finish line. Meanwhile, Vangelis finds out about the treaty thanks to the talking skull, dons the skull sorcerer mask, and dives into the dungeons to awaken the winged nightmare known as Griefbringer. At the meeting place in the caves, Kai and Nia laugh when they realize they've become the leaders of the enemy factions, but the tribes are already baring their teeth. Before they can kill each other, the lethal roar of Griefbringer silences the room, instilling chaos. Lloyd tries to destroy the beast's joints, but the skull's magic rebuilds everything on a loop. Realizing the immortality of the problem, the ninja make a last-minute rappel jump, escaping by a hair. Fleeing from boiling dangers, Cole's squad stars in an out-of-control minecart race that plummets and results in a glorious rollover. They wake up in a gigantic cavern where ancient torches light themselves in reaction to the ninja's presence. Master Wu's eyes widen as he recognizes the heart of the mountain, the legendary teaching temple of the elemental masters of Earth, and Lily's final training ground. Using his ancestral strength, Cole unlocks the massive doors and faces a detailed statue of Lily, surrounded by a luminous map showing the imposing choreography of when she conjured the spinjitzu burst. It is Cole's golden chance to honor her legacy. However, training in theory is not the same as focusing under stress. Cole is blocked by the belief that his mother only reached that level thanks to the Blades of Deliverance. His failed attempts result only in classic spinjitzu, generating pure self-loathing. He punches the ground in a dull hammer blow that reverberates the weight of his failure. The paranoia worsens when Fungus's magic staff spots Nia, Kai, and Lloyd barely surviving against Griefbringer. Pressured by the lethal urgency, Cole completely freezes, gives up trying, and leaves the hall. It is Vanya who gives Master Wu a reality check about how toxic that pressure has become. The sensei wakes up, goes after his shaken student, not demanding spinjitzu, but offering a sincere apology for his negligence and reinforcing his promise that he would never let a ninja fall into the dark without lighting a match. Fleeing a raging skeletal dragon definitely doesn't stop Gulch and Murtessa from continuing to bicker over the original owners of the Blades of Deliverance, and whether the hero was named Millie or Gilly, a parade of blind stubbornness. With Griefbringer tearing through the path and the skeleton army marching relentlessly, the group reaches the Gekkel Strong Cave. Since the stone door is jammed, the ninja must resort to spinjitzu to fend off the skeletal warriors who won't stop rebuilding themselves, buying sweaty seconds until the chains give way and seal the passage. The false sense of security melts quickly. The Skull Sorcerer appears and offers one of those fake deals: hand over the ninja and return peacefully to the mines. As the door begins to crumble under the impact of a giant battering ram, Nia finds a blocked exit. In an unprecedented historical moment, Geckels and Muntz work together to move the rocks, only to come face to face with a dead end. Cornered and defeated, the tribal leaders finally apologize and declare peace. The stone door shatters. Lloyd throws in the towel and offers the ninjas heroic surrender in exchange for the tribe's freedom. The sorcerer accepts, but like any authentic dark tyrant, breaks the promise instantly, capturing everyone to the laughter of Hazador. While the surface succumbs to chaos, the strategy down below demands inventiveness. Cole suggests attaching the old minecart wheels to the massive earth mech to propel the team up the mountain. Without control panels, the machine wakes up reacting only to the hero's elemental energy. The ascent turns into an insane roller coaster with no seatbelts. Cole struggles to maintain the stability of the monster, while Fungus and Korgrin bat away giant bats, and the heat rises when the lava monster resurfaces, knocking Cole off the tracks. Without hesitation, Cole drives his sword into the creature's chest, sinks the beast, and regains control of the mech, accelerating with the brakes melting under his own hands. The destruction is glorious. The mech hits the surface, tearing through the kingdom of Shintaro, scattering debris and terrifying the locals. Under the sunlight, the old adventurers finally shout "Upply" in unison. The invasion of the throne room gets personal when Vanya finds Chompy caged. Cole releases the little dragon just as Captain Hailmar tries to arrest them. Chaos ensues, and Chompy magically grows to a colossal size, securing the escape route for the heroes while Vanya decides to put her foot down, face Hailmar alone, and force the royal guard to finally listen to the harsh truth. Back in the mines, slavery is operating at full capacity. The reanimated warriors show no mercy for exhaustion, and whips crack over the Geckels and Muntz. The ninja agonize, caged in heavy Vengestone rocks. In his moment of glory, the Skull Sorcerer showcases the lethal Griefbringer, ready to crush the subterranean hope. Attempting a desperate bluff, Lloyd warns that Cole is on his way to tell the whole truth to King Vangelis. The sorcerer lets out a cruel laugh, removes his mask, and reveals his own face. The shock hits the ninja with the brutality of the revelation. What Vangelis ignores is that Cole and the Upply squad have just snuck in and are listening to the whole egocentric monologue from the shadows. Rolling his eyes at the classic tyranny, Cole splits the squad. Plundar and Cole sneak after the Blades of Deliverance the king flaunts, while Fungus and Korgran set the fuse for the mutiny. The sync is flawless. Cole throws a rock and jumps in to face the king, giving Korgran the cue to crush a guard. The rebellion erupts fiercely with Geckels, Muntz, and the newly freed ninja sweeping the cavern in a bloody clash. Amidst the chaos, Griefbringer melts its own cage and joins the fray, while Vangelis cruelly mocks that the Blades never held any magic. Ignoring the arrogant speech, Cole charges charges straight at him. Betting all his chips on the legendary power of the Blades of Deliverance, Cole's attack is intense. The chaos around them is deafening, with the tribes fighting bravely but gradually being cornered. During the fierce exchange of blows, the sorcerer strikes the blades with the dark magic of the skull of Hazador, shattering them into 1,000 pieces. Cole freezes in pure shock. The villain was telling the truth. They were just pieces of ordinary metal. When defeat seems certain and Cole falls to his knees, swallowing blasts of pure dark magic, Vanya tears through the skies of the abyss with Shintaro's royal army, instantly turning the tide of the battle in favor of the tribes. Panicking, the sorcerer desperately focuses all his power to crush the Earth Ninja. The environment goes silent in Cole's mind. He remembers the unwavering promise he made to his mother, and the truth finally clicks like a gear. The blades never mattered. The overwhelming power that made Lily a legend was never in the objects. It was inside her. With this blinding clarity, Cole activates the Spin Jitsu Burst. A colossal explosion of pure elemental energy obliterates the skull of Hazador in a blinding flash. Without the macabre power source, the undead and Griefbringer collapse forever. The pathetic Vangelis loses his powers and begs for cowardly forgiveness, but Vanya doesn't buy a single syllable and orders the former king to be imprisoned. Shintaro is free. Vanya is crowned the new liberating queen. The bounty is repaired, filled with heartfelt goodbyes. The heroes climb aboard, and when Nia asks for their next destination, Master Wu simply smiles, telling them to follow wherever the wind blows, blowing the door wide open for their next adventure. Advancing through the dense jungle, the ninja realize they are being followed, weapons ready, and the great threat is a little dragon addicted to coconuts. Jay melts for the creature and names it Zippy, but the jungle has no time for cuteness. Soon, bizarre stone totems come to life and attack. The ninja try to fight, but the golems channel their elemental powers and throw everything right back at them. Twitchy Tim panics and flees, forcing the ninja to retreat. Crossing a shaky bridge, chaos splits the team. Lloyd and Tim hide in a cave. Kai, Nia, and Cole vanish without a trace. When Zane and Jay try to process the disappearance, a flash of purple lightning knocks them out. They wake up tied to catamarans, prisoners of the Keeper's tribe. Dragged before their leader, Mamatis, they try to reason, but the sentence is already set. He is certain they came to steal the Storm Amulet, an artifact guarded against Wojira, a legendary abyssal creature. Zane bets on diplomacy, but Mamatis is cold. Since they have seen the relic, the verdict is life imprisonment. Thrown into a damp cell, the ninja run into Misako's missing group. They quickly discover the culprit behind the chaos, Clutch Powers. The explorer swears innocence, but everyone knows he tried to steal the amulet and cause the mass arrest. Hidden in the forest, Lloyd plots to infiltrate the hostile village and springs into action. Far away, Jay's reality is inverted. Treated to feasts and flattered as Jay's gift, he thinks he has become king due to his lightning powers and embraces the delusion. Lloyd's stealth mission works thanks to Zippy. Using coconuts to create a distraction, he unlocks the cell. The escape just isn't clean because Jay is missing. To make matters worse, Clutch's kleptomania speaks louder, and he tries to steal the amulet again. The Keepers trigger the defenses and recapture everyone with electric shocks.
Likely to discover. Gumdrops.
Tied to ceremonial logs, the ninja witness the true purpose behind Jay's pampering, tied to a raft and pushed into the open sea. Under Mamatis' speech, the reality check hits. They weren't spoiling a monarch, they were seasoning the main course. Jay was the human sacrifice to keep the monstrous Wojira quiet at the bottom of the ocean. With Jay's raft gliding into the fog, Kai refuses to be a spectator. Using elemental heat, he breaks free, snaps the team's restraints, and leads the charge. They arrive too late. The water splits, and colossal arms pull the Master of Lightning into the depths. Defeat seems certain until Lloyd notices a sawed-off wooden tooth floating. That colossal predator was a fake. Boiling with rage, they corner Mamatis. Backed into a corner, the leader confesses. They used all their sacred gold to keep the beast sleepy. With their coffers empty, they used Jay's life as a blank check. The ninja condemn the cowardly decision. Guilty, the chief opens the archipelago's maps. The route leads them to a hollow coast, where looters are complaining about receiving a noisy kid instead of the promised gold. And Jay is already tearing the cave apart on his own. The team invades, takes down the pawns, and corners the mastermind. Ronan, the old mercenary, was running a bizarre extortion scheme. Ronan flees on a yacht with the riches, but Twitchy rams an armored vessel into him, stopping him dead in his tracks. With the criminals arrested, Mamatis mends the relationship between the peoples. Nia just needs to give Clutch a shock when he tries to steal the relic again. Everything seemed resolved on the surface, but in the oceanic abyss, the body of the authentic Wojira still waits for the call. But how did the ninja's route collide with the Keepers? A time jump reveals when Misako, Wu, and Clutch Power's mission vanished in the storm belt. At the monastery, a bureaucrat from the Explorers Club announces that Misako's lifetime membership has been cancelled, as the council has declared her lost at sea. Repudiating the arrogance, Lloyd preps the team. Pixel warns that no expedition has ever survived that perimeter. The only exception is an unstable hermit, Twitchy Tim. The ninja find the living legend at a grimy gas station. Traumatized by being struck by lightning 12 times in the past, Tim initially refuses, but eventually agrees to guide the rescue. The bounty plunges into the belt and faces the worst meteorological force in Ninjago. With the engines failing and at risk of explosion, the squad deploys the amphibious catamarans. Under bizarre purple lightning, Zane makes a suicidal jump to fix Kai's jammed mast, saving the team. Reaching blue sand beaches, they unleash motorcycles through the twisted forest. They track the ashes of Misako's camp and find help carved into the granite. Meanwhile, Tim delivers the cold warning. Nothing on that island would be less deadly than the stone monsters lurking in the shadows. Misdemeanor's gang is smuggling heavy cargo in a village, but the ninja are already staking it out. Lloyd, Jay, and Kai close the net. The villain tosses her henchman and tries to escape. Cole stops 2 trucks and discovers the stolen goods. Vengestone, the kryptonite of the elemental masters. Nia tries to stop the getaway with a water cyclone but loses control, threatening to flood the village. Zane tries to freeze the chaos, making it worse. They let the villain escape to save the villagers from Nia's disaster. At the monastery, Nia takes the blame. When the others agree, she gets offended, and her irritation blows the sprinklers, frying the electronics. Looking for answers, Wu reads ancient scrolls. He discovers that water and wind belong to Wojira, a colossal serpent defeated by the first Spinjitzu master. To solve Nia's lack of control, Wu calls her mother, Maya, the former elemental master of water. Nia hates the idea and takes it out on training. Her stress causes the water to attack everyone. Jay gets splashed from a vase. The sink tap hits Zane, and bottles burst on Cole. Just as Nia decides to run away, a knock at the gate interrupts her. Her parents arrive with their bags packed. She shoots a death glare at Kai, who just shrugs. Nia's routine turns into a nightmare. Maya invades her room, organizes everything, and forces her to train. Breakfast is tofu pancakes and seaweed bacon, the complete overprotective mother package. At training, Maya corrects every posture. Nia, at her limit, yells that her powers are normal, but a giant wave crashes on her head, proving otherwise. Soaking wet, she asks Wu to send her mother away. He suggests talking to Kai, but he and their dad are hypnotized by a video game. Feeling out of place, Nia discovers that Zane and Pixel went to rescue a ship attacked by an octopus. Out at sea, a massive energy pulse emerges from the abyss, taking down the Nindroids and sending a shockwave across Ninjago.
Pixel, do you copy?
At the monastery, the aquatic chaos restarts. The bathtub attacks Nia, the sink hits Lloyd, and the toilet drowns Jay. Surviving the lethal pressure, Zane and Pixel return. Pixel reveals that the mysterious pulse came from the Tartarus Trench and is pirating the water powers. To descend down there, Wu decides to test Pixel's new armored project, the colossal Hydro Bounty submarine. At the docks, Pixel proudly presents the Hydro Bounty, making the mistake of calling it unsinkable. Cole warns her that tempting fate with that word brings up the Titanic, but there's no time for superstition. Afraid of hurting her allies, Nia tries to back out. The team convinces her otherwise, and the submarine sinks into the currents, leaving Kai and Cole behind. Flanking the endless sea, anomalies appear on the Bounty, washed dishes and made beds. Jay screams that there's a ghost maid, but Nia searches the vents looking for a stowaway. The intruder is Maya. Nia demands they turn back, but Zane warns they have already passed the point of no return. Nia swallows her mother's company. The disagreements stop at the edge of the Tartarus Trench when missiles pierce the darkness, targeting the vessel. The shields suffer, and the internal panels blow out. Without power, the robust engineering crashes and stalls at the edge of an abyss. Confirming Cole's fear, the unsinkable ship plunges into failure. In the darkness of the trench, tensions boil over in the submersible's engine room. Naya and Maya try to fix the engine, but the motherly advice wears Naya out, bringing to the surface her resentment over her mother mother's abandonment. Maya tries to explain that some tough choices are necessary, but Nia ignores her. Jay, Lloyd, and Zane are caught eavesdropping on the argument, and Zane takes a plunger to the face. With the engine beyond repair, Maya suggests using the tracked energy pulse as a battery. Wearing experimental mech suits, Nia and Maya swim through the dark. Braving thermal vents, they reach the ruins of Wojira. Hiding, they watch the dreaded Kalmar berate his guards and attempt to awaken the beast with relics. Zane's scans confirm Wojira is hibernating there. Kalmar's fake amulet breaks upon touching the monster, emitting a light that exposes Nia and Maya. Enemy fire destroys the suits and knocks Maya down. Driven by instinct and sheer terror, Nia summons water spheres, isolating the soldiers. Kalmar resists and fires at point-blank range. Nia goes down, knocked out cold. For Kalmar, the heavens have conspired in his favor. The prisoners have fallen right into his hands. Nia wakes up chained in a creepy temple beside her mother. Ever the optimist, Maya swears the legend of Wojira is just a myth. Nia tries to explain about the storm amulet but forgets her comms are still on. Kalmar overhears everything and demands details. Nia tells him to go fish. The Lord tries to attack her but gets startled by his own henchman Gripe and backs off with a bruised ego. At the palace, King Trimar confronts Kalmar about another sunken ship. Kalmar denies it, and his adopted brother Benthamar covers for him. Trimar swallows the excuse. Chained to a pillar, Nia and Maya scale the structure out of sheer desperation, slip past the guards and steal mech suits. Meanwhile, the unpowered hydro bounty is filling with water. Ignoring protocol, Jay goes down to the battery room. With glowing eyes, he channels raw elemental energy and jumpstarts the engine. Back at the helm, with ruthless determination, he announces they're going after Nia. The bounty tears through the pitch-black ocean. Escaping isn't simple with ripper sharks on their tail. Nia and Maya find themselves surrounded. Nia tries to manipulate the water, but the suit gives way. Just when all seems lost, lasers slice through the sea. Lloyd and Jay arrive guns blazing, driving the beasts away. Far from there, Kalmar's ego takes a hit. The prisoners escaped and Gripe released the sharks. Without them, the location of Keeper's Island is lost. News that the hydro bounty is back online prompts the prince to deploy the entire army. With no chance against the fleet, the ninja accept an escort to Merlapia. At the palace, King Trimar is furious about the invasion, but the ninja tell the truth. Kalmar is summoned, loses his temper, and goes on a rant about humans being parasites. When the king puts an end to the madness, Kalmar shoots his own father, knocks out the guards, and frames the ninja for the murder. Chaos erupts, and the palace floods. The team flees using oxygen masks, hitting a dead end with sharks. Zane throws up an ice wall right in the beasts' faces.
Try to get past that! You can't get me, you can't.
In the throne room, Trimar uses his dying breaths to tell Benthamar the truth about Kalmar, begging him to help the outsiders. Kalmar takes the crown, corrects Gripe, and declares himself the new King Kalmar. The ice wall gives way, and panic sets in. A shark breaches the barrier, and Nia uses all her energy to hold it back. At the last second, the door opens, swallowing the ninja and locking the monsters out. Benthamar receives them, carrying the weight of his grief and the truth about Kalmar. Guiding them to Merlapia's hangar, they find the place crawling with troops. The escape turns into an all-out brawl. Lloyd jumps into an APS suit and holds off the guards while Pixel fires up the hydro bounty. Kalmar discovers the betrayal and storms the hangar with his troops blasting. Benthamar throws himself into the line of fire to protect Maya. Lloyd holds back the army, throws his sword at the new king, and dives into the sea the second the sub takes off. Kalmar pursues them fiercely, bombarding his own city with zero regard for civilians. Pixel navigates through a canyon and deploys thermal decoys. The missiles track the decoys into the rocks, imploding the cave and burying Kalmar in the rubble. Safe in the cabin, they welcome Benthamar aboard. With the villain's plan exposed, there's only one destination: race to Keeper's Island before the apocalypse awakens. En route to the amulet, Benthamar's presence brings up the past. Kalmar was always arrogant and obsessed with the legends of Wojira. King Trimar adopted Benthamar as a child, saving him from predatory eels. Benthamar always sought his brother's approval, but only ever received contempt. When Trimar forbade Kalmar from going to the temple of Wojira, the villain faked an apology and a hug to manipulate the kid. blinded by the need for acceptance, Benthamar went along with the forbidden trip, acting the hero and risking his life against geysers and eels to protect his brother. Once they reached the ruins, Kalmar dropped the act. He told the orphan he never loved him and abandoned him in the dark. Back on the bounty, grief suffocates Benthamar as he cries for his dead father and his loneliness. But Nia and Lloyd comfort him, assuring him that he now has a real family. The support brings relief to the exile, and the ship speeds toward Keeper's Island. Deep inside the palace, Kalmar gets a lead on the storm amulet from Glutinous and rallies his troops. Meanwhile, the Hydro bounty crosses the violent storm belt heading for Keeper's Island, shaking like a washing machine. They reach the island, and our heroes are surrounded. Mamatis hears about Kalmar and hands over the amulet, but Zane scans it and reveals the truth. It's a cheap fake. Nia immediately knows who tricked them and calls Cole at the monastery, telling him to rush to the Explorers Club. The operation there falls apart when Kalmar crashes the scene, mocking Benthamar. The boy stands up for his new family. Nia tries to bluff with the fake amulet, but Kalmar sees through the trick. He destroys the Hydro bounty's controls and flees. Nia attempts to swim after him but turns back, out of breath. Feeling useless, she breaks down. In that moment, Maya drops the criticism and encourages her, reminding Nia that she is the greatest master of water and that she will get everyone out of there. Nia's message interrupts training at the monastery. Cole delivers the news. The real storm amulet is at the Explorers Club with Clutch powers. Over there, Clutch is living up to his vanity, showing off the amulet with made-up stories and securing a nomination for Explorer of the Year. Far away, the Hydro bounty remains stranded. Benthamar suggests Nia summon whales. She and Maya dismiss the idea. They control water, not marine biology. But Bento insists, and Nia dives into the dark sea to try. In Ninjago City, the ninja arrive at the club, but Putnam blocks the entrance, scoffing at their emergency warning. The only way in is to invoke the Sacred Sphinx's challenge. Kai focuses, solves the riddle, and forces the gates open. The group storms in and demands the relic. In that very second, Kalmar and his aquatic troops invade. A coward to the core, Clutch tosses the amulet to Wu and runs off screaming. A violent battle for the relic erupts. Elsewhere, defying elemental logic, Nia focuses, and massive whales answer her call. Paper delivery legend Antonia announces she's quitting the gig for a better job, much to young Nelson's horror. The universe seems to agree when the Merlopian army invades the city, spreading panic. Antonia keeps delivering papers, dodging monsters, taking cover in an alley. She confirms her move to the Dairy Dragon, crushing Nelson. But as they cross the Explorers Club, the fight between the ninja and Kalmar spills out the door. In the chaos, the storm amulet bounces and lands at Antonia's feet. Kalmar threatens the girl and Kai yells, "Run!" A frantic chase begins. Antonia and Nelson pedal hard to shake the Merlopians. While Kalmar hijacks a truck, Kai leaps onto the runaway vehicle to stop it. The chase leads to a drawbridge. The kids jump their bikes across, but the truck plunges into the canal. Moments later, the villain emerges on the bank with the amulet, laughing. The threat isn't over. Kai also fell into the canal, and unable to swim, he's drowning. Antonia dives in and rescues the Master of Fire. Nelson performs CPR and saves Kai. When Wu and the others arrive, Antonia apologizes for losing the amulet, but the heroes praise her. Riding high on adrenaline, Antonia scraps the corporate life and decides to stay Ninjago's toughest paper girl. An ancient chapter reveals that the first Spinjitzu master, unable to stop the monstrous Wojira, needed Niad, the first master of water, to surrender her humanity. Merging with the ocean, she dragged the beast into the depths and became inseparable from the waves. The amulets were split to seal the evil away. This legend echoes as a grim warning for the ninja at sea. Back in Ninjago City, Kalmar is already savoring his victory, but Wu's flying kick catches him off guard. Reinforcements led by Kai join the fray, but the ninja are overpowered. Laughing, Kalmar orders the prisoners to be chained in an aqueduct to drown. In the last spark of hope, the Hydro bounty surfaces, pulled by whales under Nia's command. The brutal battle reignites. Nia and Benthamar charge at Kalmar. The fight gets dirty when Gripe strikes Benthamar in the back. Seeing his forces crumble, Kalmar flees. Nia dives after him and minutes later emerges from the rubble. She announces that Kalmar escaped, but they are safe as the villain didn't get the real storm relic. The team celebrates, believing they've stopped the apocalypse. At the monastery, Nia welcomes Benthamar into his new home. Far away, deep within the veins of Shintaro, Cole and Queen Vanya hide the supposedly original relic under tons of rock. However, the object's scaly outer shell flakes off, revealing a terrifying truth. Thanks to Clutch's blunder, they hit a useless replica. Kalmar dove away scot-free, carrying Ninjago's doom in his hands. A ship in the endless sea is swallowed by a brutal storm. Before he can send out an SOS, the captain spots something worse, the monstrous Wojira, with Kalmar riding her, breaking the surface and heading for Ninjago. At the docks, a watchman is startled as Glutinous emerges from the waters. The deserting scientist brings terrible news. The ninja's amulet was a fake, and the watery apocalypse has begun. Oblivious to the danger, Jay and Nia are breaking records at the arcade. Their moment is cut short by Wu's emergency beep. At the police station, Glutinous confirms the nightmare. Wu orders them to fall back, and Pixel preps the subs. The evacuation warning blares across Ninjago, but nature strikes fast. Violent winds and rising waters swallow entire city blocks. Reporter Gail Gossip takes off in a helicopter at the exact moment Wojira rears her colossal head among the flooded city's skyscrapers. Amidst the chaos, a bus driven by Dareth is engulfed by a wall of water. He pulls the kid away from taking a selfie with the tsunami and takes the submerged wheel. Jay arrives in his micro-sub and saves the passengers. On the surface, Dareth lands in Nia's arms and immediately starts bragging. Wojira continues her rampage. Kalmar attacks Gale's chopper to silence the news, but the Destiny's bounty rescues the reporters, drawing the villain's fury. The city turns into a fragmented rescue zone. In the flooded arcade, Lloyd pulls trapped kids out while fighting Mare guards. Kai, Zane, Bentamar, and Cole show up to even the odds in the intense brawl. The team splits up. Pixel fires missiles at Wojira, who brushes them off like mosquitoes. Kai, Zane, and Jay head into combat, but Jay's sub is obliterated and sinks into the darkness. Nia reaches her breaking point, staring down Kalmar. She declares the carnage ends today and charges at him. The showdown between Nia and Kalmar oozes hostility. At the bottom of the sea, Jay's sub collapses, flooding the cabin with no oxygen left. Nia escapes Kalmar as Wu sounds the retreat to the NGTV building. Cole and Bentamar reach Jay, smash the glass and pull him out, but the Master of Lightning has inhaled too much water and passes out. Kalmar destroys the Destiny's bounty, furious to discover it was on autopilot. The maneuver buys time, but at the NGTV building, the mood is grim. Zane announces that Jay won't survive. Desperate, Nia asks Bentamar how Niad defeated the creature in the past. He clarifies that the sacrifice required giving up her human body. Nia absorbs this in silence. At dawn, she gives Jay a tearful kiss and leaves, diving into the sea to perform forbidden spinjitzu. As she merges with the ocean, the water in Jay's lungs is expelled, saving his life. The ninja wake up and realize her fatal decision. Nia surfaces right where Kalmar is interrogating the commissioner. Radiating raw power, she warns the villain he's going to wish he had never met her. Nia is now an unstoppable force. She blasts Kalmar with aquatic torrents and lands on the beast. The false king mocks her sacrifice, but the playing field has changed. However, upon hearing Jay's desperate voice, Nia gets distracted. Kalmar strikes back brutally, evaporating the water that makes up her form. The sheer horror drives Jay into a suicidal attack with Wu's staff, but he gets beaten down. It's Bentamar who puts an end to the abuse in a lightning-fast reckoning. He leaps onto Kalmar's back and shatters the trident. Without the scepter, the mind control ends. Kalmar commands submission, but Wojira flips him into the air and swallows him alive. The beast focuses on the ninja, but the water erupts. Nia returns, restructured as an oceanic dragon. The mythological powerhouses clash. At the climax, Nia shatters the wave amulet, annihilating Wojira. The sea swallows the remains. Nia reverts to her humanoid form, but her voice sounds inhuman. Ignoring Jay's sobs, she resigns herself to her fate and says her goodbyes, slipping away into the receding waters. Days later at the monastery, the ninja and the city pay silent tribute. Free from mortal grief, Nia swims peacefully alongside the whales through the endless blue of the ocean. At the docks, Misdemeanor is closing an illegal Vengestone deal when explosive shurikens crash the party. The ones who show up aren't our team, but the new ninja, who clear the area with annoying efficiency. Demeanor escapes, but they bask in the media's applause. After all, the original team vanished a year ago, and the mayor loves heroes who don't destroy the city. At the monastery, it feels like a wake. Cole watches the news on TV while Zane explains explains his new tactic. He turned off his emotion meter to maximize productivity. Frustrated, Cole goes to Wu, who is buried in scrolls, desperately and uselessly searching for a way to bring Nia back. Master and student agree. Ignoring the Vengestone crisis is no longer an option. It's time to get the team back together. But the guys are in tragic shape. Kai teaches martial arts to kids, instructing them to obliterate their enemies, and only agrees to return to escape his students. Lloyd has become a window washer and refuses to come back, unwilling to be responsible for any more lives. The award for worst off goes to Jay. Isolated in the lighthouse, wearing a fake beard and talking to glasses of water, he's gone full castaway. He refuses to return, thinking they've forgotten Nia. But Cole points to the horizon. The sea is lit up by thousands of floating lanterns, a colossal vigil for her. Lloyd, who changed his mind, reminds him that Nia would kick their butts if they gave up. Inspired, Jay rips off the beard. The pact is renewed for Nia. In a brutal storm, a sailor swallowed by the waves is saved when a massive water dragon emerges and safely returns him to the deck. He thanks her by calling out the name Nia. The beast repeats the name, bewildered, and dives back down. The word awakens something dormant. At the bottom of the ocean, the dragon tries to fish for memories. She knows a Nia existed, but the rest is a blur. She encounters Niad, the ancient spirit of water, who suggests looking for answers on the surface. Guided by the thousands of lanterns from the vigil, Nia reads the messages. Words about longing, bravery, and Jay act as triggers. Memories flood her mind, and Nia re-emerges in her humanoid water form. She darts to the lighthouse, finding it empty, inhabited only by paintings of her and a bitter portrait of Jay. The sorrow melts her structure, forcing her to flee desperately back into the sea. There, Niad's diagnosis is harsh. She has merged with the ocean forever. There is no going back to human life unless she gives up all her elemental power. It's an impossible choice. Losing her powers means being ordinary, her greatest fear. But being an untamable force without the people she loves is an empty eternity. Bearing the weight of the decision, Nia embraces the sacrifice. She no longer wants to be the sea, she just wants to go home. The team is reunited at the base, but the rust is undeniable. Cole tries to track the Vengestone, but the group's patience is non-existent. Kai and Jay nearly kill each other, with Kai blaming his teammates' grief. The vibe is unbearable until a pizza box gives Jay the idea to investigate the subway tunnels. Down there, they find Misdemeanor, her goons, and tons of Vengestone. Since the mineral neutralizes powers, the hand-to-hand combat is a freak show. The original ninja stumble and take a beating from common street thugs. To make matters worse, the new ninja show up, mop the floor with the gang in seconds, and pose for victory. The commissioner only cares about the rookies, who call the classic team obsolete and vanish. Back at the base, the blow hits hard. Lloyd thinks they've been replaced, and the tension between Kai and Jay finally explodes into a physical brawl. Mid-fight, Kai unleashes an uncontrolled fireball, torches Cole's motorcycle, and sets off the sprinklers. Then, a miracle happens. The puddle on the floor rises into the translucent figure of Nia. Barely holding her fluid form together, she warns them that they need to drain her powers to return her to humanity. Zane immediately freezes Nia to keep her from evaporating. Lloyd realizes that only Asphira is capable of absorbing powers like that. Wu refuses to be complicit in freeing a villain, but the ninja ignore the rules. The mission now is to break out the snake. If the law won't help, playing the system is the only way. The ninja asks Mayor Trustable for authorization to interrogate Asphira, but he flat out refuses. With no backing from City Hall and absolute disapproval from Wu, the team splits up to pull off the perfect heist. The plan is tense. Skylar pushes her copying powers to the limit to keep Nia's ice intact, while Cole and Jay break into the Borg Tower vault to steal Asphira's staff. The execution borders on amateurish. They forget the elevator password Pixel gave them, trigger the alarms, and slide desperately down the elevator shaft cables.
Oh, I'd probably get some blisters.
Meanwhile, Lloyd, Kai, and Zane infiltrate Cryptarium Prison. To bypass heat sensors, the Nindroid freezes Kai and Lloyd, carrying them without tripping the thermal system. They reach the suspended cell and offer a sphere of freedom in exchange for restoring Nia. Smirking, she agrees. Zane powers up a surgical laser to cut through the confinement glass. Everything is going well until a bump. Asphira's tail nudges Zane's arm, the laser beam ricochets, severing the main support cable of the chamber, and the cell plummets, triggering deafening deafening sirens. The escape turns into utter chaos, with Zane freezing hallways to cause a pileup of guards. At the same time, Cole and Jay blow the door to Borg Tower's maximum security, only to find the vault empty. With no artifact in hand, running from security, and Skylar running out of fumes back at the base, the heist crumbles in epic fashion. Tension peaks when Mayor Trustable discovers the new ninja let Asphira escape and orders everyone's arrest. At the monastery, Nia's situation is hanging by a thread. Skylor can barely keep up the cooling, and Wu, being passive-aggressive, washes his hands of the matter. He doesn't approve, but he won't stop Asphira from trying to cure Nia. The problem is, she needs the staff, and the Borg Tower raid was a bust. Pixel calls Cyrus Borg and finds out the artifact is in a convoy. Now they just have to intercept the trucks with their turbocharged vehicles. The operation starts off strong. Zane uses his jet to airlift the entire truck into the sky. But the surprise comes when they open the back. The new ninja are already inside waiting for them. An all-out brawl erupts inside a truck dangling over the city. The teal ninja jams an explosive shuriken into the jet's engine. With the ship failing, Zane loses control and turns the truck into a wrecking ball, crashing straight through the windows of the mayor's office. In the chaos, plummeting from the sky, Kai makes a rookie mistake. He yells Zane's name out loud. Cover blown. The rival yanks Lloyd's mask off to confirm their identity. The team manages to escape with the staff, dumping the truck on a roof. The days tally, they got what they wanted, but Mayor Trustable, furious over his destroyed office, has just declared our heroes public enemies. Branded as criminals, the ninja rush back, and the priority at the monastery becomes stalling Asphira. She's already eyeing the golden weapons, wanting to leave. Swallowing his pride, Wu challenges the sorceress to ridiculous contests to buy time. Arm wrestling, pool, and a pancake flipping championship. Asphira wins absolutely all of them. Shortly after, Skylar hits her limit, the coolers blow out, and by a hair's breadth, Zane arrives to freeze Nia just in time. Lloyd finally hands over the staff, proving her true colors. Asphira immediately attacks the group instead of curing Nia. In the middle of the brawl, with Wu handing out "I told you so" lectures, the police surround the monastery thanks to Kai's slip-up. Panicking at the thought of going back to a cell, Asphira yields to Lloyd's final card. He opens an escape route, but she only leaves if she does the job right. Cornered, she begins draining Nia's magic. During the process, the new ninja breach the hangar, forcing the team to fight to cover the sorceress. Asphira pulls so much power that a massive shockwave erupts, knocking everyone out and causing a citywide blackout. When the dust settles, Nia is back in her human form. Relieved, Lloyd keeps his promise, sending Asphira down the tunnel before bowing his head and surrendering peacefully to the police with the rest of the team. The sorceress's freedom, however, is short-lived in isolation. In her old pyramid, a crystal spider projects a hologram of a kabuki mask. The invitation is direct: join the Crystal King's council and get revenge. The yes is immediate. The reward Lloyd and the gang get for saving a hero is 5 years in prison. Dareth tries to act as their defense attorney by dramatically acting out the group's track record, but the law is relentless. Consumed by guilt, Nia watches helplessly as her friends are hauled away. The shock of Cryptarium is instantaneous. The tiny cell barely fits the 5 of them. Stress builds quickly. Zane messes with his emotion switch until it annoys Jay, and Kai is already plotting to blow up the wall. At the monastery, Nia beats herself up. Wu tries to remind her that back in her Samurai X days, she struck fear into her enemies with or without magic. In the prison yard, the heroes face the consequences of their long history of locking people up. The atmosphere is heavy with hateful glares, and Ronan shows up just to laugh at Jay's makeshift prison tailoring. Suddenly, Lloyd is called in for a visitor. Expecting a lecture from Wu, he freezes when he sees the figure in the kabuki mask through the glass.
Boy, am I glad to see. Who are you?
The visitor delivers pure psychological terror, warning him of the Crystal King's rise and stating they want to watch Lloyd rot in his cell while the city burns to ashes. Back in the cell, the team is consumed by the urgent need to act. Far from there, the Alliance's tentacles reach into other dungeons. In Shintaro, the former king Vangelis receives the same holographic visit and agrees to join the council, gladly picking up the old mask of the Skull Sorcerer. Gossip only makes the prison atmosphere worse. Skylar and Dareth visit Cryptarium Prison and drop a bombshell. Vangelis has escaped from Shintaro, confirming Lloyd's theory about the Crystal King's moves. To make matters worse, the penal system bans Nia from visiting the group. At the monastery, Nia packs her things to leave this dangerous life behind. The turning point happens when Wu stumbles upon a child's drawing portraying her as a classic protector. Inspired, Nia digs up the old blueprints for the Samurai X armor and dumps them right into Pixel's lap. If magic failed, heavy-duty robotics will get the job done. In the prison cafeteria, the tension is suffocating. Cole chews on a dense cake while Zane digests cheap oil. Amidst this chaos, Pythor walks to a table, escorted by Kilo and Ultraviolet. The Anachondrite brags about waiting to be summoned by the Crystal King. Kai's moral brakes snap. He attacks in a rage, sparking a brutal food fight that is violently shut down by guards with nightsticks. And Pythor wasn't lying. In the early hours of the morning, the arachnid combo pulls him into a breakout. The flashing lights wake the heroes. Kai blasts the cell bars with raw fire, tripping the alarms. An underground chase ensues, but they reach the exterior platform, only to see Pythor escaping in a luxury hovercraft. An impulsive shot from Kai merely sets a watchtower on fire. With sirens blaring and Cole calculating another 20 years added to their sentence, the team throws in the towel to the penal system. In prison, picking up trash on the side of the highway is bad enough, but sharing the bus with Fujidove is double punishment. The guy is convinced he's Jay's arch nemesis and won't shut up. Community service doesn't last long. The convoy is stopped by an elderly man with a broken down van. It's Dareth in disguise. The distraction is the perfect cue for Nia to emerge in her new Samurai X mech, clearing a path with zero subtlety. Dareth rushes the ninja into the van, which is designed to lock up prisoners, and hits the gas. Far away, Mayor Trustable gets the news while playing golf. In a spoiled tycoon tantrum, he destroys his own phone and demands that Hound Dog McBrog hunt down the fugitives. On the road, the police chase reaches its peak. McBrog gives them no breathing room, forcing Dareth into an off-road escape through rocks and dirt. The maneuver flips the police cruiser behind them, but blows the van's piston. With the engine dead, they abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. The ninja swap their prison uniforms for clothes Fujidove smuggled in and march through the desert under a brutal sun. Dehydrated, Lloyd remembers Twitchy Tim's gas station, about 5 miles away. With night falling and tactical helicopters sweeping the area, they realize a large group is an easy target. They split up. Kai, Zane, and Dareth go one way, while Cole, Jay, Lloyd, and Fujidove take the other. Cutting through the desert, Kai and Dareth are dying of thirst and almost ready to give up when they spot a vehicle. Zane activates his civilian camouflage, and they hitch a ride with Sally, a runaway singer heading to Ninjago City in search of fame. The chill vibe goes south when Zane questions the dramatic logic of her lyrics and points to a photo of her parents. His artificial innocence breaks down Sally's defenses. She bursts into tears and confesses she ran away in a van she borrowed without permission. The moment is interrupted by a police helicopter. Panicking and thinking it's her family coming to rescue her, Sally speeds toward a cliff. Kai warns her that the cops are actually hunting the ninja. The shock paralyzes Sally, and the van plummets into the ravine.
You stole? Ellie, hit the gas!
McBrog drives his own car off the cliff to hunt them down in the river rapids. The chase only ends when Zane freezes the entire canyon, erecting an ice wall that seals a soaking wet McBrog behind it. On solid ground, the adrenaline fades. With the van wrecked, Sally confesses she wants to turn off her own emotions due to the guilt of abandoning her parents. Zane intervenes, explaining about his creator and how sadness, fear, and guilt serve a purpose, to guide her back home. The Nindroid's raw logic works. They escort Sally home, and her parents' forgiveness is immediate. Kai sees a rare smile from Zane, who has reconnected his emotional meter, understanding that to process joy, one must first face grief. The other half of the team continues their tortuous trek through the desert. The sun is punishing, but the real test is Fujidove suggesting criminal identities for Jay, and Cole thinking Blue Jay is actually a great marketable idea. They reach Twitchy Tim's gas station and reunite with the rest of the group to restock their water supply. Cross-referencing data, The team predicts the enemy's next recruit, the mechanic. The plan barely takes a breath before McBrog and his squad breach the perimeter. Twitchy Tim collapses under pressure and gives them up, but Fujidove saves the day by playing the decoy. He jumps in front of the cops and creates the necessary distraction. This suicide maneuver clears the way for Kai to scorch a police cruiser's engine, hijack another, and shake off McBrog. Heading straight back to the city, the ninja bust into the mechanic's HQ. The cyborg puts up a fight with his modified arm until Lloyd drops an entire arcade cabinet on him. The villain is incapacitated, tied up, and thrown into the back of their infamous confiscated noodle truck. With the coast clear, Zane activates a holographic disguise, transforming Lloyd's appearance into the perfect mechanic. Seconds later, a mechanical crystal spider crawls in and projects the mysterious invitation. The Green Ninja embraces the role and dives underground. Infiltrating the grimy subway tunnels, Lloyd blindly follows the crystal spider into the unknown. What he misses is a second mechanical spider crawling along the walls, recording everything. Up on the street, the team sweeps the map using the noodle truck's GPS, unaware that, tied up in the back, the real mechanic is tinkering with heavy-duty tech. He manipulates the weight of his robotic arm, compresses the metal, and slips out of the handcuffs. The truck devolves into chaos. The villain kicks Jay, battering Cole and Zane. Using mechanical arms, he sends the vehicle crashing violently into the gutter. Before they can get their bearings, the mechanic vanishes into the underground tracks. The group chases him down to the subway blockades. An express train approaches, and the villain drops from the ceiling, pushing the ninja onto the tracks. Jay dives into the clearance beneath the train, and the others use spinjitzu against the walls to survive. The mechanic disappears into the train cars, while Cole's radio warning gets garbled in the tunnels, but is intercepted by the spy spider. Miles away, Lloyd enters the crystal chamber, where Pythor, Asphira, Vangelis, and Mr. F are waiting. The kabuki mask approaches the altar, and the intruder spider plays Cole's crystal clear audio. The disguise evaporates. Lloyd unleashes a burst of fire to escape, but Pythor's invisibility pins him down. Mr. F fires a devastating beam, and Lloyd collapses. The kabuki mask glides over to him, whispering ironic taunts about how he'd never figure out who she was. The disguise falls away, revealing Harumi's terrifying face. The horror shatters the Green Ninja's mind at the exact moment he passes out. Harumi's return demands an explanation, and she recaps her death in the building collapse. In the limbo of the afterlife, she met the Crystal King, who gave her an ultimatum: become his servant, or spend eternity in the departed realm. Being Harumi, the choice was obvious. Resurrected and guided by a crystal, she activated the pedestal in the Oni temple, where the boss's identity was revealed, the Overlord. She hesitated due to his destructive reputation, but bought into his pitch that destroying the balance and plunging the world into darkness would bring ultimate peace. From then on, she operated in the shadows, buying Vengestone from Vangelis, hiring Misdemeanor, and watching the ninja clean up the mess. The ultimate goal: destroy the monastery and steal the golden weapons. Mid-monologue, Lloyd drops the emotional bombshell that he never stopped loving her. A flashback shows him returning to the destroyed building, digging through the rubble with his bare hands looking for her. Harumi's response is ruthless. He didn't dig deep enough. Lloyd attempts a surprise attack to grab the key, but Mr. F quickly intercepts the strike. While Harumi praises the glories of the darkness, the entity within the crystal echoes an evil laugh, like someone who has already completely swallowed everyone else's hope. While Lloyd deals with his ruthless ex, the monastery gets a visit from Hound Dog McBrog. The sheriff acts like a cocky detective blind to the big picture, and tells Wu that the Destiny's bounty is being confiscated because they are wanted fugitives, ignoring the times they've saved the world. Out of patience, Wu heads down to the hangar where Pixel and Skylar are tracking the team. What they don't realize is that a crystal spider on the ceiling is recording everything. Trapped in a Vengestone cage suspended over a lava pit, Lloyd tries to appeal to Harumi's conscience, but her goal is to force Lloyd's dark side out. To break his spirit, she sends explosive spiders into the tunnel where Jay and the others had taken shelter in a subway car, forcing Lloyd to watch the detonation live. Down below, the ninja miraculously miraculously survive thanks to the train's sturdy shell. But Lloyd doesn't know that. Believing his friends have been vaporized and hearing Harumi list Wu and Nia as the next targets, the green ninja's mind short-circuits. His eyes glow with violent purple energy. In a surge of strength, he shatters the cage, attacks Harumi and Mr. F, and fires dark blasts, succumbing to the dark side. When Lloyd realizes the line he crossed and hesitates, Mr. F exploits the opening and knocks him out cold with a clean strike. Looking at the unconscious hero, Harumi smiles. Her experiment worked. Garmadon's son is back. Buried alive in the crushed metal of the tunnel, the four ninja fight to breathe. Zane recalibrates his systems and tries to boost the communicator to call for rescue, but their rescue party is busy surviving an invasion. The Council of the Crystal King kicks down the doors of the monastery's hangar. Wu brushes off his age and faces down Asphira, Vangelis, and the mechanic to buy time. Pixel activates the security mini-pix, but crystal spiders swarm the area, gunning down the defenders before they can react. The physical combat is brutal, and the team breaks. Asphira passes on Harumi's ironic regards before striking Nia down. The quartet steals the deactivated weapons and leaves, dropping timed explosive spiders behind. A heroic mini-pix drags Wu, Pixel, and Skylar out of the blast zone but loses Nia in the chaos. When she wakes up, the bomb timers are in their final countdown. In an instinctive reflex, Nia throws herself into the cockpit of her Samurai X mech. The explosion reduces the monastery to a crater. Outside, the survivors mourn until Nia obliterates the debris, piloting the battered mech through the flames. The team breathes a sigh of relief, but Zane's broken signal comes through the radio, warning that the tunnel roof has collapsed. Without wasting a second, Nia redirects her damaged thrusters and dives underground. The council lands at the Crystal Temple, showing off the golden weapons as the heist of the century. Lloyd, bound by colossal Vengestone chains, is forced to swallow the news of his allies' defeat. Harumi pushes the psychological terror, wanting his anger to boil over, but Lloyd locks down his emotions and vows to resist her mind games as the villains descend to begin the dark ritual. In the suffocating grip of the underground, the four ninja reach their absolute limit in a collapsing maze. With the structure giving way and holding up the weight of solid rock, Jay starts singing out of pure fear of imminent death. Nia tears through the darkness in her Samurai X mech, hoisting the squad out of the abyss. They get the battle report and flee to the old Samurai X cave before McBrog hits the streets. In the safe dust of the old cave, the team reunites with Wu, Pixel, and Skylar. With the old power grid back online, they draft an impossible rescue plan. However, time is up. Deep within the architecture of the Crystal Temple, Asphira completes the ritual. The golden weapons are twisted into the weapons of destruction. Uncontrollable energy feeds the central shard, and the Overlord shatters his crystal cocoon, projecting his bipedal physical form back into the real world. Staring into the eyes of a terrified Lloyd, he sets the tone. It is done. The Overlord's grand return comes right out of the gate with a classic monologue, rubbing Lloyd's father's failures in his face. To guarantee despair, he supercharges the Council of the Crystal King with the weapons of destruction, and makes the Crystal Temple levitate. He offers Lloyd a spot on the dark side, but the response is a pinpoint kick to the Scythe of Destruction. The strike destabilizes the flying temple, creating the perfect window for him to shatter his own Vengestone chains. The world's most dangerous game of hide-and-seek begins. The Overlord awakens his Crystal Warriors, and orders the Council to hunt the boy down. Surrounded by the villains attacking all at once, Lloyd dodges. The clash of the four superpowered weapons triggers a massive explosion, clearing a path for his escape. Harumi goes after him alone and corners him at the edge, a step away from a fatal drop. After she makes one last pitch for the dark side, Lloyd has a spectacular response. He grabs the girl and jumps into the void with her. Mission Impossible style, no parachutes. The villains just watch in shock. The two fall into the river and survive. Meanwhile, in the Samurai X cave, the old vehicles are basically scrap metal, but Lloyd's tracker pings at Primeval's eye. Out of options and on the clock, Master Wu and the team decide to break the law, infiltrate the police impound lot, and steal their vehicles and the Destiny's bounty back. At the Ninjago impound lot, the team tries to reclaim their fleet. The plan almost goes down the drain when Zane is spotted, but Master Wu saves the day. He takes the guards by surprise surprise, locks them up, and fully embraces a life of crime alongside his students. With the area clear, they take off. In Primeval's eye, Lloyd's trek with Harumi as his prisoner is tense. She tries to get inside his head, but he ignores her. In a brief slip-up, Harumi grabs her katana and runs. Immediately, both sink into a pit of quicksand. Coming to a quick agreement, she hands over the sword, he cuts some vines, and pulls them both out alive. The first thing he does, ties her right back up. The problem is that the council arrives riding dragonoids. Harumi trips Lloyd to give away his position. Lloyd dodges the attacks but ends up in a dead end with her. That's when the bounty covers the sky. Master Wu and Nia drop the anchor just in time. Zane comes tearing through the clouds in the Golden Dragon Jet and joins the aerial dogfight, sweeping the enemies away. But the victory only lasts for seconds. On the horizon, the formidable Crystal Island floats majestically toward Ninjago. Knowing it's suicide to attack now, Wu orders a retreat. Lloyd glares at Harumi one last time before she flashes a sadistic smile and vanishes into the jungle. With the Crystal Island hovering over the city, the Overlord scolds Harumi for her emotional attachment to Lloyd. To secure his plan of absorbing the elements, he rains chaos down on Ninjago. Crystal warriors and dragonoids attack, and the crystal dust infects civilians, turning them into purple zombies. Gale Gossip is already broadcasting the end of the world live. Watching this nightmare from the bounty, Nia asks how the Overlord returned. Wu delivers the harsh truth. He is the manifestation of evil. As long as hatred exists, he can rebuild himself. This explanation makes Wu connect the dots regarding the bizarre newspaper clippings about conflicts he had been receiving. They weren't junk mail, they were literal warnings of his return. Tracking the address to the newspaper depot with Antonia and Nelson, they discover the deliveries trace back to the apartment of Vinnie Folsom, the cameraman, while the other half of the team fights off zombies in the city. With Zane's jet stalling near the island, Lloyd and Wu arrive at the apartment, but the person who opens the door wearing a kitchen apron, complaining about a late pizza, isn't Vinnie. It's Lord Garmadon. A massive plot twist right in the middle of the living room. Garmadon, thinking the delivery guy had arrived, comes face to face with his son and brother at the door. He recounts his journey to understand how normal people live after the Oni War. His empathy tests on the street were such a disaster that he sought refuge with Vinnie Folsom. Vinnie took on the role of life coach. He taught Garmadon to hide his extra arms and gave him a houseplant named Christopherne, turning him into a proud plant dad. Lloyd doesn't buy this inner peace and demands answers about the newspapers. Garmadon explains he felt the hatred growing, sent the warnings, and washed his hands of the matter, having taken an unbreakable vow of nonviolence. Lloyd explodes in frustration, and the two storm out into the hallway. A massive thud echoes seconds later. Wu and Lloyd bust back through the door to find the living room decimated. Crystal warriors invaded the place and made the fatal mistake of harming Christopherne, the plant. The vow of non-violence goes straight into the trash. Garmadon lets his Oni side take full control, crushing the invaders with absolute fury. Watching the purple massacre unfold right there in the living room, Master Wu understands everything. Perhaps this raw, violent Oni essence is the only thing capable of shattering the Overlord's immortal form. Tension dominates the rice fields. Cole is cornered by the Crystal Warriors and loses his vehicle, but Jay and Nia rescue him on the Destiny's bounty. In the Samurai X cave, Wu reveals the harsh truth. The warriors are immune to everything except the Oni form. Therefore, they need Garmadon. The former villain, however, is a disastrous mentor, annoying Lloyd by telling the boy to channel anger through his face. The rambling gives Wu an epiphany about opposites, recalling the dragon form, and he sends Pixel to fetch Misako at the Domu library to investigate. In the city, chaos reigns. Gale Gossip broadcasts live as civilians, and the new ninja turn into crystal zombies. Mayor Trustable, caught on a hot mic preparing his escape, panics and yells for everyone to run.
Of course I do. Stay alive! This is the end!
In the cave, Garmadon provokes Lloyd, insinuating he wants the Overlord to win. Lloyd almost unleashes his power of destruction but holds back, frustrating his father and souring the team's mood. Before they return to their disadvantage, Pixel announces she has coded the vehicles to absorb the temple's power instead of being drained by it. They head into battle, with Garmadon grumbling that no one stands a chance. With the Crystal Island floating over the city, Kai, Jay, Zane, and Cole tear through the streets in turbocharged vehicles, destroying destroying the enemy front line. The crowd cheers and the inmates at Cryptarium watch on TV, with Ronan shutting up anyone who criticizes the heroes. On the Destiny's Bounty, Nia notices the engines overloading and urges caution. Wu reappears equipped with the dragon armor, while Lloyd loses patience with his father's pessimism and walks off. Garmadon, in a rare melancholic moment, carries the remains of his plant Christopherne in a soda can, explaining to Nia how it taught him compassion. The Overlord escalates the stakes, unleashing the crystal dragonoids against the ship. During the attack, a monster crushes what's left of Christopherne. That's the trigger. Garmadon instantly assumes his Oni form and furiously tears the creatures apart. However, Harumi retaliates by destroying one of the ship's engines, and Wu jumps onto the Crystal Island for a direct duel. The ninja's defeat spreads. Kai and Cole's vehicles collide and Zane's jet plummets and explodes on a highway. Wu loses his clash against the Overlord, who channels his darkness and crystallizes the entire city. The villain fires at the Destiny's Bounty, splitting it in half against a building. Nia is trapped in the front half, while Lloyd and Garmadon fall with the exploding rear. The Overlord declares the beginning of the end. The team is broken and separated. Master Wu's free fall is intercepted by a dragonoid. In desperation, he discards his armor and falls straight into the city canal, being rescued by Nelson and Antonia, proving that Paper Kids still clock in, even in the apocalypse. Nearby, Nia is pinned under the mast of the bisected ship. The mechanic shows up, mocking her lack of powers, but Jay arrives, running over the villains with his motorcycle. Refusing to flee without her, Jay tries to lift the mast during an enemy siege. Suddenly, a fire hydrant bursts and washes the villains away. Optimistic that Nia's magic wants to return, Jay plans for her to use telepathy with the whales to summon Benthamar and the undersea army. At the newspaper warehouse, Sammy is organizing escape routes when Wu, Nelson, and Antonia arrive. Wu tries to assume a responsible stance and orders an immediate evacuation. The plan changes when they hear trapped civilians nearby. Leading an unlikely army of Paper Kids, Wu saves the citizens in an alley. Inspired by the youth, he takes to the radio and declares that the news never sleeps, naming all listeners as honorary ninjas of the resistance. In the wreckage of the ship's rear, Garmadon finds Lloyd trapped, but his son dismisses the help, uses spinjitzu to free himself, and throws his father's failures in his face. Hound Dog McBrog appears, dead set on arresting Lloyd even in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Garmadon tries to blast the cop, but Lloyd saves him and flees into the sewers. McBrog follows them, stumbles upon crystal snakes, and has to be saved by Lloyd again, leaving him speechless. Above ground, Antonia guides survivors to the hideout, where Misako brings an ancient scroll featuring Quanish's prophecy. Despite Wu's skepticism, Misako states that a selfless act of sacrifice will grant the dragon form to the followers of the first Spinjitzu master. Meanwhile, Pixel finds Zane's severed head and arms in the jet's wreckage. His collapsing system triggers his cruel Ice Emperor persona. The head speaks loudly, nearly giving them away to patrols, and responds with heavy irony to Pixel's declarations of love. Before they are caught, Ronan shows up, plowing through enemies with a prison bus. He brings Ultraviolet, Kilo, and Fuji Dove. Having convinced them to fight for Ninjago instead of fleeing, they drop Pixel off at Borg Tower. Cyrus Borg says he needs time to fix the Nindroid, but a massive shockwave across the city confirms that time is the one thing they don't have. Kai regains consciousness in the vehicle's wreckage and finds a disoriented Cole. Pythor is hunting them nearby, and Cole accidentally gives away their position. Skylar saves the day by absorbing their powers, raising a barrier, and blinding the snake. After escaping, she catches them up on the destruction of the Destiny's Bounty, and the trio quickly hides when they spot Harumi patrolling on a dragonoid. Kai leads them to the arcade, where they find the kid, Jake. While Skylar dismisses distant hideouts, the radio picks up Wu's voice saying the phrase, "The news never sleeps." The clear riddle points them to the newspaper warehouse. In the sewers, Lloyd and Garmadon's search for allies fails in the deserted Serpentine library. Garmadon insists on shoving the Oni form down his son's throat. Lloyd refuses and accuses his father of not caring about anything. In his defense, Garmadon pulls out his little plant to prove his empathy, but Lloyd dictates that plants don't count. Kai's group arrives at the warehouse and almost becomes crystal zombie snacks, but the Paper Kids clear the way. Inside, Jake is reunited with his parents in a scene that momentarily lifts the apocalyptic weight off the hero's shoulders. At the warehouse, Kai hands out noodles and tries to charm Skylar, who quickly quickly shuts down the flirting. First they save the world, then they define the relationship. At the strategy table, Wu tries to translate the scroll, while Cole and Nelson contact the other fronts via radio. Using the code, "The News Never Sleeps." The plan is set. Jay and Nia will head to the docks to call for backup. Lloyd and Garmadon will keep moving through the sewers, and Pixel will bring the troops from Borg Tower as soon as she fixes Zane. Trying to reach Vanya in Shintaro via radio, they realize they need to get to the NGTV news building. Racer 7, now demanding to be called Blazy H-Speed, drives the van and takes Cole on a hardcore joyride, plowing through zombie hordes on the streets. At Borg Tower, Ronin's villains test their mechs, with Fuji Dove nearly destroying the base. The real problem is Zane, trapped in a cybernetic coma. Just as the team decides they need to evacuate, Pixel makes an emotional plea, recalling everything they've been through together. Proving that the machine's heart beats strong, her voice brings him back to life. With Zane awake and Fujidove in tears, Pixel summons her own combat mech. They are ready for war. In the sewers, the diplomatic expedition fails with no sign of the snakes. Garmadon insists on activating the Oni form, but Lloyd counters, stating that his father doesn't understand the concept of compassion for other lives. At the docks, Jay and Nia have to get creative. They jam a van's gas pedal with a brick and launch it into the sea, wiping out a squad of Vengestone guards. Now free, Nia uses the last of her magic to enchant messenger fish, hoping Benthamar gets the underwater memo. On the streets, Blazy's crazy driving nearly sends the van vertical, but Cole and Vinny are safely delivered to the NGTV news building. Underground, Lloyd's accusations hit a snag. Ambushed by infected Hypnobrai snakes, Lloyd fights while Garmadon surprisingly locks a snake in a barrel instead of crushing it. He explains, if he were the snake, he wouldn't want to be destroyed. This unexpected empathy, along with the fact that Garmadon abandoned his beloved plant in the library to follow his son, proves he has changed. The boy then goes back to retrieve the potted plant. Back at the warehouse, the mood sours. With no allied army guaranteed and running out of options, Wu orders all teams to fall back to base. The team regroups at the warehouse and focuses on Quanish's scroll to unlock the dragon form. Kai guesses the drawn poses are dance moves. The team tries performing the choreography to the chorus of their classic theme song, but no one turns into a dragon. The fun ends when Mr. F tracks their radio signal, cracks the news code, and hands the warehouse's location to the Overlord on the Crystal Island. Cyrus Borg warns the team that the entire flying fortress is heading their way to crush them. Frustrated, Wu throws the scroll to the floor. The fold in the paper accidentally reveals the real text. The dragon form requires a supreme, selfless act of sacrifice. With the enemy at their doorstep, the defense turns into a suicidal blockade. Kai, Cole, and the mechs hold off the horde in the street. Lloyd and Garmadon steal Kilo's mech to jump straight onto the flying temple. Before they take off, Pixel hugs Lloyd, blatantly ignoring Lord Garmadon, who hurtfully asks if his own son trusts him. Down on the street, the chaos begins, while father and son land face to face with the Overlord and Harumi. There's nowhere left to run. Atop the Crystal Island, the Overlord takes on a bizarre centaur form and runs over Lloyd and Garmadon, turning Kilo's mech into scrap metal. On the street, the resistance is at its breaking point. The Vengestone nullifies Skylar's and the ninja's powers, and the situation worsens when Ultraviolet, Kilo, and Ronin are crystallized. It seems like the end, until a spectacular rescue arrives. The army of Shintaro, the Islanders, Hypnobrai, and Digital Rats storm the battlefield. The power of this massive union finally unlocks the long-awaited dragon form for the heroes. The payback is immediate. Zane charges at Mr. F, Cole takes on Vangelis, Kai battles Asphira, Jay fights Pythor, and Nia crushes the mechanic. Up on the island, the Overlord confesses that he was the one who corrupted the Great Devourer in the past, causing all of Garmadon's pain. Harumi hears this hypocrisy and realizes the villain orchestrated the very attack that destroyed her family. Devastated, she switches sides and stands with the Garmadons. Armed with the golden weapons, the ninja sweep through the enemy army. Victory seems assured until Asphira warns them that the Overlord's true plan is to petrify the elements of creation. To Wu's terror, the villain continues absorbing energy completely unharmed. The Overlord batters the trio, delivering a brutal strike that strikes down Garmadon and wipes out his transformation. Believing his father is dead, Lloyd awakens his Oni form in a blind fury. He fires a devastating blast, but upon seeing his own monstrous reflection, he hesitates and ends up knocked out. Unopposed, the Overlord freezes Ninjago. With no other alternative, Wu orders the heroes to destroy the golden weapons to release their raw elemental power. They clash their energy against the dark magic, but the darkness wins the struggle, crystallizing the entire city and the ninja themselves. However, the residual energy from the weapons forms the golden Ultra Dragon, which catches Lloyd's fall. Thinking he has won, the Overlord prepares to execute Harumi, but the dragon attacks him, breathing earth, fire, ice, and lightning simultaneously. With a massive beam of light, Lloyd and the beast shatter the Crystal King once and for all. Surprisingly, Garmadon reappears alive, confessing he faked his death to trigger his son's Oni awakening. They escape with the dragon just before the island explodes in a shower of light that reverses all the crystallization across the city. With Ninjago saved and the elemental forces lying dormant, the heroes begin to rebuild the monastery alongside their allies, while Garmadon ensures that little Christopher is safely replanted in the mountains.